Hi everybody, welcome. Today I'm gonna keep working on my game as I often do. I'm making a game in Godot. It's kind of my first like project of a size. It's not, you know, it's I'm doing my best. Let's put it that way. I'm doing my best. It's about being an alien who's invading Earth, and you are tasked with abducting humans. And when you abduct them and eat them, you get their limbs. Well, actually, there's a big difference between abducting and eating. So if I grab this human, I can drag them up into this orb, and then I get an abduction point. Points for me! Points for me! Welcome, Dungeon Martian. Good to see you. And you can actually get a little bigger than this. Bam! Now we're a lot bigger. And yeah, so you just run around, you try to avoid obstacles, your limbs can get broken off, those very limbs that you just grew. That's kind of like the main concept of this game, is that you have limb damage and you have to be careful not to run into things and hurt yourself. See, now I'm got some broken bones. And it's gonna affect your ability. So that's what that circle in the ground is representing, how far you can actually reach and attack things. So if your arms are broken off, you'll see it's a little lopsided and you can't grab things. So for the past couple weeks, I have been working on grab stuff. There's a few grab related tasks that I want to improve. You might have noticed at the start when the arms were broken off, the head goes in some strange places when it grabs something. See, it does some weird things. That's because the grab bone detection setup that I've got is tailor-made for the arms, not the head. And so the head gets weird. So I just need to set up like a little exception that says, well, if it's the head, if you only have the head, then maybe don't do all that contortion stuff. So I want to set that up. I'm calling it the head chomps things. So basically, as soon as you click on a human, it's just gonna eat it and chomp it up. And then I also need to improve some grab stuff, just in general. I've got, let's see here, how is it set up right now? Okay, so right now the human is following the cursor. I think. Actually, I don't think it is. Actually, I think the human is following the arm. Now, that didn't quite look like it because that's the broken arm. I'll explain what that's about in just a second. Okay, let's eat that up. So there's a couple different ways that I can go about having the human attached to the alien's hand, and I think I've decided the way I want. So here you can see the human is following the hand, right? Just as it should. And I only have that set up for the healthy right arm. So when it was shorter, it wasn't quite following the hand because I haven't set it up for that short hand yet. It also isn't set up for the left hand. If I do the left hand, what's gonna happen is it's gonna go to the right side. So this is not very challenging, but it's just a little something I need to get set up so this all looks as good as it's supposed to. I also want to change, possibly, I want to experiment with changing how the detection goes for when you either put it in your mouth or you put it in the orb at the top. So at the top here, right now, it's basing it on if the human actually touches the orb, but on the mouth, it's not based on if the human touches the mouth. It's based on if the cursor touches the mouth, and really it's if it's in a certain area around the mouth. I think I'd like to do the same for the orb. I don't want it to be different detection systems that are checking to see what's going on there. So that's something. I would love to work on like enemies, maybe even like level design, because this whole level is gonna have to be remade. By the way, this is for all intents and purposes an old debug level. It's not, but it is now. These humans aren't gonna be standing around. There's so much to work on. There's so much to work on. So we'll find something to do. If you're new around here, I hope you'll consider subscribing to the channel. I stream a bunch. I'm just an ADHD person doing my best, taking my time, trying to learn some game dev. So if that sounds like someone you might want to hang out with, hit that subscribe. Thank you if you're willing to do that. If you're watching it after the live stream, feel free to skip around. I'm gonna be here for 8 to 10 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna be here a while. So, what's up, Frank? So, So, you know, but I'm gonna try to be engaging, stay engaged. I like to be engaged with what I'm doing, so stick around and hang out with me if you like. And yeah, let's get into it. Now, we do have a member in the house. Frank is a moderator. Dungeon Martian is a member. If you're a member of this channel, I will sing you songs. I will sing you songs. You'll also get a whole other 8 to 10 hour live stream that nobody else gets except for members every Monday, where I make game assets. It's actually where I set up the arm to grab and I got the hand to clasp. The reason why that wasn't walking, don't worry about it. It's not a real bug. It is, but it isn't. So I set that up. I added bones to the arm on Monday during the member stream. So we can actually like close the fist and stuff, which is kind of nice. And then I also began making a barn. I didn't finish the barn, so I still have some work to do on that. But I did get it like started, so that's something. It's not much, but it's honest work. We got the inside too, so it can be destructible. By the way, all the buildings are destructible in this game, so that's important. So I'm just trying to make like a simple barn, basically. So I do all the game asset and game design tasks on Mondays for the members. So to continue on the member stuff. By the way, if you want to become a member, there's a join button under this video, and it's real. It's a real thing. You can click on it and check it out. Make sure you have gift memberships enabled too. Look, you can do some research to find out how to make sure you have that enabled, so that way you can get some free membership potentially. Okay, all right, let's get this song going. I'm gonna pick some music. I'm not really gonna pick it. I'm just gonna play whatever I can find, basically. We're just gonna choose something here. Sure, how about that? What's up, Time Zone? Time Zone / Timeless. Wow, good to see you, good to see you. I remember you being Time Zone, but now you're Time Zone / Timeless. I like that. Hey, time to embarrass myself for the members. Here we go, little song, little song. Oh, dungeon, dungeon. We're in a dungeon and there's a Martian inside. We're in a dungeon and there's a Martian inside. It's a friendly Martian, but it's in the dungeon. We're exploring, we are exploring. We're gonna see if we can find the Martian inside the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, dungeon Martian is a Martian inside a dungeon. Inside a dungeon. There's your member song. Wow. Wow. Yours is one of the most fun ones to do, Dungeon, because it's just like, I don't know. It just has like it has such a visual story component to it. I love it. A lot of fun. Time Zone is making your second video. Okay. Good luck. Keep up the great work. All right, so I want to get at the very least, I want to get the head chomping properly. So let me get a task up here. Let me get a proper task. What does it say? Okay, that's from Monday, so that's not true. So I'm gonna say head chomps, not grabs. Instead of grabs. I like it. Works for me. Gets the point across. Rorik! What's up? Hello. Let's get another member song going. We got some time on this track. Rorik is a relic. You wanna find Rorik like an ancient relic and hold on to that because they're fantastic. Like a relic, Rorik is someone you wanna hang on to. Go get that relic. Go get that relic. Go get that relic like a Rorik. It's so powerful. It's wonderful and you better go get it. So you can have it and be real happy cause Rorik is so fantastic, yeah. Yeah, So fantastic. Rolrick is a relic. There you go. There you go, Rolrick. Thank you for supporting the channel. I feel like my voice is always in the best condition for the first songs. Good to see you, Rolrick. Thanks for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. Welcome, Boilies. I'm just glad the alien is eating them and not probing them. Me too. Me too. Well, to be fair, we are abducting them. So who knows what's happening once they get abducted. Because the story of the game is that, and I know you're joking, but I autistically like to take things literally. The story of the game is that the aliens in their natural habitat, they don't have limbs, they don't have arms. They're gonna make a cinematic one of these days on stream explaining it. But basically, an animal on like a capsule ship that was sent out by humans crash lands on their planet, and they eat the animal and they grow the animal's limbs, and they're like, dude, I want limbs, let's go back to Earth and let's get some stuff. And humans have the best limbs in their opinion, so you can see they're limbless, and so their task for invading Earth is to harvest as many humans as possible to send back to the home planet. And then what they're gonna do is farm them. They're gonna create human farms. They're gonna breed humans like cattle. So no probing technically is taking place, at least not in the game. But what they gotta do to get those farms made back home, remains to be seen. Hopefully never be seen. Welcome, Voiles. Thanks for coming through. Who else we got? We got Time Zone saying it is upgrading every version. It is upgrading every version of Windows. Your video? Okay. You're on Windows 98 so far. That sounds like fun. It sounds like fun, Time Zone. All right. So, right. So I want to make that head chomp instead of grab. So we should have a good way to check this. So I'm going to pull up the player script. And I want to do some stuff. So the thing that makes the actual arms grab and reach out, and by accidental extension, make the head reach out, is this aim bone at target function. Hello, Michael Sawyer. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming through. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I bet it takes up a lot of space to install a lot of Windows. Yeah, makes sense. Windows 98 is a classic PC from 1998. I know that's right. Might have even come out a little sooner than that. I remember Windows 98. I think the first operating system that I was like aware of that I was using was probably Windows 95. If I were to guess, I think I would have been six years old at that time. Yeah. And then I remember just one of my fondest memories, which is so boring, but one of my fondest memories is poking around through like System 32 and digging through all of the weird Windows folders and finding like icons and stuff and being like, whoa, look at this icon of a tree. Wow, it's so cool. Oh man. Love those days. Your first was Windows XP. Nice. That's a vintage one too. That's straight up vintage. And Windows XP was awesome because Windows XP had like customization you could do. Man, I remember like there was like these skinning, like you could skin your taskbar, your window bars and everything, and like there was like a whole community. I remember trying to make some skins. Windows XP was awesome. I mean, I'm not saying it had, I'm not talking about its performance or anything like that. I'm just saying like as a customizable visual OS, man, those were good days. Those were good days. I used to change a folder icon and name expecting it to be game after opening it. Yeah, exactly, because it was like so magical to see the icons change. Like, this has to mean something, right? I'd name it like a game, right? Oh man, but that's it though. I feel like like that's how like it sparks our curiosity to get invested into computers and to learn more about all that kind of stuff. Michael says, 2 things I need help with. Game dev, if you wouldn't mind helping me out. I don't know that I can help you out. You're welcome to ask questions. People in the chat, if they might have answers. There's also the Discord. Link is in the description box. Some of the most genius folks. Glitched, for example, sometimes pops into the Discord. If you ping at Godot Helpers, you'll be pinging people like Glitched Code. Glitched Code is brilliant, by the way. I was actually just looking at a Glitched Code tutorial last night. I needed to do something with multiple windows in Godot, and I found your video, and I was like, well, obviously I'm gonna watch Glitched Code's video. Yeah, so ask what you wish. We will do our best. We will do our best. Frank says, I used to have a Windows XP. Yeah, it was a good time. You were 6 when XP was made. Look at that. I guess 6 years old is when we get into operating systems. Boyle says, my first was 3.2. That's cool. I've only had experience with 3.2 because I bought I don't know if I installed 3.2 on it, actually. I don't know that I have. I feel like I had like a friend growing up who had a dad who used 3.2, and that was about the most I experienced. But I do have like this like old computer. It's like a little libretto. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Okay, this is actually definitely not Windows 3.2, now that I think about it. But I like getting like these old, like weird little computers and then like installing things. Oh, this is for 95. This is for 95. Why did I think that was 3.2? I don't know. It'd probably run 3.2 really well, actually. It probably would. I don't think I installed 95 on it, though. I think I installed something else on it. Oh, NT Workstation. Microsoft Windows NT Workstation. Oh, computers are fun. So yeah, sometimes I like to relive those old days a little bit. But you know, you know what? I want to get on Windows 3.2 because I think that would be a lot of fun. Just to poke around. I don't know. I have like a weird nostalgia for things that I wasn't even like growing up with. That was way more information than anyone ever needed about that. Windows inspired me to make my own icons, my own animations, my own games, my own game engines, and eventually my own operating system. I love that. All thanks to Windows. Copying and pasting shortcuts into diskettes, only for a huge disappointment once I got home. Oh, that does sound disappointing. You were like you're like at school or something. Oh no. Wow, so you're literally saying that you you were so close though. You were so close. You were really close. Like all you had to do was just find the like program files. You know, where all the places where it installed. You were so close, but you just got the icons. I love it. You were a little pirate, a little kid pirate. Who said you were allowed to look at those secrets? You did. You did. I know you'd be sharing your secrets. My first computer was a libretto. Really? Dude, it's such a cute computer. I had to have it. I got this like freaking 14 years ago. Something. But it was just like, it was a phase where I didn't know who I was. I just knew I wanted a tiny old computer. It's more on how to start learning Godot. I've been trying for weeks to learn, but nothing is going in my head. That's a real problem for sure. Dungeon says, there's been a lot of effort put into streamlining the UX for operating system and applications, but that little bit of resistance really helped build computer skills. Resistance. Yes. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, but yeah. Just open a new project and it just sits there. You gotta have something to work on. You know, what do you want to make? Oh yeah, that's a great tip. Nice. I love the Brachy's tutorial. It's a great like starting point. Good call, Glitched. Yes. Or sorry, Dungeon. Good call. That's a great starting point. But here's something else that I will say. Yeah, just start doing stuff. Put stuff in your scene. But here's what I'll say, Michael. You want to make 3D games? Here's what I'm gonna say. All right, and I say this when people ask this. Have I made? I haven't. All right, we'll just pull it up. Really, I don't have a. Do I have like it on my clipboard or something? All right. 20 game challenge. 20 games challenge. There's this cool site, very useful, and there's this list of games here. All right, check this out. I'm gonna put this in the chat. I'm gonna bookmark this for once in my life. Check out this page right here. This page lists a bunch of simple games. Very simple games, and it ranks them by complexity and or scope. So you can have it, you know, be the things that are the most complex and then the things that are the least complex. And you don't even have to like look into this challenge or whatever. Just look at this list of games, right? And pick one. Flappy Bird, what a great one. Such a simple one to start with, right? And it'll give you some guidance. Create a game world with the floor. Add an object that represents the main character. Add obstacles, left the game area, right? And so the advantage of using these simple games to base your early projects on is you don't have to think about what the game is going to be about. You don't have to come up with an idea. All you got to do is learn game dev. And that's going to inspire you. You might make a mistake and you're like, this is kind of awesome. I should make a game about that, right? So let that inspiration happen. But the nice thing about a list like this is, again, you don't have to think about how am I going to get this game done? Where is it going? How do I finish it? You don't have to worry about it because the final result is already decided for you. And this is just about learning. Now, if that completely bores you to death, I would say come up with a game idea. So get yourself a game design document, maybe, you know, I don't know, get a Notion account and make a new note, Obsidian, I don't care, whatever. Notepad, pen and paper, you know, and start sketching out a game idea. But make sure that it has a scope that matches a game that's small, right? And then start making that. So that's the best advice that I can give, is pick a small project and start working on it. But if you're at a loss for ideas, this list should provide pretty much all you need. So that's my advice there. Dun, 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 dun. You're most welcome. Good luck. You got this. TimeZone says, I still have my OG libretto, still works, runs the original XP install. Wow. Wow. It's a beautiful little device. It's impossible to use because if I want to do file transfer, I gotta use disks. I haven't been able to get the network card to work for some reason. I should keep working on that. Your OS still has a Fruitiger Arrow. It fits on a CD. And it's non-Linux based. I don't know what those words mean, but all right. Lost of ideas is a big one. Yeah, so just make Pong, make Breakout, make Flappy Bird, make something really, really simple. Frogger, you know? Make some simple little projects and go from there. We all love to have game ideas, but the biggest mistake new devs do is to start a game without a solid non-fluctuant game concept. Oh, I love that. Non-fluctuant. Yes. Yeah, totally. Because you don't know where you're going. And that's really hard. You know, the game that I'm making, I know where I'm going with it. It turned out to be a lot bigger to get there than I anticipated, but I know what it's supposed to be like. It's just a lot of steps to get there. I don't recommend starting with the game the size that I'm working on. My first computer was an Atari 800 XL as a 1983 Christmas present. Wow, what does that look like? What does that look like? I don't even know what that looks like. Atari 800 XL. Sounds kind of cool. Wow. Look at that beaut. Oh, yeah. I love that. I love that retro stuff, man. Oh, it's so cool. I'd love to just have like a room, if I'm ever like obscenely wealthy, of just like and nerdy enough to like be driven to set it up. Just a room of old retro tech that works. Look at that. Look at that like tan beige shell. It's so satisfying. Like we say at work, it is not hard to build a plane, but it is hard to fly a plane while building it. Wow. Wow. I mean, that's so real. That's so real because you don't know what the game is going to be and you're trying to like feel it out while you're making it. And so you don't even know like what steps. If you're trying to like make a game and you don't know what steps you're going to need to take to get to the game, yeah. Well, I mean, and here's the other thing, Rorik. I mean, it kind of reminds me of that semi-helpful minimum viable product cartoon. Right? I mean, this is intended for a lot of things, but it's for something very specific. But it's an interesting image that reminds me of that, where if you try to make a game, let's say, where you start making a wheel, and then you make an axle with another wheel, right? Then you get some of the car put together, then you finish it. Well, finally, by step 4, you can drive the car. But if you're building a game where you can kind of play it right away, you know, like gradual iteration, something that's actually playable, even if it's, you know, okay, I don't want a skateboard. I want a race car. That's what I want. I want a race car. But at least the skateboard can get you to the experience a little bit. And then you can turn that into a scooter and then a bike. I found this to not always work in game dev because some game ideas can't really function in this state. So I don't know how helpful this is, really. But it reminded me of that. FA represents the ocean and fish, humanism and glass and excitement, transparency and shadows, and stuff that represents real-life objects. Wow. What is time zones on another level? I've been watching your channel for days. Thank you. Really great videos / live streams. I've been waiting for you to go live. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that. I'm just here sharing me trying to muddle my way through game dev, committedly, devotedly, and publicly. And so it's like you saying that, just like it makes it so worthwhile. Like to know that me just like sharing myself that way is something that someone else can get benefit from. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. I thought thumbs ups were nice. If you guys haven't pressed the like button, do press the like button. That does help, but it doesn't feel as good as that. But it does help. A notes app that looks like a notepad is Fruited Your Arrow. Okay. I started with Game Maker back in 2015. Nice. I learned it off and on for years. I got to making some games, but they were so basic. The anxiety of putting a game to public is hard as well. Yeah, I mean, you know, especially if you're just putting stuff on itch, you know, not, you know. I mean, that to me is more like, you know, just have to be comfortable with yourself at that point. But, you know, you don't have to go up on Steam for everything. You know, you can share things on itch and things like that. It's a lot of anxiety the first few times. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Anxiety can be kind of a rush, too. This is awesome because these first playables allow us to see if the game is actually fun. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, this is don't get me wrong, this is a nice idea. And I think that for a lot of games, this works really well, like exceptionally well, right? Because if you get to stage 2 and you're like, this game sucks, right? You can just say, all right, fine, let's move on. But if you're at this stage 2, you're not going to realize the game sucks yet until you get to here, and then you find out the game sucks. Like, oh crap, oh no. So yeah, no, this is a really good thing. So what this is called, what is this called? Minimum viable product comic is pretty much what you can search to find this. If it's something that you're interested in. I do find it to be really useful. It's just I've also found that some games don't work at this stage, you know, because some games demand a little bit more to be in place before you can like really test this. Help setting a finish line, because you can always want to improve the game idea, but if you can get into an infinite loop instead of using your time, making many games. That's true. Start with a few small game jams. That can help some people, yeah, totally. I find game jams really stressful, but then again, the only games I've ever finished, I made in game jams. For whatever that's worth. And then I'm gonna finish the game I'm working on here. I am gonna finish it. But small games that I've made, I've finished because of game jam. So yeah, that is Dungeons giving excellent advice. We do a 1 hour jam every Friday. We sure do! We sure do! Super low pressure outside of the 1 hour. Everyone is super cool and just wants to make cool games. Yeah, and here's the thing, like often I or somebody doesn't actually finish their game and it doesn't work right. But it kind of gives you that push to just like try things, to try learning things, and to feel like, oh wow, maybe I'll try that differently next time, or you know, to give you that familiarity quickly with the game engine. Yeah, I love the 1 hour game jam so much. It is something you're welcome to come try. There is one little thing, is you have to make sure you can export it so it can be embedded in the browser, like on an itch.io page. But other than that, it's pretty low bar to entry. Michael says, just got back into it. Trying to learn Unity, but I keep going back to Godot. Love to hear it. Trying to pick the best one, but I love Unity, but I keep seeing that Godot is a better option. I mean, it just depends, you know? You kind of got to decide what feels good for you. You know, for me, when I tried Godot, I was doing, you know, if you've been watching the channel, you probably have seen, you know, that I have done some other engines. I did a lot of Unreal. I did a little Unity, very little Unity, and I did a bit of GDevelop as well. And when I tried Godot, that was it. I was like, this is it. I like this one the best. I tried Unity. I barely got anywhere. Like I did a Hello World thing about a year ago, a little more than a year ago. I started to make like a little precision platformer, just a quick little thing, not a big game or anything. I was basing it on Celeste. So, you know, I started to do a little bit, and the thing was, you know, I was doing the visual scripting in Unity at the time, which was painful. And then, you know, when the runtime fee thing happened, I was like, all right, I'm not gonna keep investing in this engine if they're gonna pull stuff like this. Like, I'm good. I've barely gotten started. You know, and if you're someone who's familiar with Unity and you like Unity, I mean, it makes sense that you would want to stick with it. Like, you know it, like, good, like, work with it. But for me, I was like, you know, I'm just gonna say cut my losses. Like, I've barely gotten started. I'm not gonna dig in too deep. I would say Unreal Engine I spent the most time with out of any engine besides Godot. I spent the most time in Unreal. But ultimately, I just liked Godot better. It just felt like it suited my needs, my personality, and my pace better. My scope, it just felt correcter to me personally. You know, and you know, not everyone's gonna have that click moment, but at the end of the day, I think it's important to pick one for a project. You can always go to a different one. I think it's good to be literate in multiple engines. But, you know, if you're still bouncing around between engines and you're not settling on a game, that can sometimes be limiting too. Yeah, get up in the 1 hour jam. I can't wait, Michael. I think you'll be happy with pretty much any engine. That's a fair point. I've been happy with Godot though. Yeah, Game Maker is a great engine. There's so many good engines. But you also want to do 3D. So yeah, definitely Game Maker not the best for 3D. Most of my games are in HTML5 or Flash. Nice. Flash. Wow. The only EXE game I made is Lemon Zone. I was an Unreal fanboy and have also tried Unity, but I like supporting free open source software and therefore been working with Godot lately. Yeah, and right, that's the other thing I love about Godot. I love that it's free open source. Oh, like so good, so nice to just like know that no matter what, there will always be the version of Godot that wasn't corrupted if it ever happens, and it can always be forked and made into what it needs to be. Like it's I feel so secure using an engine like Godot, and it's exciting the way that it grows and the way that features get implemented. It's really nice. Yeah, the free open source thing is a huge selling point for me, for sure. Head chomps instead of grabs. Yes, right, of course. So this aim bone at target is what aims the arm bone. And so it's actually going to aim the head bone as if it's an arm bone if we get here. Give it a go. Give it a go. You're making Pong. You made a choice. Let's go. And you can make a 3D Pong. That's so cool. Yay. Oh, I can't wait to hear how that goes. And if it, and you don't have to worry about it. I'm not going to put any pressure on you if you decide you didn't like it. But also if you do like it. If whatever happens, I'll be curious to know what your experience is, no matter what. You got this. Yo. So I need something here that says ignore, don't even, in fact, we need to go to where this gets run and say if it's the head, just stop it. Although, it would be nice if the head did like go down. Really what's making it so bizarre is that it's trying to calculate the distance based on these other bones. So if it just skipped this stuff, we'd be okay. So actually, let's do this. So the way we're gonna know if the head is attacking, there's actually already some code that does that, a function that tells everything what's attacking. So it's actually called arm to use, which is not the best name, and it checks to see are any of the arms dead, so I guess we could say, so if both are dead, head attacking is true. Oh, dude, we just got head attacking true. Easy. Okay, so then I'm gonna come to aim bone at target. Come down to the bottom. Right somewhere here. Right here. This is where the stretch happens. I wanna say, if head not, let's see, yeah, if head, I'm gonna put an exclamation point, meaning not, if head is not attacking, then do this. Otherwise, that is to say the head is attacking, just do new transform. Oh, this is the hurt, so I gotta go to the healthy one too and set it up. Basis y times equals distance hurt. I mean, really, that's probably enough. I think that's all we have to do. Now there's a difference between grabbing. That's the other problem. Because for attacking, well, I would like it to go for grabbing too. So the other thing is I want it to actually bypass the grab so it doesn't hold on. You know what I mean? So that way it just snaps. Unreal looks good, to be honest, but the blueprint thing looks limiting. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Unreal Blueprints is you can pretty much do anything with Unreal Blueprints, in my experience. Like, they're incredibly powerful, and there's tons of features. The documentation is not good. It's honestly kind of hard to find good solutions that other people have found. It's difficult, in my opinion, in my experience, to refactor. It gets really messy quickly and very complicated and hard to search through. Like text code, I find much easier to look through and recognize and quickly understand what things are. The blueprints get out of hand very quickly. So to me, I found it difficult to manage as the game got bigger and bigger, personally. But they are very, very powerful. Visual scripting is a totally different way of thinking, yeah. But not limiting at all when it comes to blueprints. Yeah. A different way of thinking, and I mean, man, at some point I was not able to think anymore. Because it was just like, it just all became nodes, just nodes and wires. And it was just so hard to understand the code at a glance. And I was someone who was like a visual scripting purist. Like I was like, no, I can never learn text code. It's too hard, it's too boring, it's too confusing, it's too complex. You know, visual scripting is accessible for me. And that's true for some people. But it turned out for me that it wasn't more accessible, that at some point it became very inaccessible as it complexified. Godot's by for the best document. I really like Godot's documentation, yeah. Unity's okay, not for the visual scripting. Unity's visual scripting documentation is terrible. But yeah, for like coding, C# and everything, yeah, it's pretty good. So there's a couple different things. I want the head to distort, which this should make it do, when it attacks things. So it should just kind of go meh, meh. You know what we should say? What if you can't attack things when you have just a head? No, you can attack things. You can attack things. But grabbing, you should not be able to grab. So it's going to need to know whether you're attempting a grab or doing an attack. Because whether you're doing a grab or an attack, the same code runs. So let me set this up for the healthy one too, real quick. Godot's documentation is stellar, outside of a few things like shaders. Yeah, I agree. Head attacking. Tab that in. Else, we want to say new transform basis. So what this is just doing is it's just telling it how to move, essentially. We'll see if this may or may not work like I think it should. So the grabbing, what actually makes it jump to the position when you grab is well, there's grab begun, so we could say it doesn't even register as a grab. And what runs grab begun? Grab begun emit from the abductee itself. So the abductee, that is, say, the human, would need to communicate, hey, you don't have any arms, don't be grabbing, which would be interesting. Has been grabbed. So when it detects that, how does it know that it has been grabbed? What makes it decide that? I don't remember. I gotta find out. If it's in the group grabbed, right. And then pray tell what adds it to group grabbed? Raycast. Yes. Yes. Keep going back. Keep going back. All right. So when the raycast sees that you're hovering over an abductee, so the camera, all the raycasts are set up on the camera since that's where the raycasts shoot out from. When it sees that you're hovering over and you click on a thing that you can grab, it's going to add that thing to the group grabbed. It spawns a fresh one. We don't even want it to do that in the first place. So if the raycast result is in the group abductee, now we kind of want to add another if statement here. We want to say, unless there's no arm health. If there's no arm health on the player, then just immediately eat it. So, okay, so then what I need to figure out is what makes it get eaten. So the way it gets eaten is when it gets dragged near the face. I don't remember how that's set up at all. So let's go find out. So over in the main scene, we've got on the player this area feed. And this area feed is just like a little sphere around the head of the player that detects if a human, or the cursor while holding a human, is within the head's vicinity. And if so, then you eat it. So what I need is for the feed to just happen right away. So what makes that happen? I don't know. I don't remember. Somewhere that gets set. It's colliding. Is that on the abductee script? Possibly. Possibly. Probably, let's see if there's a abductee hovered, meat entered, meat left, body entered. This would be, yeah, let's see if we have body entered. I'm just not sure where this lives, but we'll find it. We'll find it. I mean, I could look up feed, but I just have a feeling. Oh, that could actually help a lot. When do we play the feed animation? Do eating. We just gotta, it's just like a puzzle right now. It's just like working backwards. This is the kind of thing that Blueprints was really painful, I found, to try to do. If is hovered. Oh, it's in the body part, I guess. What is the on player head hover? Wow. What runs that? Pray tell. I just gotta do a little sleuthing in my own project here. Player head hover. What? I don't even remember making that. It's like, you know, this is something I did one day, took me a few hours. And so it's like, I don't remember that. But hopefully I left a breadcrumb trail. I'm sure I did, to puzzle it out. Player hover ray. If the raycast result is not empty, hover target collider. If we're hovering, player hover, so if we hover over the player, it's going to send out player hover. It's also going to send out player head hover. And this returns a true or false. Oh, wow. So here it says head. It's weird that it's, oh, or. Oh, interesting. Wow. So let me even, if hovering player or player's head, I'm going to say if hovering feed area is what this is saying. If hovering the feed area, then do player head hover emit. Okay, good to know. Let's go back to that function that runs over here. So when it detects that we're holding something that's grabbed, so if the thing that we're hovering, or if we are hovering, it's gonna check the array of grabbed abductees. So that is to say, when we grab something, a human, it gets added to the group grabbed. So I am now setting grabbed abductees, and I'm saying, if grabductees is greater than 0, are there more than 0 things that are being held? And if so, then eat. Wow. Okay, so we need to run do eating on the body part script as soon as, if head is attacking and it's attacking a human, then we need to do eating on the body part script, which is a little wacky. Okay, and I need to bypass the grab. So I don't want the grab to happen at all. This is actually a little more complicated than I thought it would be, but we can do it. It can be done. You're going from Windows 86, that's a thing, 86 DOS to DOS 3.0, Windows 1.0 to 2 to 3 to 3.1, NT to 3.x to 95. NT. I'm a little confused by the dashes. I think I see what you're saying. They're not all arrows, but the dashes are also implying the arrows. Impressive. That is some devotion. Sounds kind of fun, though. All right. So let's go to the camera first. And let's deal with saying that if the head is attacking, do not initiate a grab. Now, we do want to do a little bit. I just don't want to spawn a new one. I want the original to get eaten. That's what so meat is the same thing as human in this situation. Meat is the same thing as human. And we're saying that it needs to become false. And then it creates something new. And it sets up all the grab stuff. So I don't want all that to happen. So I actually need to add an if statement in here. If... And I don't know that we're checking the player or anything here. Do we have the player? We gotta have the player set up. Player. Head attacking. We'll see if that works. If the player's head is not attacking, actually, do all this. I could even put it all here. We could say do eating right here. I could do else. So if the head is attacking, run that do eating. Maybe. I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't think, because it needs to know which thing. Yeah, we need to make an instance for it. Have you heard about that malicious CSS glitch in Firefox? Maybe. I definitely have seen that Firefox had an issue recently, a security issue. And people are like, oh no. Because it's kind of like the browser everyone goes to and they're like, oh, I'm done with Chrome exploiting me and causing me problems. Security problems. But I didn't hear anything specific. That kind of stuff sort of bores me. I'm a little basic in that way. I think I need to, like, I don't know, this do eating function, I have a bit of a problem. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna rewrite the function here. I know it's a little wacky, but... Wait, so I can define... Wait, that actually brought me there. So wait, what's the error? I'm actually surprised that it took me to that function. Cannot call non-static function do eating on the class body part directly. Make an instance instead. I mean, I guess I could do it on the head. Like I could say just look for the head itself and run it on that script. It's a little obnoxious, but I could do it. I'm willing to. I'm okay with being a little obnoxious. Let's see how easy that is to do. Let's drag the head on here. We're just gonna call it head. You know, someone, was it you or someone else who said that? Dude, someone told me that, and like I need to watch that. I do need to watch that. But like, ever since someone said that, it's like kind of amazing actually. Like, what? What? How is this possible? I know. The resemblance is ridiculous. I need to watch this movie. I'm gonna make this my thing. Expect it in every stream from now on. Now I really need to watch it so I can be ready for your references. Alright. Yeah, I'm so glad that you're here, Rolrick. I'll see you next time. Thank you for everything, Rolrick. MS-DOS, no Windows yet. What does those words mean, Voiles? Are you saying... Are you saying that you still have never used Windows and you've only used MS-DOS? I know that's not what you're saying. I know that's not what you're saying. What if that is what you're saying? I respect that. The first Spider-Verse is pretty good. I haven't seen the second one yet. Wait, this is the second one? Apparently I need to watch the first one too. Oops. So if I just say head do eating. The good old days of DOS. Welcome, Sean. Oh, we got a member to sing a song to. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, you know, my experience with DOS was always running alongside Windows. So like I would like boot into DOS. I could go into Windows, but I would boot into DOS to like play games basically. But I never had to like rely on DOS as my entire operating system. But that's just me. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, what's the song? I can sing to this, right? We got a little time. This song's almost over. Let's roll it back. Oh, Sean. Oh, Sean. You're here, not gone. I'm glad that I know Sean. Sean is none. Welcome, Sean. You are here, you're not gone. I'm so glad that Sean is not gone and that you're here. It sure is true that Sean is not gone. It sure is true that Sean is not gone. I'm so glad that Sean is here. You're not gone. You're surely not gone. You're Sean. Oh yeah, Sean is not gone. You're a non-gone. You're not an N-gone. You're Sean. Sean is not gone. You sure aren't gone, Sean. I know that that's true. They sure not gone. Sean is not gone. I know that that's true. Oh, you're not gone, Sean. You're not gone, gone. You're not gone. There you go. Sorry, that's your song. Thank you for supporting the channel, whether it was a gift membership or you're recurring paying for it. I appreciate you, because you only get gifted if you're engaged with the channel. So thank you for being engaged, whatever it was. I'm glad you're here. You could be constructed of N-gon. I'm glad you know what an N-gon is. Yes, perhaps. What would that be like? I don't have ideal topology, but I keep it together. I still look fine. Same here, just MS-DOS for gaming. Yeah, right? I think he means the inconsistency with the arrows. He was confused. I was in the MS-DOS stage of my fest, but I'm on Windows 2000. Oh, I see. That was response to that. Got it. Now it all makes sense. Sorry for accusing you of still being on MS-DOS. That was wrong of me to do. Right, that wasn't technically Windows. To some extent. I use 5K 100% scaling. I need magnifying glass to see the text. Yeah, same. This, I hate this. I don't know how to get this to be bigger, unfortunately. I see that now, boyless. It took me a second. I look at with certain shaders. Yeah, some of them my end guns make it, but I don't wear those shaders. Those ones we don't talk about. So I don't know if do eating is gonna be. Is this enough? This isn't enough. Okay, let me just see where we're at. There's something that I've missed. But technically, I've put some things in place that might... There's probably something on do eating that I have to adjust. Something's gonna be wrong here. I just know it. But let's just find out. Let's see where we're at. Sometimes, you know... Sometimes I just like to just test it, you know, instead of just being like, do I have everything right? Is everything in place? Like, let me just try a couple things I know would help and then just go. For me, that's an ADHD thing, because it's hard for me to, like, visualize the entirety of how to solve a problem. So I can see the whole problem for a second, and then I address a couple problems to get that overall problem done, but I forget a couple things, so I just run it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot those other things to get the whole thing working. Anyway, those words made sense. This track is a bop. Yeah, right? This one is, what is this one? Pray tell. This one is, oh god, it is so very tiny. Where does it even tell me what it is? Oh, it's way up there. This is You Like It by Vibe Tracks. That's what it's called. Vibe Tracks. You Like It. If you're wondering, a lot of these songs you will hear on YouTube. I've picked exclusively songs that are licensed by YouTube for creators to use in their videos. So that means you're gonna hear these when you're watching YouTube videos any old time. People are gonna be using these tracks. I kind of like that. I think it's kind of fun. All right, let's see if the head attacking. Okay, the head attacking worked good. So there the head is jumping to the things that we're targeting. Boop, boop, boop. Nice. It's a little goofy, but you know, the shadows stretch a little oddly, but it gets the job done. Now, what about eating? If I did this completely correctly, what would ideally happen is when I click on this person, that person is just gonna disappear, and we're gonna eat the person, and then we're gonna grow our limbs. And that should be it. But I'm not so sure that's what's gonna happen. That is not what happened. So it grabbed it like normal. Oh, okay, so it... So the grabbing is still happening. I think I know why. I think the grabbing is still happening because of that other function in the player hover ray. I think because this is still running. I don't really want this to happen, if I'm being honest. So we could say if player head attacking, except we actually want to say not. The other thing I'm not sure of, I'm a little unsure if head attacking actually registers when we're grabbing. Let me see. Let me go back to the arm to use function. Arm to use. Use a mix of NCS and YouTube audio library. What's NCS? I don't know what that means. On grabby gun, arm to use. Oh, it specifically runs on grabs. But no, it has to run somewhere else too. It does, so it runs on attacks and on grabs. Okay, good. Does that make a difference? I feel like there's still something I'm missing. That's because basically what's happening. So the other task I need to do today is to have the grab position be different depending on what limb you have. And right now, it's only going to the bottom right when you grab something. So it looks like the person disappears, but in reality, I'm actually grabbing it, and it's moving down below the level. Not really what I want. What I actually want is for it to just straight up disappear. But ideally, the head would go down and attack it. It's a little trickier than I thought it would be. Obviously, something that would have been nice to have planned ahead of time, but see how we're holding it down in the right arm, basically? And now it won't even detect that I'm hovering over it anymore. So, boing, 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 boing. But see, I don't want it even to be in this grab state where it's following it. I don't want that to happen. So I'm currently holding down the cursor, which is why it's moving like that. And if I drop it, it just sits, it just falls below the level or something. So I guess we want to make sure grab begun doesn't fire. I'm surprised the do eating doesn't happen. Let me go back to the camera. I do need to... I do need to tell the human not to initiate the grab for the player. But it's definitely something I wish I would have known when I first set this stuff up, but I didn't know. Sometimes that happens. Oh yeah, you know what I should use more is this. So, is this not running? Print. It tried to eat. It tried to eat. It would be helpful to see if that runs. And then over on the human, I don't want to emit has been grabbed if it's the head that's attacking. Do we have the player set up on here? We do not. Haven't really needed it. And I'd rather not need it. Well, what sets up grab begun? Or has been grabbed? We talked about this, but I already forgot. If it's in the group grabbed in the physics process, so really it shouldn't be getting added to the group grabbed at all. That shouldn't even be happening. Right, because we're skipping all of this. So that must be the problem. It must not be detecting the head attacking. So let's confirm that. If I don't see it tried to eat. In fact, it might even be nice to put a print that says that it didn't try to eat. We got Joshua! Welcome, Josh. Good to see you. We got another member song to sing. It's gonna be a lot of songs. We got a lot of members, so it's gonna be a lot of songs. That's how it goes. It's a natural way of things. Alright, this is a vibe. Oh Joshua, Villarreal, so real. Joshua Villarreal is really real. Oh yeah, you can tell, 'cause it's in your name. Joshua really, really, really real. Oh, Joshua, you're a really, really real one. Villa real, yeah. Oh, Joshua, you're a really, really real one. Villa real, yeah. I hope you're having a good day, Joshua. You deserve it. You deserve it. 'Cause you're a real one, Joshua. A really real one. Villa, really real one, Joshua. Joshua. Oh. It's a little too loud. It's a little too loud. Maybe I'll go back here. That'll make it better for you. Villa real is a really, really real one. A Villa real one. There we go. Never mind. There you go, Joshua. That's your member song. Never mind. Okay, good. I did make it a little loud. Turn it down. Welcome, Joshua. Thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate you. How goes it? Currently just watching while working. Kudos on getting my last name right on the first try. I just wanted it to rhyme with the words I was saying. I'm glad that it worked. Yes, I am the best at guessing last names. I'm not. I'm absolutely not. Sometimes it works out though. I love when folks are co-working. I think it's nice, you know? We can hang out and inspire each other, motivate each other. I hope your work is going great. Thank you for supporting the channel and stuff like that. I'm trying to get this head to chomp instead of grab. And you know, it's something I set everything up to when you click on a human, it picks up the human and you move that human around. And I'm trying to adjust it so that way when you click it without any arms, you don't actually pick it up, it just absorbs it. But I set up the system one way and now I'm trying to be like, actually, can you do something else? Oh, it's not printing. No print. So that's very helpful. So it's doing this. I mean, obviously it must be. Is grabbing, oh noes. Isn't chomping just grabbing their teeth? Yeah, it is. It is. That's true. So I could do that. I just don't want to. I want it to be just one quick om nom. But yeah, you're right. You're right. You're not wrong. What's up, Insane Alpha Beta? Welcome. Oh, let me save it. I just want to make sure, I mean, obviously this has to be running. If this wasn't running, we wouldn't be grabbing anything. So that's definitely part of what's going on. All right. Yep. Oh, wait, it says it tried to eat that time. What? Oh, now it's working? Okay, that's what I want. Why did it not happen the first time? Now I'm confused. Now I'm very confused. Now, you can see that we aren't growing arms. So the eating is occurring, but it's not actually doing the things that eating normally does, which is give us health. It's giving me no health. But this is a step in the right direction, but I'm a little confused. I wonder if head attacking is not being detected at the time that I want it to be detected. Josh says, today I learned how to do pre-compiled shaders in Godot the lazy way. Pre-compiled shaders in Godot the lazy way. I'm incredibly intrigued by what you've said. Do I know what pre-compiled shaders means literally? Probably not. Do I technically know what that means? Probably. Are you talking about like doing inspector stuff instead of like writing out shader code? I wish you the best of luck in completing all of your tasks for the day. Thank you! I wish the same for you, Josh. We got this. Yeah, I'll definitely get there. Honestly, even if I don't get there, I'll have enjoyed the journey. Okay, so if I click this, so there it didn't do it. There, it's grabbing, oh noes. Do it again, it's grabbing, oh noes. I mean, it's not even changing that message. And there it tried to eat. It's almost like that Boolean. Okay, I'm a little confused what's going on here. Why? Okay, so it's grabbing, oh no, it's grabbing cuz the head head attacking is, I mean, it's got to be false. So there might be something off here with the timing. Again, did not set up this system to function this way, and now I'm trying to force it to, so that's kind of part of the problem. Arm to use, which detects if the head is attacking or not. Runs when grab begins. So I wonder if this would be helpful. We do not want grab begin to run. However, I do want something attacked. Well, that's the thing. It's gonna be grab begun. But grab begun shouldn't happen. Okay. I think I need arms to use to run sooner. So what if I do this? What if I put it in the ready function? No, not in the ready. What if we say, okay, let me go back to my game states. So this is a script that runs at different stages as the game is being played and set up and stuff. Let's actually go to the body part script here. Let's not use it in the game state script. The game states script will run a bunch of like signals that then run on a bunch of other places. So game pre-begin, we set up all this stuff. This is where we actually break the arms off so the game starts without arms. So I wonder if we could say down here, on the player, do we have the player set up on here? We don't. Oh, we do. Okay, good. On the player, run arm to use. Oh, it needs to come with an object, doesn't it? Does it? It calls with something, right? A target. Why again? If direction X is less than or equal to 0.0. I don't remember why we needed to know the direction. Oh, because this is deciding if it should be on the left side or the right side. I see. Well, really it doesn't, we don't need it to even check that. So, I mean, I could make it null. That's kind of annoying. I kind of need like an arbitrary, I mean, we don't even need to do that. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, so how about this? How about this? We're gonna say if target is not set to null, then define direction. Right, but then that's not gonna be in the scope anymore. Oh, damn you. Alright, so then how about this? We define direction no matter what. But then we say, don't even bother with this stuff unless the target is not set to null. That way I can set it to null for now, and it hopefully not cause a problem. And then back here, we run that. So in theory, my theory is that this will, it will detect that the head is attacking. I could also just arbitrarily set head attacking to true. We'll see what happens. Josh says, sometimes with graphically intensive games, stutter happens because rendering things for the first time. Oh, pre-compiling it is doing it once rendering it all at the first run of the game. I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. Lots of more modern games do it nowadays to have the game run smoothly. Gotcha. Yeah. I'm not even, I mean, I guess I've never really thought about it. I mean, I just kind of assumed that that happened by default in Godot, but I don't know. I'm ignorant. The only time I cried at school was in 2nd grade. Oh, we got an issue. In 2nd grade, 2002. What? When someone made fun of my mono voice? Oh, there was a song that sounded like old Roblox tycoon music? Okay. For my project, I stuck some of... I'm sorry you got made fun of. You didn't deserve that. For my project, I stuck some of my shaders behind my main menu so it would run better later. I guess I'm not sure I really understand. Like... I mean, I believe you. I just don't even understand. Like, what does that look like? Sticking it behind your main menu. Maybe I understand. Oh, maybe I do understand. You know what? Maybe I've done that. Also, let me check this error. I actually think I know what you guys are talking about now. I just didn't have the language. I knew I would, like, understand. I just, like, don't use those words. Invalid access to property, key global position on base object nil. I know. I was trying to say don't set it if it's nil, but then you said that it needs to be set. I guess I could... Oh, you know what I should do? I know what I should do. Don't set it here. It's only used down here. So... slap it in there. Done. Alright. So, yes, I actually have done this, now that you mention it. Thank you, Dungeon, for helping me understand what was meant. So... preload. I called it preload. Under the map over here, I have these... Oh, these are for bullets. So the bullets that, like, enemies shoot and the player can also shoot, potentially, they have, like, a really high emissiveness. They're super bright. And if I don't already have them in the scene already, then when the bullet spawns to shoot out at whatever it shoots out at, there's, like, a lag spike. Because it's compiling the shader, right, or whatever. It's loading. I think of it as just it's loading the shader at that moment. And so lag spike, every bullet shot, lag spike, lag spike, lag spike. So I just have some meshes that have the bullet shader on it already. So that way it's preloaded. So that's my lazy way. Maybe that's what Josh was even talking about, is lazily having some way to precompile it, so that way it works. Yeah. I knew you were saying something I could understand. Just had to change a word around. Yeah. It seems especially with, like, instantiation. Like, I think a lot of things in Godot already will be compiled, but if you're instantiating something that wasn't even there before, then it becomes a problem. But as long as it's in the scene tree somewhere, it's going to be there and ready. But if it's not, then it won't. Alright, did that fix a problem among them? Among the problems, is one fixed? Pretty please? If'n you wouldn't mind? So I'm trying to tell it to check what arm it's supposed to use, the head. Right at the beginning. So right around here, it should be checking. We don't have an error because of a null position check. The head isn't following the cursor, which is weird and wrong, but okay, there it starts. It's interesting. We'll have to look into that. Let's see if the first time, oops. Okay, gotta keep moving, I passed it. If the first time I click on a human, it eats it instead of grabbing it. Still grabbing. It's grabbing because head is attacking is false. Head attacking is false. And then there it eats. Head attacking is true. So that did not work. That did not work. Setting that in the body part pre-begin state. I'm a little surprised. It'd be kind of interesting too, also, like if we do print player head attacking body part sees head attacking as, I mean, I'm sure it's gonna say false, but I'm just curious. So the other way is just to set up to just not, basically have a special rule for the start of the game. Something else to try. Well, it's hard because I can't eat anything, so I need to actually set up my limbs regenerating so I can test that when it switches arm to use to not be the head, and then I go back to the head. Oh, we got a bunch of prints. False, 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 true! So it does become true here eventually in that pre-begin state. But it'd be nice to know if when we go to an arm and then back to a head, does it know to then do eating instead of grabbing? So that's very strange that the head becomes true. But once I click this, oh wait, why did it work this time? That's so weird. You can, of course, see the head isn't jumping to the position, which would be nice. Does sometimes it get set to true and sometimes it doesn't? How odd. So I guess I want to see again if it says false, 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 true, true. Or if that is slightly different. Tell me your secrets. Reveal to me the reality. Please? Oh, stupid errors. False, 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 false. True, true. Let's try a grab. Well, now it's working. Why didn't it work the last time? I don't want to just trust that it's gonna work every time. I mean, I guess for now, let's say okay. Let's just say for now, okay. I'm a little confused, but whatever. And then the head is actually, oh, so that's another thing. Oh, so if I attack something and then come back over, oh, we do have some problems here. We do have some problems. This is messed up. Okay, I need to go about this very differently. So it seems like, so first of all, a couple things. The head is not following the cursor. That's a red flag. If I attack something, the head follows the cursor again. And now Yes, I did, Dungeon. Yes, I did. And now, if I click on it, it's going to grab it, and we're going to drop it below the stage, potentially. But then if I click it again, then it eats it. Wait, except it grabbed one. Okay, this is not a sustainable system. This is a mess. This is a mess. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create something very special. A very special situation. The human is, the thing is, that human ain't running nowhere. Dude, I wanna do that. I really wanna set up the humans running around really badly. But I wanna do these things first. This is a very clear example of how valuable it is to know where you're going when you're designing something. I didn't know. I don't know if I could have anticipated this. And I think there's going to be things when you're doing game development you're not gonna know. It's just gonna happen. And you're gonna have to go back and change something that wasn't originally intended to work that way. It just is something that happens. All right, I'm gonna undo literally everything that I've done. I think I'm gonna undo 100% of what I've done. The only thing that I'm willing to keep, we're starting over. I'm not saving the project. I ain't saving it. I'm not happy with any of the decisions I've made, but that's okay. We're gonna start from scratch. After everything is done, sound effects are definitely needed. I know, oh my God. I can't wait for sound effects. There's so many fun things that I wanna do, but I'm avoiding doing them because I know there's a lot of fundamental mechanics that I need to get in place first. The only thing I think I'll keep is on the player script. Well, but we did set up that null thing. Well, I can go get rid of that. I mean, that's actually worth keeping, to be honest. So I am going to discard all these changes. I've thrown them in the trash. I'm doing this through GitHub. Goodbye, changes. You were not helpful. We're gonna run a do-over script. So this time, instead of trying to nudge the existing system, I think I'm gonna create a fresh system that handles what happens when you don't have arms. Now, I say that, but I think in practice this is still gonna be challenging. I still have to tell it to know. I think we need to know if it's. We need to check the health of the arms directly, in my opinion, instead of doing head attacking. All right, so let's make sure things make sense here. Open up player.gd, where I added in a few bits of code. That's the only thing I kept from what we did so far today. Was right here. This stuff. And all that does is it means the head doesn't get all twisted up. And the other thing too is now there's a check to make sure that it's not null when it's checking what arm to use, making sure that the target isn't null. I think that's fine to have in there. It's not a bad check. I'm just gonna make sure that I am not missing something that I should have removed. This is one thing I do love about version control. You know, it's like, yes, okay, backing up things. Sometimes it's nice to be able to target specific changes that were made and just delete them. You know, I think I use it for that more than anything. All right, head is moving as it should again. So now we're back to grabbing in a less than ideal way. And the head, well, I need to break off the arms. We can actually eat and get our limbs, and the head will jump over there. Perfect. I like it this way. I'm gonna go ahead and commit it like this. Head doesn't contort bad anymore on attack. Also added a null check on arms to use. All right. Just so we can certainly square that away and have a fresh history. All right. So we need to say, do not initiate the grab. I think I want to go to that point. So I'm going to go to the camera. That seemed like the best starting point. So we grab something. Is attempting grab. If it's in the group, if it's not in the group grabbed yet, set the original thing to false. What this will do is this will make the human disappear. The human is gone when we do that. So I want everything else. I'm going to set up both arms. Instead of checking for the head, I'm going to check for the health of the arms directly this time. It would be nice to confirm that the arms health should be at 0. I would be deeply shocked if they weren't. So we're going to just assume that, and if that's wrong, well, I'll fix it. So arm right, drag this on as an on ready. I'm just going to call it arm right. Get arm left, drag that on as an on ready. Arm left. Now I come back down here to my new if statement. If arm right current health is set to 0 and arm left current health is set to 0, let's just say we'll print for now. Print head raycast knows head is attacking. And then the else statement will be what we normally do, the grab stuff. All right, let's see if that much works. And so we won't be able to heal. I won't be able to do anything. Nothing's gonna happen. But I'll be able to see that print statement. Oh, we still have the grabby gun oh no's message. That's okay. It's actually helpful. All right. So I'm gonna click on this human, and hopefully nothing happens. Okay, interesting. Oh no, we do want something to happen. We want the human to disappear. This is good. Raycast knows head is attacking. We don't have any weird things happening. I can still do this. 34 scares at the bottom, yeah. Most of those, the vast majority of those are... So I have reduced it. You might remember Glitched. It was a lot more. Do you know why it's reduced? It's reduced because I added warning ignore on all of these signals in my signal script. Because it was like hundreds, right? Because I have this signal script with like over 100 freaking signals on it. So I made each and every one be ignored. So technically it's better than it used to be. And then it's still other stuff like delta. You know, delta's never used, delta's never used. This is declared but never used. It's a bunch of that crap. A couple other things that I should probably look into. And then the animation things, ugh. Yeah, I'll deal with that later. All right, so let me just make sure that it still does what I expect. Yeah, okay, good. So this is definitely a much more reliable system. So much more reliable. We just need more things to happen. You found a solution to that signal not used error? Other than this? What is it? Like, I could just, like, say, don't warn me about it. But sometimes I do want to be warned about it, you know? Would it be ideal is if I said, ignore that warning on this script only. How am I emitting the signal? All over the place. All the dang over the place. So many places. Just everywhere. In 150 places. All over. Tons and tons of places. Lots and lots of emissions. Regular style. At times. Here and there. Now and then. So I need to make something happen now. Now that we know when the arms aren't healthy. I can't believe I was using head attacking. This was so much easier. Curious. I probably have a unique way of using my signals. So instead of printing Raycast knows head is attacking, we want a little more to happen. We certainly want do eating, right? Because do eating was making making all that good stuff happen, which is good. I also do want the head to like go to the target as if it's attacking something. So it actually would be nice. Is that? Yeah. On the hit point script, we might be able to say something attacked and then just emit the meat original. What if we try that? Ooh, let me try that. We're just gonna do one thing at a time here. I think this is gonna be the best. We're gonna say something attacked, meat original. And hopefully, we'll actually see the head go there. Now, technically, I wouldn't want meet original available false to happen until after the attack occurs. In fact. Which means I'd want meet original available false to happen here and here. And I'd want this to be after attack duration. Player, or we'd want an await. I need to like memorize how to do the await. I'm never gonna learn it if I keep copying and pasting it. Get tree create timer, attack duration, dot timeout. Let's see if I can remember it. Get tree create timer, and then player attack duration. It's so annoying to type. Thank you. I'm so tired. Oh, it's right below here. I can just look at this. No, I'm trying to learn it, dang you. I'm so used to copying it. But once in a while, there's a situation where I don't have a place to copy it, and I gotta go like digging to find it. It would be nice to have it memorized. Dot timeout. Did I do it? Oh, there we go. No dot there. Always type await get tree timeout into Google, and it's always the first result. That's it. Unfortunately, I'm gonna remember that and still continue not to memorize it. So thank you.
Await, get tree greed, timer, player attack duration, timeout, then make it disappear. But I also wanted to do the, we say something attacked. Okay, let's see what that's like. One thing at a time, one thing at a time. Then we'll get the feed, and then we'll get the heals on the arms. I'm really proud of myself just for like throwing away what I started and just doing it again with a different approach. That's an entire skill right there. It's admitting when something isn't working. Trying something different. Because that can save a lot of time. Alright. So what I expect, what I hope to see, is just that the head will jump to the position of the human, and then the human will disappear. I don't know if that's what's gonna happen, but that's what I hope to happen. Nice! Total chomp. Blanc? Yes! No, no. I love it. Alright, good. Now, I want it to actually be eating. Let's feed it up. I'm gonna drag the head over here. Not that I really need the head. We could run it on the arm as well. It just feels a little wrong. Let's create a helper function in your auto load that lets you make one easier. Whoa. That's an interesting approach. That could be nice if you're working with a team and you want to, like, at that point, you might as well make a in-house plugin or something. Start over with the knowledge from lessons learned. A great way to improve. Yeah, yes. Totally, period. Right? Like, because part of me is like, yeah, and then next time I won't have to make the mistake in the first place. It's like, no, 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 no. No, it's okay to make the mistake in the first place. Yeah. Exactly. Well said, Sean. Alright, we're just gonna call this head. Come back down here. So we know that disappears. And we want to say head, do eating. Did that need to call with anything? I forgot. I don't think so. So to play the animation feed, eating will begin, and then it'll wait for the blood spray to be done, and the eating will be finished. Now, what I'm not sure of is why we're not healing. That I don't quite understand. So let's see if I can figure out why we're not actually healing. So do eating runs right here when the player head is hovered. Oh, maybe it's setting. Huh. Oh, arm health update emit. And then it runs. So we actually don't want to run do eating. We want to run on player head hover. That's what we have to do. The problem is it calls with a target. And it does all these checks that we don't want it to do, unfortunately. That's where this becomes messy. So I just gotta tell it to ignore the target stuff. Because the target stuff is so it can check to make sure that you have something that it can eat. But we already know we have something that it can eat. But the problem is, if I pass in the thing to is hovered, then it's going to see that it isn't in the group grabbed, and it's not going to do all this stuff. So maybe one way I could get around it is we could say that the target is hovered, which, by the way, I don't like that we're using is hovered. Especially now. Really, we should just say target. Just to make it more consistent. And so whatever the target that's hovering over the feed area is, we could apply something to it. We could say if target. Oh, this is a true or false. Oh, this is a true or false. Wow. Oh, it is. It's a Boolean. That was confusing to me. I see. It's not a target. It's a Boolean. Then it checks all of this. So maybe I would want another Boolean in here. I think that would make sense. Dungeon says, one of the mods I frequently stole code from for yours had a helper class called Wiz. And it shortened so many of the default game's gigantic code lines down to a few words. That's pretty cool. That's so, you know, and that's such a great way to learn, is by reverse engineering other games. That's really cool. What an awesome discovery. And like, you know, who knows the way different people plan out things. There's probably some great tips. There's of course great tips in there. Doesn't it feel like doing that so often that you never get anywhere? Oh, restarting things? Yeah, that could be a hindrance. It can be a hindrance to restart too much. Maybe it's because I'm still in a really heavy learning phase, but by the time I'm done a project, I can see so many holes. Yeah. You do have to measure the value of restarting. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it can become pathological. Or like overly habitual. Yeah. I think that's a really good point. I mean, and so it's kind of a balance. But it's different. Some people are different. Some people's brains work differently. Some people can restart every time and actually get somewhere, but they're probably starting from a different point. Their brain is able to visualize the end a lot more easily. For some of us, it's gonna save time if we just say, you know what, I'm just gonna leave it that way. It works, it's good enough. Could I make it better? Yeah, but it's not giving me problems right now. Keeping it. There is that balance sometimes of getting the thing done versus getting it done the best it can be done. Welcome back, Brawl Snipe. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm wedging a new system into my game that wasn't there before. And you know what? It's not going too badly. So I'm going to set a new Boolean in here. Not only is hovered, and let me just make sure this doesn't pick up anywhere else. No, it's only on the body part script. Thank goodness. So what we're going to say is hovered is head. That'll be a second Boolean check. It's going to be a little tricky. Well, we only need GrabDuckD's right here. So it can check all this. We can say if GrabDuckD's is greater than 0 or is head. That'll also allow do eating. So then I'm going to come back to the camera script here. And when we... Oh, that's actually down here in the script. Player hover array. When this gets emitted... Well, we don't want that to emit. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, well, we do actually need to put it here. So this is gonna be a true or false statement. So the second statement is Emits a signal with parameter 1 being true or false if the hover target is or isn't set to player. Parameter 2 determines if the player is attacking with its head or not. So in this case, we'd want that to call with false, probably. In this case, we'd want it to be true. It's a little weird, it's a little confusing, but that's okay. No, false. No, this is false in both of these situations. Because the only way that you're hovering over the head in this situation is if you're using your arms. It's very confusing, actually, but that's okay. I don't care. That's the kind of thing where I'm not going to refactor it because it's good enough. And I'll be able to puzzle it out someday if I need to. I've left clues. So what I need to do is I need to say, do eating, and then we want to do messenger, player head hover, emit. We're just going to say, is hovered true? And we want to say true. It's hovered and it's, well, actually, technically, this is false. Couldn't we, what if I did make this false? And what if we came to this, we say if is hovered or is head. Then all of this will happen. And all of that will happen. Okay, let me see if that worked. That was a little wacky. How's it going on? What are you working on right now? I am working on getting the alien, so the alien can grab humans and hold on to them and then eat them. But if the alien doesn't have any arms, I just want the alien head to chomp the human and then get all the benefits as if it grabbed it. So the system wasn't initially set up for that head chomp. So I'm trying to say, okay, if there are no arms, instead of grabbing and picking it up, just eat it right away. And so I'm currently getting that all put together in a system that wasn't originally set up for that. And then we'll do other things that are kind of similar. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, all right. Okay, so that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. But I don't know if you noticed, it overhealed us. So that's not good. It's only supposed to make the arms go up by 1 hit point and the legs go up by 1 hit point, but everything got healed by 2 hit points instead. So we needed to do another check to make sure that that doesn't happen. We're getting there little by little. But now at least it eats it, and it attempts a heal if you only have your head. Sean says, I've thought about this before with long-term solo dev projects, like Stardew Valley. Like, I'm sure by the end of it, he had improved Concerned Ape. He had improved so much, but have to cut himself off from going back to fixing stuff. Totally. I mean, I can't speak for what Concerned Ape did, but yeah. Yeah. It's especially with solo dev. If we ever want to friggin' finish it. I mean, think about like major, even like AAA games or giant studios, you know? Like they still ship their games with bugs. They still ship their games with less than ideal systems. Things that weren't the original plan, but they just had to go with because they had to finish it in time. It's kind of the nature of game dev, is making those compromises sometimes. But it is a huge lesson, and especially as a solo dev, even more important. Dungeon says, I'm sure you had to go and rebuild basically the entire game a few times during development, especially to add multiplayer. And then I'm thinking about like Vampire Survivors. There's like a good YouTube video documentary about Vampire Survivors development. and how the dev, what wasn't it like made in JavaScript or something? I don't know, something like that originally. Maybe I'm wrong, but in order for it to be like ported to consoles and stuff, they had to like, I think he like hired people to like remake the game from the ground up. Which is nuts. So if you're lucky enough to be able to hire someone to do that for you, that's always nice. But I think it highlights the reality that sometimes that becomes necessary. Custom engine in Java. You love the start menu? Thanks, bro. Thank you. I'll switch engines at some point. Oh, Concerned Ape? Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I forget. I get all these stories mixed up sometimes. Now we can afford to hire someone for everything. Yes. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Yeah, so the menu is supposed to be conveying all of the aliens invading Earth. And then you choose the one that you want to go forth with. They all look the same. I do want to make some have variety at some point. It's kind of a fun idea. Alright, so why is it doing 2 hit points? So in here, it checks to see what the... I don't know. I honestly don't even remember. How it chooses. This is for choosing if it stands up or not. So for example, if it's getting more legs, longer legs, it needs to lift itself up. That's what all that's doing. If the current health is less than the max health, then increase the current health by 1. Why would it be doing it twice, though? Is this running twice? Print healed by... I mean, it's always going to be set to +1, the heal amount. What I want to see is if this fires twice. Whoops. My guess is that it does. Mixed use of tabs and spaces? Really? Oh. So there are. I wonder if it's running twice. I don't know. I'm a little confused why it's running twice. You're a week in Romania. Because of that, you can't give me some updates. Okay. No worries. I love that you keep us updated on your progress, though, in the Discord. It's kind of a nice thing, it seems like, for... I mean, I know, like, when I was working on a little project off-stream, it was nice to post updates on the Discord. Even if nobody looked at it, which I always check when people post stuff, but on the Discord. It's just, like, it's a nice little place to keep, like, yourself accountable. For sure. And sometimes you get nice feedback too. Alright, so I'm curious if that... It has to be running twice, right? Maybe not. Oh, okay. It runs a lot. Oh, wow. Okay, well, what about normally? So when I do a normal grab... Well, there's nothing to heal, so it doesn't heal. Okay, so let's heal. Alright, so I literally have 1 hit point down on my left arm. So I'm curious how many times... It's probably going to run just once, right? Yeah, healed runs once. So that function is being... You know why it's... I know why it's being called so many times. Because it's a freaking raycast, which is being shot every frame. So we need to make sure that it only fires that 1 single time. Thanks, Zombie Fish. Welcome. Little by little, you know, there are just some things that I really need to look good. And the eating and the abducting is one of them, since it's like primary mechanic stuff. So I'm just trying to get it right. So this is emitting tons of times, which is not awesome. It's not awesome that any of this stuff is running tons of times, but especially this. Do I have 2 monitors? I'll raise you 1 monitor. I have 3 monitors. Believe it or not. It's like that. It's actually more like this. I've got a vertical one or a horizontal one that I look at here. I got a vertical one that I look at here. And I got another vertical one that I look at over here. I got lucky. I mean, I don't have like a very good motherboard, but it's good enough. It has a DVI port. Or my graphics card. Not my motherboard, my graphics card. Everyone, what is it for? Not much. Originally, I set it up for when I was doing vertical and horizontal live streams at the same time. That's where I would manage the vertical stream, was on the 3rd monitor. I also sometimes would use it as like a teleprompter, so I'd put it like behind the camera so I could like read text while I was talking. Both of those uses I don't do anymore. So now it's just kind of there. I use it if I... So the first monitor I used to actually monitor the stream. I can kind of show you that. So that's this. Let's see if I can shrink that down a bit. So it makes a little more sense. This is my 2nd monitor right here. I guess I could show you the other one. There's literally nothing on it right now, if I'm being honest, and I am. But sometimes I use it for things. Is it this one? Yeah. So literally nothing of importance over there. So there you go. There's all my screens. The one that you see for the most part. This is how I select the message. Yeah, right here. That's it. This is it. Oh, we should move that down. So this is my like broadcast software here that I use. Where was that OBS screen? Scene. I lost it. Down here. I got a lot of sources set up. There it is. So yeah, this is how I choose the messages. So yeah, so this is my 3rd monitor over here. I don't really do anything at all. No, but I do. During like the game jam and stuff, I'll have like a window like off screen. So I'll like drag this over here and I'll keep that open. So sometimes it is handy so I can keep cause I don't want to put anything, like if I'm checking something, like for example, I found if someone tells me about a game to look up or a product, and if I type it into Google, Google will attempt to dox me. So far, it's been wrong about my location whenever it pops up, but it's always a different location, and so I'm just like, when's it gonna be my location? So if someone, you know, has something that they say and I want to look it up, I make sure I do it over on this monitor, and that way I'm not blocking my setup over here. And then yeah, so that's that. And then where I do most of my work is the horizontal one. Obviously that's what you see since it's widescreen. And I like it being vertical because I don't have to look as far, so it's kind of nice that it's vert. Yeah, it is simple. Well, that's what somebody said. They say I look like this character in Into the Spider-Verse, so that's why that's open. Anyway, that's a little bit about the monitors. I'm gonna hide this nicely. Let's fade it out. Okay. So, right, I don't want this to run so many times. A bit fewer would be nice. I could set like a boolean and say that only if that boolean is true, do all of this. I wonder if I could move this to do eating. Oh, right, we're trying to get rid of do eating. That's right. That was the whole point. So we didn't have to do that, and player head hover would do it for us. Right. I could create like a new function, but that's not necessarily going to run once. I guess we're just going to make a variable that gets set to true. And that's just what's going to happen. So if I'm going to say if head grab is true, is false. If head grab is false, arm health is 0, arm health is 0. Head grab becomes true. I need to create head grab. Head grab becomes true, it does all this. And then we need to go back and set it to false after this runs. I think that makes sense. So I'm gonna come up here. Variable, head grab, boolean, false. Good night, Brawl Snipe. Get some sleep. Thanks for checking in, and yeah, I hope your trip in Romania goes well. And I look forward to updates, see how your process is going. Good night. All right, opening up the player script where we have the hover situation. Wait, oh, not the player script, sorry. The body part script, where we have the head hover. We could just set it to false as soon as this begins, because it's still gonna run all that. I don't know, that seems risky. Not that risky, but a little bit. So maybe we'll say all the way at the end of this function. Gosh, I don't even know where that is. Okay, right here, I'm gonna collapse this. And say, if is head, we need to go back to the camera. I don't think I've set up the camera on the body part, which kind of makes sense. But it's a different day today. Drag this on, call it camera. Now come back down here, wherever that was. If camera, okay. We'll say if is head, camera, head grab becomes false. Okay, so hopefully, maybe, what this will do is it will mean that that heal only runs one time instead of running a bunch of times. I might have set that up correctly. There's a chance. There's a really good chance. And then I can move on to other stuff. I really want to be done with grabbing. I want to be so done with grabbing. Many other things I want. Okay. So hopefully, what I expect to see is we do not get big arms and big legs, but we get small arms and small legs when I eat this human. And I want healed to appear only once in the printout. Okay, so a couple things. Number one, we did only get tiny arms and legs. Excellent. Healed did appear 3 times. But at least it didn't heal us double. I'm a little concerned that it happened 3 times. But I mean, if it works, it works. Let's do some testing. Let's make sure that that doesn't sometimes becomes our problem. Oh wait, now it's doing all that. It was actually 4 times. Wow. Oh, because that was 4 limbs. Oh no, that's correct. Because it is healing 4 limbs. No, that's right. Okay, wait, that actually is perfect. 4 heals for 4 limbs. No, I think this is good. I think it's, nope, not concerned at all. It's working as intended. Let's break off the other arm though. I'm not sure what got damaged there. That looks like a bit of a bug, but oh well. All right, eat that. Perfect. Looks good. Yes. Let's try damaging the head. Just want to be comprehensive. Make sure the head heals when we don't have any arms. Need to hit something high up. There we go. It looks a little wacky, but it works. All right. That task is done as far as I'm concerned. Let me go get rid of the print statement. No need to keep that. And then there's one other print statement that I don't need. And that is that grab begun situation. Grab begun. Oh no. There's probably even another one somewhere, but that's okay. Grab begun. Oh no. That looks so wacky. Yeah, it is wacky. It is wacky. Especially like when it was a tiny head and it's coming from up above. But it kind of works, right? Like it gives that feedback, you know, where you feel like, yeah, I just ate that human. You know, and that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. We're gonna do a commit there. And move on to a new task. I love it. How long did that take? A couple hours, but that's also with hanging out and chatting a bit. So not bad. Not too bad. GitHub commit. So head now chomps instead of grabs. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. I don't know why I'm watching it one more time. Because it's satisfying. Feels good. Take a victory lap. I think the head gets like small and weird. I don't care. It still gives feedback, you know, it tells us something is happening. And it's kind of exciting. So now that we're a little bit taller, because we have legs, the head's gonna distort even oddlier. Even wackier. I still don't love how the blood sits flat, but can fix that later. Oh god, we don't want to break off the legs because I want to try it at this height because it looks silly. Okay, arm busted. Here we go. Yeah, it's good. All right, cool. So, save all that. Hop into GitHub. Head now chomps instead of grabs. Added some stuff to the camera. That's a long save. To the camera 3D script that checks if the arms are healthy or not. If not, instead of grabbing with arms, the head just chomps. Had to set up a couple other things on the body part. .gd script to get it working right. I think that's enough. It tells me where I need to look. If I'm wondering where changes happened, it'll direct me to that, should I need to revise the history. All right. Thank you for the moral support. I appreciate it. That means a lot. I'm gonna give you credit for that. I am, because it feels good. How nice is it to like finish something and somebody's like, good job? Who doesn't want that? Oh, Josh, I haven't given you any credits yet. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. Joshua Villarreal. And then moral support. Where is it? There it is. Credit given. I got XP running in this fest. Oh, nice. Congrats. Congrats. That's gonna feel like a triumph. You're entering the modern era of operating systems or something. All right, so what's next? Well, I want to make the grabbing. So right now, when we grab stuff, the thing that you grab. Yeah, it's my pleasure. I mean, I want to honor the people who come through and help out. I like keeping track, you know, so just even liability stuff. Like, so it's just clear, like, who did what. Were they told they don't get compensation? I like to do it, but it's nice too, because it's cool to like look back and be like, wow, look at all these people who helped make this possible. It's so essential for me to this process to have y'all here. So I the least I can do is say thank you. So I want to, when we grab a human, I mean, not with the head, thankfully. As long as it's not with the head, when we grab a human, the only position that it looks correct in is with the right hand. So there the human is, here, let's make that bigger. Here the human is staying near the fist. Obviously it's in front of the fist. We can experiment with that, fixing that too. But the main thing is that it at least stays in the hand when we move it around. That's the main thing that we want. Now, that looks great on a fully healed right arm. But on the left arm, it goes to the right side. So I need to set up code that is detecting which arm is it supposed to be going to. It also isn't set up for the tiny arms either. So for the tiny right arm, it's still going to the healthy right arm. So it doesn't quite fit in the hand right. So I want to set that up now, so that way all the grabs go to all the right places. So how do I want to say that? Grabbed humans appear in correct places. Let's say that. Dungeon says, I wonder if there's a way that we could take the entire credit doc and just put it in the game and have it procedurally populate the end credits. That would be sweet. It's gonna be a lot of work as is. Yeah, you're right. It is. It is. I mean, the other thing too is, I think it's gonna be kind of fun. It is gonna be a lot of work, and maybe I'm overestimating how much fun it will be. But I think it'll be kind of fun, maybe, to like go through. Sometimes this works better than there we go. It'll be fun to like go through and reminisce and be like, oh yeah, so and so helped with this or that. But you know what? Yeah, that would kind of suck. There probably is some way. You know what I think would be the best way? I mean, it'd be AI. It'd be using some kind of Gen AI. Like Copilot or ChatGPT or whatever. And like export it as a CSV and then import it into ChatGPT. Or literally, I could even take a screenshot and probably ask ChatGPT to parse out the name, the title, and then produce like some simple GDScript code. Oh yeah, or a dictionary. Just tell it to put it all in a dictionary. Yes, yes. You can use a single dictionary or a series of dictionaries inside of Godot, or use JSON to load in a CSV file. Wow. I mean, if that's not a credit, I don't know what is. Okay, I should actually write your guys' suggestions down. Do I have a credits credit? I don't think I do. Now is the time for a credits credit. Credits. Dungeon Martian and Josh. Alright, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up my hack and plan, which I haven't opened in a minute. As is tradition as an ADHD game developer, I must keep my project manager at arm's length at all times. Oh yeah? You got a new update? Is it one that takes away features or not? Oh, okay. Oh, that's not yet. It's coming though. It's coming. All right. So I'm actually gonna come to my design model here. These credits entitle you to no compensation, but do entitle you to a credit in the credits. Yes, precisely. Can we get a credit? I'm not sure, but we can try. A credit. I mean, yeah, just keep trying. Eventually, I'm sure it'll work out. HUD UI technical. I don't even know where to put this. What is tornado folder? This is supposed to be somewhere else. Gameplay. That was supposed to be weather. Maybe in like level type. I just realized there's something that doesn't make sense. Areas, level properties. I guess that could be. I think this was supposed to be a power up that somebody suggested. I think that's what this was. When I was going to set up power ups, I totally missed the tornado one because it wasn't inside where it's supposed to be. Oops. It's a pretty cool one though. I do use Hack and Plan, yeah. Yeah. It's just it has what I need. It's like Trello but game devier. Things I wish that it had a front-facing public roadmap that I could put up like Trello does. I'm a little disappointed about the pricing changes. They're taking away some features that I really like and putting it into a paid plan. But, you know, they gotta do what they gotta do. Alright, whatever. But yeah, I love Hack and Plan. After 84 minutes of suffering, I got from 86 DOS 1980 to Windows XP 2001. You went... That's amazing. 84 minutes is not bad. That's kind of fast. That's faster than I think I would take trying to do it. That's an achievement. Speed running, upgrading 86 DOS to Windows XP. I don't even know where I put this. HUD UI, music, technical, overview. I think this needs like a new category. That's what I think. But I really love naming my own like types and categories. But they're gonna take that away from the free tier soon. Which like okay. This is gonna be miscellaneous. Maybe like menu and navigation. Menu and settings. I don't know, something like that. Limb damage effects. See, this shouldn't be in here either. I think sometimes I accidentally drag things out from where they're supposed to be. Alright. Menu and settings. Let's add a new one for credits. And then let's just type some stuff in here. Joshua or Dungeon Martian wonders if I shouldn't automate populating the in-game credits. Joshua Villarreal suggests dun, 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 dun. You can use a single dictionary or a series of dictionaries inside of Godot, or use JSON to load in a CSV file. To be considered when the time is right. Thanks, guys. Thanks for giving me when it comes time to deal with credits. I'm gonna come to the hacking plan and I'm gonna check in with that. So thank you. I stopped the fest because of storage reasons. Oh gosh. Yeah, that sounds like something to be prepared for ahead of time, I would think. That kind of makes it all the more impressive, though. That's a lot of space. All right, so grabbed humans appear in correct places. So how is it going where it is right now? Well, right now, on the human script, or the abductee script, we have this grab target variable. And it goes to where this thing, the grab target offset, is. Just is what it is. That's the way it's set up. Grab target just defines literally the position that it goes to at the point of grabbing. That's it. That's all there is to that. So let's go look at that grab target thing. What's its deal? Why is it the way it is? So that's in the main scene. So it's actually a child of the player. Over here, we have a grab target. In the 3D space, it's apparently right here. It's just down there. It's just like a thing. Oh, there. So that red dot is a way to visualize where it's at. Imagine if you did this on real hardware. Oh, instead of a virtual machine. Sounds kind of awesome. So what is the difference between the grab target and the grab target offset? Because I don't remember. Is the grab target being used anywhere? Grab target. Can we match case, please? Let me search it. Okay, that's not where we needed to match case. Here. Crosshair offset. Are we using the crosshair offset? I mean, it's commented out, so the answer is no. So I think grab target is currently not being used, but it is set to go to the Z position of the player and move along the XY axis relative to the player's Z position. That's it. So let me just visualize. I think that'll just make this easier instead of trying to like puzzle out what's going on. It's probably fine. I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna clean it up. I'm not a big fan of cleaning up things if they're not causing any performance issues. Like, what's the point? Why bother? If it's not making a big mess, Something keeps corrupting itself. Oh no. Okay, so you can actually see that this... Rest in peace, SSD. You can see that the grab target is actually following the cursor. See how it's red? Oh, you can't, because if it goes under the ground, it disappears. But it's red. Oh, and so that's what's different about it. So instead of... So the cursor is actually a 3D object that's right in front of the camera. Whereas the grab target is following the same X and Y positions as the cursor, more or less. But its Z position is aligned with the player. And the reason why that is set up that way, so that was so I know why we did that. This is actually pretty useful and worth keeping. So if originally the player would follow that red dot. So if I were to, the human, when I grabbed a human, it would follow that red dot. So if I dragged the human underground, just like that red dot, the human would disappear, but the cursor would remain. So it's possible that there's ever a time where I need something to be at the same Z position as the player and yet follow the cursor. So I'm definitely going to keep that. And then the other dot, let's eat up. So you can see that gray ball. Let's get one more snack here. Oh, I forgot. That's a little... So I will say, it is a little confusing as a player, because when you eat... There is something else I might want to change here. When you are just the head, or when you only have the head, all you got to do is click on the human, and it eats it. But when you have arms, you have to, like, hold down and move it around. I think something that would be nice is that I don't have to hold. So if I click a human, it just stays in the player's hand. I think that would actually be really nice. Let me add that to a task list. What's all on my task list, by the way? Quick drop and catch has weird bully. Oh, yeah, that's true. Head chomps instead of grab. Oh, we did that. Let's change that. Hover arrow if interactable. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. So I want to say grab is a toggle. That would be nice. So we'll just add that on there so I can come back to that later. So right now, the human follows that gray orb. That's what that gray orb represents. That's the grab offset, grab target offset. That is to say, it's relative to that red dot. So it's still on the Z axis of the player. And it's still generally following the XY position of that red dot. But it's got an offset that's relative to the position of the hand, or something like that. So tell me more about how it knows to go to that hand. So on grab target offset, we've on-readied the right hand. And we're specifically checking the marker that's there. And where is that in the code? Here. Cursor position, hand drag global position. So I need to change this to say check to see which limb is healthy. And not only which is healthy, which one is active. Which is the active grabbing hand. And that's the one that it needs to jump to. So we do have this information on the player script, that arm to use function that I was looking at before. So this actually, it doesn't return, but it determines whether the right arm is attacking, the left arm is attacking, or the head, but we're not going to worry about the head here. What it doesn't determine is if it's using the hurt or the healthy one. So we're gonna need an extra check for that. This might be a little messy, but we'll see. So what I need to do, come back to my grab offset script, grab target offset script. And I'm gonna need to on ready. We already got the player set up. Good. Perfect. Do we really want to do process? It's kind of, I mean, we could. If player, we could, I don't think we need to set this in process. We would need it to happen at a certain time. We could say when grab begun. I don't want to set all this up in process. It just feels like a mess. So I'm going to say messenger grab begun. So as soon as a grab begins, set these values. I'm going to say connect to on grab begun. So it's nice and searchable when I need it. And you know what? No, don't put it above. Please. We can clean this up a bit. I wouldn't normally type my variables this way. Someone else helped me with this code, and they typed it that way. And I like remembering that they helped me with that code. So I leave this with snake case. But it's not my preferred way to type variables. Alright, so we're going to say func on grab begun. I don't think that calls with anything. Oh, it does, with a target. So what the thing is. I'm not going to use it here, but I do have to say the target. It doesn't really matter this time, though. So, it's just probably going to add another error. No, well. Or at least a warning. So, on grab begun, if player arm attacking or arm left, I guess we want to do a match. Let's do a match statement. Match player. I said a match. Do I want to do a match statement on that? I don't think that makes sense. I think we want to do this. If arm right, if arm left. I think that makes more sense. If player arm right attacking. I don't know if I've typed that correctly. Yep, that's how it is. Then we would want to say, I mean, do we really need to put this in its own function though? Do we? No, I don't. All right, I'm not gonna do it in its own function. Never mind. I had to feel it. I had to see how it felt. It didn't feel good. It's tough because we're going to be defining this variable, which means I actually have to put all of this in its own... No, you gotta make a func... Yeah, okay, here's what we'll do. We're going to say function... hand... offsetting 2. And offsetting 2. We're gonna need that to call with something. This is a little wacky, but it makes sense to me, so it's what I'm gonna do. And that's the way it is. You know what we could do? No. No, I'm gonna do it this way. Hand offsetting 2. This is gonna be a vector 2. Alright? Just bear with me here. It's gonna be hand. I need to start typing these parameters. If I just do that, does that type it? Is that how I type it? And then I'm gonna match hand. Oh, I think You should type these two technically, right? Match hand 2. If it is 0, 1, then that means healthy or hurt right hand. I don't think you should do that. So it's a closing parenthesis after grouping expression. Here, just do it like brackets. If it's 0, 2, then that's going to mean healthy right hand. If it's 1, 0, that's gonna mean hurt left hand. I could do an enum. I don't know. It's just what I want to do. It makes sense to me. Print healthy left hand. So now I need to, of course, set hand up to happen. So I'm going to take all of this. This is not going to work the way you want it to. It can, you just have to change it. Well, this is going to run in the process, so you can grab all of this here and paste it into there. And we want in the process function hand offsetting 2. And this has to be some kind of vector 2. Oh, I guess I should do a I don't even know. Oh, right, vector 2. Whatever, 0, 0. So I should do like a wildcard as well, right? Alright. So this is going to run this constantly. It's constantly going to check which hand. Now, how's it going to know what to do with that vector 2? And then we, instead of hand right, we'd want to actually define like some variable differently. I'm going to say let's set up let's say received hand. Let's say detected hand. I'm going to say hand detected, actually. Hand detected. And I'm going to create a variable called hand set. And this is what's going to take in that, which is a marker 3D. By default, it can be hand right. That's fine. Okay, so we have a hand to set. So if it's the healthy right hand, we'd want it to be set to hand right. Hand set equals hand right. And then down here, instead of hand right, we're going to say hand set. So that's what it goes to. Now we just need to adjust all of this to be a little different. So this will probably, once I get it set up, this will be hand set equals hand right hurt or something like that, basically. Obviously that's not going to work because it's commented out. Let's let it be an error. I'll fix it later. This would be hand left hurt. That's right, we're talking about alien hands here. Alien hands, exactly. And this one's gonna be hand left. So it knows what hand to go to. Now I need to determine how that vector is set up, which I know is such a wacky way to do this. So in the process, it's gonna be checking if player arm right attacking, then it needs to also check, so we need to set up the left and right arms so we can check at their hit points. So I'm gonna drag arm right on here. Oops. Drag it, hold control, drop it. Drag it, hold control, drop it. Refactor that a little bit. If arm right current health is set to 2, then hand detected. So I need to create that variable as well. Create a variable hand detected in the process. All right. Vector 2. By default, we're setting it to 0, 0. There's a lot of different ways I could do this, you know. It's just a way that kind of makes sense to me. It's really wacky. If arm right, current health is set to 2. Hand detected. I probably should rename this to something else. It's hard to say. I don't know what my preference is there, really. Because technically, this isn't the same as that. It is ultimately going to be the same as that. But if I make it something else, I think that might confuse me more. So I'm not gonna. Hand detected vector 2. So in the case that it's the right arm and it has 2 hit points, then I'm gonna want hand detected to equal vector 2 0, 2. That's the way I'm gonna do it. If it's not set to 2, then the hand detected is going to be vector 2, 0, 1. It's never going to be 0, 0, because then it's not going to be set to be attacking. I mean, it shouldn't. And if it does happen, well, we'll cross that bridge. So I probably should put a protection in there. I probably should. But I'm not gonna. Let's set up another here, except this time it's left. If the left arm is attacking, check the left current health. If it's set to 2, this becomes 2, 0. Again, it's just something that makes sense to me, that vector 2, for visualizing, for representing which hand and how healthy it is. And then it runs hand offsetting 2, depending on what that got set to. Okay, so then what I need to do is I need to set up hand right hurt, hand left hurt, and all that stuff. I think these markers exist, but let's double check. So where they would be is over here. Arm right. Marker hand right. Marker hurt hand right. So those are there. On arm left, we do have them on each one. Nice. Okay, so let's set them up.
handwrite hurt. So this one is marker dash hurt handwrite. Copy these. We want to switch this to left. Oh, you can't see, sorry. Switch this to left. Switch that to left. Same thing. Change those to L's. And that should be correct. Then we can comment these back in. See if it works. Oh. Okay. Now, I do want to consider adjusting the positions of those markers. But first, I'm going to make sure that what I've set up actually works. Your SSD finally succumbed to its fate? Seriously? $600? Dang. I hope it's worth the video. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's probably worth the fun. Wait, how did you... Look, I don't even understand how you can destroy a hard drive by installing operating systems. That's... Wow. Wow. Rest in peace. I'm so sorry. That really sucks. Alright, chomp. And we grab it. It's not in the right place. So that definitely did not work. Let's see why. So let's make sure some of these things are even working. So is this function running? Print hand offset function is running. Let's make sure that much is happening. It is definitely happening. Technically, it should be 0, 1 right now. So let's see if it's seeing 0, 1. 0, 1 is detected. I have a feeling that is not going to print. No. And what I expect to indeed print is 0, 2. Not even. So that makes me think that it's just setting it to this default one. So if I were to come in here and change that to hurt, it should be in the right place. It is. Now it's in the right spot. So what isn't happening is this match statement. This match statement is not doing anything. So what is it? What is hand detected coming out as? Print hand detected. 0, 1. Oh. And there it's 1, 0. So the vector 2 is actually being set correctly. Nice. However, it's not doing this. So maybe oh, do I need to say, I see. I think I need to say vector 2. I think I need to format that differently. You know, makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. This is no array. Okay. I could have done these all at the same time, but I didn't. So I shall commit. Alright. Now, I'm gonna get these prints out of here, because I have a feeling that's gonna work. Okay. So now, oh look, it's even on the targets on the left side. Oh! That's okay. Alright, left side, perfect. Beautiful. I need some more arms to test it. Oh!
Alright, the left healthy arm isn't working. What about the right unhealthy one? Yes, is working. Let's eat it. That's correct. But the left one is wrong. The left healthy one is wrong. Why? Probably just a typo somewhere. Well, I guess I do want to put the print hand detected back in here. See what it's seeing. So over here, it should say 02. Come over here, it should say 20. It does. So it's at least picking that up correctly. If it's 20, it should hand set to hand left. Up here, hand left. Oh, there you go. Typo. Left, left. All right. And now, oh, I have to restart it because that's in the on ready. So it's not gonna update it at the runtime because the runtime already on readied. I expect this will work. So this is good. So the next step, in my mind, is to just play around with those marker positions. I'm just kind of curious to see if it can just be in a better spot. I think it's kind of fine the way it is, but it might be nice just to like see what we can do. Oh, there's that little thing is because the player's not going to be able to like pause like that. The player can only pause like this, which is very different. And so this isn't optimized to work with the game correctly. So like if I run into this cornfield right here, while I'm in this stopped state, it starts moving again. So sometimes that happens. It's a bug, but it's only a bug in so much as that's a dev tool. So I kind of just don't need it. StuLab gifted a membership? You what? You what? Thank you, StuLab. Welcome. Let's go. And it went to time zone? What in the world? Final steps, Windows 7 was mid-install. Nice. Look at that. We gotta do a couple songs here. What in the frickin' world? Thank you. Thank you, Stu. Look at that. That's so interesting. I'm always trying to like figure out what is the algorithm that YouTube uses to decide who gets a gift membership. Maybe it was just luck, but Time Zone has been here chatting. That's very interesting. All right, let's get some songs. I don't think this is the most singable song right now. It's giving a bit ethereal. All right, I think I could probably sing to this one. Prepare your speakers, I'm gonna sing. I'll try to keep the volume level, but I can only promise so much. Oh, StuLab, you are fabulous. Oh, StuLab, you fab. Coming through, supporting the channel. StuLab, you fab. StuLab. I hope you're not sad, StuLab, because you fab to me, you fab to me. I hope you're not sad, StuLab, cause you fab to me. StuLab, you sad, you fab. StuLab, you fab. Don't need to be sad, cause StuLab, you fab. You're timeless like a time zone, time zone. Time zone is timeless. I'll never get tired of time zone because they're timeless. Don't you know you could be here or there or any possible where, and time zone will still be in fashion because time zone is timeless. It's known the time zone is timeless. So time zone, it's known that you're timeless. So whatever you do is gonna be cool. You're always cool, cause time zone is timeless. It's known, it's known, it's known. The time zone is always cool. Oh yeah. Alright, there's your member songs, y'all. There's your member songs. Thank you, StuLab. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It means so much that you're willing to keep supporting the channel like that. Thank you, thank you. Now you get emotes, time zone. You get emotes on the screen. If you type in emotes, they're gonna pop up here on the screen. You get a bunch of emotes. You get access to the Monday member stream, a whole other 8 to 10 hour live stream that I do every Monday. So I might see you there. I'm also gonna start doing a podcast with Pierogigon, who comes to this community. It's going to be only for members. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna do like a season of podcast episodes only for members. So like, I don't know, 12 episodes or something. And then after all of those are done, and only then will it become public. And we're gonna do like one a month or something. So it's gonna be like a year before any of them come out. So something like that. So yeah, so we've got stuff for members, and I'm glad to have you on board now, Time Zone. Thank you, StuLab, for making that possible. All right, well, I guess I'll go back to work after that excitement. I mean, my goodness. All right, so, right, I want to play with the positions. I guess I'll test it real quick, but I want to play with the positions of, there we go, looks good, with the positions of the human, so it pops up in a pretty good place. I mean, it's good enough. Like, honestly, it's kind of good enough. Let's get those orbs out of the way for now. They're not doing us much good. That's on the player. Hide those mesh instances. I mean, it's really not bad. Like, I don't think there's gonna be a perfect spot. Because, like, here, it looks pretty okay enough. Where the person is on the other side of the hand. We could maybe bring it down a little lower, potentially. So it looks like they're not grabbing the legs, but they're, like, grabbing the torso. And so if I move the human to be like, instead of on this side of the hand, to be on this side of the hand, if the microphone was the hand, if I made it be on this side, then at certain positions, it's probably gonna look like here, it's gonna be like really far away. So I don't think there's really a perfect solution, and I'm okay with it being a little janky. I really am okay with that. But it could be nice to experiment a bit as well. So let's experiment. I think I can probably keep the runtime and play around. And then, so I don't have to do as much work, I'll make sure to try to copy those values to the other marker on the other side, which might make that go a little smoother, we'll see. Okay, so left hand marker. You can kind of see it's hard to track because it's constantly moving. But those like 3 vector lines, the blue, the red, and the green there in the palm of the hand, that's that marker position there. So there it is. You can see I've now selected it. You can never be so sad and happy at the same time. $600 is rough. That's rough. It's kind of amazing. And StuLab came in and just like gave you a little extra drop of dopamine. where it was needed. You're like a guardian angel or something, StuLab. It's amazing. Not only for the channel, but to give joy to other people like that. Like, you're a real one, Stu. Oh, so to actually move the position of that thing, I think I have to do the remote transform. Yeah. So there you can see I'm moving it further away or closer. Actually, having the, it's kind of hard. I don't even know where to go. I guess I'll go down here. Having the mesh preview could be nice here. So there's the orb right there. We're doing the left hand. Okay, we got that up. And so you'll see that orb actually moves when I adjust that Z position. So we kind of want it to be like lower down in the hand. So maybe we could try like there. Just casually palming a beach ball. You guys want to play? You want to play? It gets a little, see, it starts to get a little weird because now when I'm way out there, yeah, that's not ideal. Put that back. I don't think that's what you want to move. I think you want to move the Z. It's a little better. That's like further down. And then if I want to bring it in more, guess we want to go this way. Yeah, that's pretty tough. Oh! Okay, hold on. I broke myself. I got brokened. Eat up. Oh, we ate too many. Gotta go find some more humans. Don't get hurt. Stay safe now. Okay. So let's move it. I don't even know. I feel like it might be just ignoring this position. Yeah, I'm not sure it cares what I set this to. I'm a little confused about what's happening here. Yeah, that one's a bit tough to get right. So I might just have to accept good enough for that. Let's put that back. That might be the best we can do. Because the position that would make that go more in the palm of the hand, it's not Z. Z is what moves it up or down. Y is what moves it closer to the body or further from the body. X would be the only other one, and it just seems like it's kind of ignoring that anyway. So I don't think there's much. I think it's the best it can get. I think it looks a little better this way, at least. What's up, Abo? How you doing? Welcome. So at least it's not just grabbing it on the legs. That's kind of nice. Whoa, where did that one go? Whoa, oh. Hold on. I think you meant 0.3. We grabbed it under the ground. Not good. Yeah, 0.3, not 3. I'm doing really good. Thanks for asking, Abo. Getting things done. Long time no talk. How you been? How you doing? I'm doing okay. working on the game, you know? Trying to get this grab position for the human to be the best it can be. I do wish, I really do wish that there was some simple solution to get that human to be on the other side of the hand. I don't think there is. I don't think there is a simple solution, unfortunately. There's only overly complicated solutions that are unrealistic. Among those unrealistic, wacky ideas would be a shader. A shader that somehow detects the position of the hand and then doesn't render the thing you're grabbing at that same spot. I don't like the sound of that. It sounds not worth it. I think this amount of jank is forgivable. You know, most of the time, the player's going to be looking at it like this, which looks fine enough to me. So I think we just take that W. You know, usually, again, you're going to be grabbing it within here, and it looks pretty well like you're grabbing it. So I'm going to say this is good enough, and not worry too much about that. That's what's gonna happen here. All right, so what's next? I would say this is a success. I think this is a total success. Every single arm now has a... Oh, so then the other thing I would want to do is adjust the other markers. So wait, hold on. Before we call that done, I need to put the other markers in the same spot. So we got 0.2. I think the only thing I changed was the Z. Negative 0.3. So if we come to the right side... That one, not the marker, but the remote transform. On the right side, let's also put that at negative 0.3. See what that's like. I need to eat something so I can grow my arm back. Careful, don't break it. I'm gonna hide that sphere as well. Yeah, it's good enough. All right. And then for the little ones, so this is hurt right. That Z is at negative 0.013. I think I kind of got to feel this one out. Oh, I don't think it's going to behave quite the same. Might as well hurt the left one. Well, okay. It's going to break off my arms, as one does in a survival situation. Okay. Eat up. Now I got 2 hurt arms. Just gonna check the position. So yeah, we can go a lot lower there. I think negative 0.3, it might actually be fine. Yeah, it's pretty okay. We can maybe go a little higher. Let's try negative 0.2. It's fine. I mean, it looks a little weird, actually. There is a bit of like an offset on there. Let me go back to negative 3 on the short arms. And it's a little unsettling, the position that it's grabbing it on. Maybe I could try to adjust some of these others out of curiosity. So I'm just gonna make this be like something else. Okay, that's too far. Let's try 0.4. Yeah, that's just worse. That's just not good. I mean, this is basically 0. I think it looks good enough, right? Like,
Oh, I healed. I wish the person was kind of somewhere else, but I don't think there's much I can really do about that right now. That's not what we want. Incorrect. No, no, no. I mean, we could try a tiny little bit. Here, what if we just make that negative? Whoa. Let's say 0.01, negative 0.01. It's really far. Wow. Alright. 0.1. Wow. 0.2. Wow. 0.25. Yeah, I don't think there's really much to do here. Still doesn't really look that good. But it kind of is good enough. I'm just gonna put it back to what it was. Which was not that. It was that. I'm also noticing their little markers aren't appearing at their feet all the time. There's some bugs to work out there. I'm okay with this being good enough. So we made that negative 0.3 on the hurt. Yeah, I really don't want to obsess over it. It gets the job done. It looks good when you're playing quickly. Totally fine. It's even kind of nice that you see what you're grabbing outside of it. I think this works. All right, we're calling that task done. So I'm gonna clean up these print messages here, so they're not firing off all the time. So that's over on that grab target offset script. Which is here. Get those print messages out the way. And that task should be as good as done. All right. Grab is a toggle. Quick drop and catch has weird boolean. Hover arrow if interactable. I think there's lots of other stuff to even work on. There's so many things. I also want to change the detection. Let's do that next. I'm going to say that abduct orb detects cursor not human. So what that means, let me just do a commit real fast. Human grab positions fit hands better. Added some code on the grab target offset script that checks which hand the human should be jumping to. A grabbed human should be jumping to. Okay. Hopefully I saved everything. So when we drag a human up to the orb at the top of the script or of the scene, it detects the position of the human, or it detects the collision of the human. So if the human's head touches that orb, the human gets sucked up into it. I think this makes it a little too sensitive, and it leads to accidental stuff. Like you accidentally abduct something when you didn't mean to. So I think I'd like to change it to be looking for the cursor instead of the human. I originally set it that way because I thought it wasn't sensitive enough, but that was also before I had that you could even eat things correctly.
So I think it would be good if we did that. Oh, that's another thing. Oh, for the head chomp, the orb at the top shouldn't come down. Ooh, I forgot to set that. Oh, I should fix that real quick. Because if you're just chomping with the head, there's no option to dunk it into the orb above. So that shouldn't drop down. So right here, if the top of the head hits that, boop, it goes in. Whereas I'd rather it be if the cursor hits that, which is what's going on with the head down here. Now the head, the area that checks to see if you're eating it or not, it's actually a bit of a bigger area than your actual head. So that circle, that sphere here, is the feed area. So if you're grabbing onto something and you hover over that feed area, you're then gonna eat something. It's gonna be a little bit of effort, but I think it'll feel better. So if I get the cursor right around that area, then it eats it. I kind of want the same thing for the score dunk, the orb at the top. I want it to be that if there's like a bigger area that's a little larger than the orb, and it's looking for the cursor to be near it. I don't even know if I want the feed area to be so big. I don't know. But it feels too easy. Like, it's hard to, like, like, move. It's too easy to accidentally dunk it, and that bothers me. Other problems. There's this toggle problem I need to fix. So if I grab something and I drop it and catch it again. Oh, wow. Interesting. Whoa. Wow. So previously, when I grabbed something and I dropped it and I caught it. So I'm like still, let me show you what's happening with my keys. When I click this, if I let go and click it again, before, the human would stay at the cursor. But now that the human is targeted at the hand, it goes into the hand of the alien, which means when I let go, what? Where did it fall? In theory, it would just drop on the ground, although that time, it like fell through the ground. To me, this is still a bug, because I think you should be able to catch it again, instead of it moving down to the hand. I'd want it to be that the hand stays grabbed. But what's happening is something is toggling in a way that it's not supposed to. So it actually, but then, well, that leads to another, okay, here's what I'm thinking. I need to set the toggle, so when you click it, you don't have to hold down. Then, if you click again, it drops. That way it's a fresh new grab every time, and we don't even have that situation where you could be juggling it. Unless you, like, threw it and caught it, and threw it and caught it. What happens if you grab another new one? Like, probably something wrong. Probably something bad. It would be my guess. Yeah, so we were thinking there being like a power-up where you could grab multiple things. Yeah, now we've got two things in hand. It's hard to tell, but there's actually, I think, 2 humans there. It's very hard to tell. See, it says +2. So the humans get stacked up on each other. Now that might also fix itself if we set up, pathfinding and AI stuff on the humans. So that way they actually run away when you drop them. Then I think we'll see them not be stacked on each other. Abduct. Okay, so let's set that up. There's just a lot of little like grab things that I kind of need to like fix basically. There's also like sometimes it'll like mix up the hands if we're like grabbing and attacking. I have to try to reproduce it, but there are some oddities that need to be kind of dealt with. So that's kind of what I'm gonna do now. Oh God. Hey, Kai Guy, welcome. Lovely day. A lovely day. Let's get Kai Guy a song. Kai Guy is a member. This one's about to end. We'll wait for the next song. Welcome, welcome. Hope your day is indeed lovely. You're waiting for the boomerang human throw mechanic. That'd be awesome. It's so disturbing. Kai Guy, oh Kai Guy. Kai Guy is high in the sky like a boomerang. High in a good way, high in a healthy way. I say hi to Kai Guy. I say hi to Kai Guy, who's high in the sky like a boomerang, flying all around, saying hi to everyone he can, 'cause he's a boomerang. Oh yeah, Kai Guy is so high, 'cause he's a boomerang. Oh yeah, he's saying hi to everybody. I'm saying hi right back to him, 'cause he's a boomerang. And if you wave, it waves right back, 'cause that's what boomerangs do. They come back. Kai Guy, Kai Guy, Kai Guy, Kai. Hey, there you go. There's your member song. I don't know. It was a vibe. Or the human juggling. Yeah, we kind of had some juggling there for a second. Yeah, we singing songs. Songs for members is what we do. It's what we do. I like that was kind of a chill song too. Wow, my voice was like kind of cracking there just now because of like the way I was like using it to like sing that song. It got kind of like stuck in between this weird state. It's cool. All right, anyway. So even though it's not those like problems, I do want to set up the abductor thing. So the way that that's gonna work, right now, on the score dunk, which is what I call that thing up there, there's a script. Different vibe. I'll take it. I'll take it. I like it. I like when songs like this come up. Okay, so the score dunk is, of course, this orb floating up here. Not currently visible, but it is there. There it is, as you can see. And it has a collision shape that actually matches it perfectly. We might want to adjust that collision shape, although that collision shape is also checking for if it's on screen or not, I think. Maybe? Oh no, it has its own, oh okay, that has its own shape. Wow, it's in a terrible position. It doesn't even match. Anyway, we're not gonna mess. We are not going to fix what ain't broke. But let's take a look at how it detects what's going on. This is not one of my favorite scripts that I have of them. On body entered. If the body is in the group grabbed, meet, enter, dunk, emit, animation, dunk, orb, play, hover, throb. Okay, so that's pretty simple. So I just want to create a different function here that runs. Okay, so now that I know that, let me go to that feed area. Oh, right. That's over on the camera, right? For the player head hover here. So a raycast, which is always following the cursor, if it sees that we are currently hovering over a certain area, specifically if the hover target, so we could, is there anything that looks for the score dunk? Probably not. So I would need to set that up. Does the score dunk have its own like special collision? I don't think it does. I like how that boomerang is leaving a trail of music. Yeah, wow! There's a concept. A musical boomerang. I know they used to make those like Nerf footballs. I remember kids had those. Those were annoying. It was just like whistle. God, those were stupid. No, no, they're fun. It's fun. You're a kid, whatever. Hook that up in a boomerang, but like have it actually play music. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, so the score dunk area, oh, we must be setting it in code. What are we saying its collision is? 9. So it just looks for the collision 9. It doesn't have a layer. Are you sure? Wow. Really? All right. So it's looking for things on 9. 9 is interact. We did set up an enum, thanks to someone who was coming through here, suggesting I set it up as an enum. I forgot how that works. Is it globals, collision 9, which is abductee interact. There. So it's looking for the abductee's interact layer. So I would want to change that. Well, really, I want to be doing the opposite. Instead of the score dunk looking for a collision, I'd want the raycast to be looking for the score dunk. So instead of setting a collision mask value, I'd want to set something else. I don't know that we need to do much here, though. A little bit. Couple be a cool gimmick. Could be a cool gimmick. Yeah, right? I wanted the LED light up boomerang for evening night throwing. Whoa, that's awesome. Dude, someone's gonna think there's a UFO. There's gonna be all kinds of UFO sightings in your area. That's awesome. That sounds excellently cool. Totally worth it. Oh, there's a cat right now. Can we see the cat pretty well? A little bit. Kinda see the cat. I mean, I guess what I'm gonna need to do is just set up an entire raycast on here, unfortunately. It's a little annoying. Yeah, it's just a little kitty cat. She deserves love, too. Score dunk ray. So score dunk ray. I need to create that. I mean, I could literally just set it up exactly like the player hover ray. So I'm going to grab that code, slap that in, call it score dunk ray. Score dunk detection. We need to set a bit value for what that's supposed to map to. So I gotta make that exist. So for the score dunk, what's one of these layers we haven't used yet? Obstacle interact, NPC interact, layer 12. Layer 12, congratulations, you are score dunk. Enjoy. And that is 2048. Is or isn't set to score dunk. We don't need a parameter 2 in this case. So we're gonna say this is score dunk cover. So I gotta create a whole thing for that, which is fun. So we want that to call with hover target, score dunk. Okay. We said that's 12. So now I'm gonna come to the global script and that collision enum, add a new one in here. Score dunk equals 12. Come back to the score dunk. We don't really need this anymore, technically. We won't. Why are you changing the logic of score dunk? To fit in with other mechanics or the way the cursor hand is set up now, I'm guessing? Yeah. So it's like for right now, the top of the player's head, I don't know, it'll probably be fine if I test it, right? I don't think I've set up code that breaks the game. But basically, if a human is in hand, and we hover the human over the face is looking for the cursor. And if the cursor hits the human face and you're holding something, the human will get eaten. However, for the score dunk, if you are holding a human and you hover that over the score dunk, it's looking for the collision of the human itself. I want it to behave the same way the face does, because there's a very there's not a lot of room to kind of decide where to move it, because the top of the human head just is really close to the orb. So I guess I want to give a little more control. Oh, I broke the arm. That's okay. And so I want it to not be such a small area in between. So there I might even make that area a little smaller too. But I have to be very delicate, because as soon as that head taps the orb, boop, it sucks it up. Which I did want that to be really sensitive. That was before I set up the eating. And so now that I have the eating, basically the player has a very small area of navigation in between here before it either gets eaten or it goes into the dunk. And it just kind of feels bad. And so I want it to feel similar, that you have a little extra room to drag it up there. I want to see how that feels, because I think it's going to feel better. It's maybe something I don't need to worry about, but it's just something that's really bothering me. So I'm going to try it out. So we're going to set its layer value to score dunk, which has been identified as 12. Collisions, decisions, exactly. Now, if the raycast sees that, something needs to happen. So I'm going to go to the messenger now. We're going to create a new thing here. Warning, ignore, oh dear God. Unused signal. Score dunk hovered? Is that what we called it? I already forgot. Score dunk hover. Okay. Alright, score dunk hover. So then come back to the score dunk script. I think it's gonna play better. I think it's just gonna feel better. And it's such an important mechanic. I just think it's worth sorting out. So normally we would do on body entered and on body exited. So that's a little tough. We might actually want to keep that. I mean, you could just say, if it's no longer hovered, we could do that. Let me comment this out for now. Oh, I gotta connect the signal up here. Messenger, score dunk hover, connect on score dunk hover. Come on down. Function on score dunk hover. That calls with a true or false. Is hovered. We want to say if is hovered. I could also like put this in process, but that would be kind of annoying, wouldn't it? I'm not sure how I want to handle that. So I'm going to grab this code, put that in there, comment it back in, say that the meat entered the dunk, and it plays that. Oh, so it's not, now it doesn't see what the body is. Oh. Well, that's troublesome. So we would need to detect what is in the group grabbed. So we could just say, wishing you good flow for your code. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, of course, Kai Guy. Anytime in a devlog stream. Take care. See you later. I'm throwing you like a boomerang. Goodbye. Oh, shoot. Oh, you're back. Wow. No, I said go away. See you there. Goosh. Body. Exactly, Frank. There guy goes. I mean, I can fetch which thing it is. We could check what's in. I don't love what's going on here. But isn't it just gonna... So what is this? Tell me what this is looking for, too. Back like a Terminator, boomerang. Hasta la vista, baby. If I'm the thing that was dunked. Yeah. So it does need to know specifically what was in there. I mean, I could just keep both. This is a little bit more tricky than I want it to be. Just a bit. What I could do... I think I know what makes more sense. I think I know what... Maybe. Do I know? Maybe I do. What if we say, when it's hovered... If that gets hovered, it then runs on body entered, or whatever. So I would rename this to something else. Like, check dunk for abductee, or something. Oh no, because you'd still want it to be on body entered so it can know what the body is. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Well, okay, so you can say when on body entered, and then you can say what is dunked, and set that to the body, right? Variable, what is dunked? Rigid body 3D. If what is dunked is not null. Or if it is null, actually. No, don't say that. When it's dunked becomes the body. So that way we know what that is. Body not declared in the current scope. It's right there. Oh, I see up here. Yeah. Okay, get rid of this. Get rid of all this. So if it's hovered and what is dunked is not null, then do this. Well, it still has to emit it, right? But then you have the then you have the information that you need, so you'll be good to go. So then we say what is dunked goes in there. And then we can still detect this as normal. That could work. I'm probably forgetting something, but I'm gonna run it. I'm gonna run it to find out. Because I don't remember where we're at. Sometimes I get deep in a specific problem solve. It's hard to remember what other steps I needed to take. Let's find out the hard way. Is that a robot with sunglasses? Not enough robots with sunglasses. They have very sensitive laser optics. Or something, I don't know. Okay. Maybe Frank is saying cool code. Yeah. Alright, eat one up. Whoa! Okay, that was a bug, by the way. It healed us all the way when I ate one. So that's not good. Okay, noted. Alright, so now it's not detecting the human head anymore. We got problems. We got some problems. What is going on? That orb is nothing. Also, oh my god, at the outline shader appearing. Why is the outline shader appearing? Is the outline shader appearing in the fog? Oh, I was wondering what was going on with the outline shader. Wow, it only appears in the fog. That's crazy. Well, that's interesting, for one. But also the dunks do nothing now. Why? Let's see if this is happening. Print. Dunk detected and something is grabbed. And I'm just went into space. It did! No, that is doing nothing. Does this run at all? It runs. It does. So it is running that. But like, is hovered isn't true? Well, I think what is dunked might not... I think what is dunked is probably null. So what is dunked isn't updating. So is on body entered happening? Print, it's happening. By the way, you guys couldn't see, but it runs did print. No, so that isn't happening. Oh, because I probably left the collision commented out. Right? Maybe? Yep, that's why. Okay. Alright. Gonna have to restart it, because that's in the ready. So, obviously, the ready happens before the runtime, so I have to restart the runtime to make sure that's all correct. It's an interesting discovery about that outline shader.
The outline shader is currently being used as like an excuse for having a next pass. And I wasn't sure why it wasn't showing up. Now I think it's not showing up because for some reason it only renders in fog, which is weird because usually I have the opposite problem where things won't render in fog. But I kind of want to use the outline shader. I don't know what for, but now that I know that it works, it's very exciting. Okay. Now last time, for some reason, it healed me double time, which was an error. Let's see if it does it this time. It did not. All right. I wonder if I like click 2 or something. All right, so now, okay, it says it's happening. So it sees that there's, basically what it's doing is it's setting what is being dunked right now. Now if I drop this and then hover over the dunk, it's gonna think it's dunked. So that's a bit of a mistake. We gotta fix that. But, whoa, whoa, that's never stopping. I think body exited is never becoming true. But we can put things in there, and it just keeps throbbing. It's supposed to stop throbbing. So some things are different than it used to be, that's for sure. So we gotta sort that out. I wonder if it's still gonna be throbbing away. Yep. I kind of like it. There's almost something nice about it, actually. It really draws my attention to it. Like, oh, that's something. So now you get a little more space to pull that in. Oh, we bugged it. This bug is not a real problem. Again, it's related to me pausing and unpausing, which is not something the player will be able to do, I think, probably. So this is not bad. Obviously, the animation, the throbbing needs to stop. And you can kind of like bug it out a bit by tapping it lightly, setting it down, and then hovering over it, and then it jumps in there. Which is not correct. So there's a few little quirks to deal with here. So when... Are we on the right script? We were not. So when... body exited runs... If body is in group abductee. So what I'm surprised about is that this isn't running. So then it's supposed to play a different animation. So let me see. I guess I want to know if this is happening and what level it's happening. Print. Body exited. That's not really going to be that useful, honestly. Body exited. Exited body was abductee. I'd be curious to know if that stuff is happening. And then we also have to say that what is dunked goes back to null after it exits it, basically. If body is the same as what is dunked, the thing that exits, if the thing that exits is the same as what we've set to what is dunked, then I want what is dunked to become null again. And then the animation, I'm not sure. I just kind of need to test and see about dealing with the animation. You know, on some level... It's a lot of work for something that's just going to make it feel better, but I think that's important. I'm a little concerned because, you know, even though it feels better, that's also because I know what's going to happen.
if the player doesn't know what's gonna happen, I feel like it's a lot more confusing. Like, well, that didn't do anything. I put it in there. You know, but really they just have to reach it a little further, and then it goes in there. The animation is stopping now. I think I just needed to set that to null. Okay, so we can tap it, drop it, hover over it, we're good. So that was all we had to do, is unset the thing. So that works. It's doesn't actually feel better. I don't know. Because yes, I get a lot more space to move around and not accidentally dunk it. But also, again, if a player is new to the game, I could see, oops, I could see you accidentally not being able to even realize that you can dunk it, especially here, where the hand stretches so far away from the cursor. It's like, well, it looks like it's in there. How is the player gonna necessarily know? I'd almost want to say, I mean, we could increase the size that the cursor detects it, so it's got to be like right there for it to actually go in. I wonder if I could say, instead of the cursor, have an inner sphere to show the dunk area. I guess that would be hard because that would somehow have to be relative to the cursor. I'm not sure how I would do that. I kind of see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying. So instead of it being... Oh, that's a good idea. Instead of it being the cursor that it's detecting, continue to be the human that it's detecting, but instead of the outside of the dunk, it's going to be detecting that the human is on something inside the dunk. And that's where the player's target is that thing that's inside of the dunk. Yeah, because this feels terrible. It actually feels pretty good when I have one hit point on the arm. That doesn't feel bad. When I have one hit point on the arm, the cursor stays right near the hand. So this feels pretty good. But whenever I have a big arm, the hand starts stretching way beyond the cursor position, and this no longer feels good. This feels really weird. Yeah, right. But yeah, I'm glad you understand like the problem I'm trying to solve here is that it like kind of it communicates, because it's like, oh, we leveled up. It's like a trade-off between, you know, having a system that feels good versus a system that feels too sensitive. Or like I want it to be able to teach the player without being overly sensitive. Man, I'm not sure I feel good about it following the cursor anymore. I don't think I feel good about that. Now, if the cursor was right on the human position, I'd feel better. But since we've set the cursor to be at the wrist, basically, it doesn't feel good. It feels bad. This is kind of tough. Because then the other problem is, it's still going to feel different at different arm lengths. I really wish the long arm behaved like the short arm. It very much bugs me that it doesn't. It makes me wonder if I shouldn't add like an offset to the long arm. Because we do have a bit of an offset on the short arm. The calculation of where the human appears relative to the cursor and stuff. So again, the short arm feels really good, even if we come way up here. It's actually kind of the opposite. The cursor starts to go beyond the human and the hand. And so that doesn't feel bad at all. Now if I eat up and grab this, now you see that's at like such a different spot. I wonder if I should address that, because before I start, I think I like what you're saying, Joshua, and for putting that in my head, I gotta give you a credit, because at some point I may well do that. But for now, I think I need to resolve that arm stretching situation, or at least try to. What kind of things do we have here? Oh, we do have a dunk related thing. Score dunk. Great. There we go. Okay. So that would be pretty easy to adjust. We just gotta come to the aim bone. So here, where we're stretching the bone out, we're adding a slight offset, a point. This is on the hurt arm. We're adding a 0.6 offset here. You're getting a high score today. You are. Hanging out, participating with what I'm up to is all it really takes. Thank you. Whereas on the healthy one, we're not adding any kind of offset. But I didn't feel that the offset was really doing anything beneficial on the healthy arm. So that's obviously terrible, because now it's grabbing way further down, which is a disaster. Whereas if I get rid of this, it's now further up. So I think we want, if we're gonna do it, we want the opposite. Let's do minus 0.2. See where that gets us. See, it's just something about it. It just stretches different. I think, you know, if I keep upping this, it's gonna look ridiculous at close range. So now it's much closer to the hand up here. It's actually going too far. Wow. All right. I'm not thrilled with the lack of imprecision here. Oh God, it's terrible. Terrible. Let me go back to 0.2. It's better. You know, when it's down here, the cursor's way out there. Which feels a little strange, right? I mean, look at that. Now when I'm near the face, the cursor is super far away. Which doesn't feel good. There are some other ways I can go about this, but oh God, look how far away it is. It feels jankety. That's gonna feel better now. But down here, it feels infinitely worse. So like other options are to change the bone that it's measuring against. This has a lot of far-reaching consequences potentially. But if I say that the further bone, if I say it's even further that it's measuring against, that also can update it. Still have the same problem, where as we get closer, the cursor is further away. It's not much better up there. Maybe I just go back to detecting the human. I don't know. Oh, man. See, it's so far away. And then that's gonna affect the little arm too. If I change what I just changed there, that's gonna affect the little arm, and it's probably gonna look really bad. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. Little arm just so much simpler for some reason. Wild. Oh right. Oh, now that I think about it, the little arm has a separate bone index that we're setting. Of course, I knew that. I mean, I can almost live with this. This isn't that bad. He's still gonna push up higher than I'd really like. Like, I'd love if right here that dunks it. So something else we can do is, since you can see those prints over there, as soon as the head starts to be detected by the orb, I could have it become throbbing, and then, like what Josh is saying, maybe then have something appear in there that implies where you have to put it. And it's, again, a little incorrect, because technically it's the cursor that's supposed to be detecting the edge, but it doesn't really matter if it's true. It just matters if it helps the player understand what to do. That's really the most important thing. So maybe we do that. And then now, if I want to do that flashing effect, how do I want to do that flashing effect? You know, do I want to, like, I guess put like another, like maybe an unshaded mesh in there that like flashes somehow? You know, kind of like this, basically. Maybe just something like that. I could literally even just use that. That would probably be good, too. Yeah, that's what we should do. We should use this. And then that can appear, like, right there. But only when you're, like, touching it. That could help. It feels a little far to have to push it in. It's almost like a punishment for having a longer arm. You have to move it further to get it in there. If you have a shorter arm, you actually don't have to move it as far. Which seems silly. It seems very silly. So now I've got a shorter right arm. Oh, I keep leveling up. It's not good because level 2 doesn't have any humans on it. Oh, and I missed the last ones. Alright. So, I guess I could try that. So, go in the score dunk. We're moving things up. That's exactly correct. So if I was gonna get some of that same little mesh instance thing, that is, oh, on the humans, I think it's a instantiation, mesh interactable. So let me actually grab that, wherever that lives. NPC interactable.tscn, I think that's it. Does it? Oh, it has an animation on it. I see. I mean, you could use that. That'd be fine. You just have to change the thing. All right, let's try it. So back on the main scene, we'll drag the interactable bit on there. Rotate it. Maybe. Okay, attempt to rotate it. Let's make it editable. Oh, does already have all that wild setup. Wait, I can't even reset this? Oh, you can't see because the cat's in the way. Sorry, kitty cat. I gotta send you away for a second. I guess because it's a child of the score dunk? Why does it already have all these set? I don't exactly know. It's very strange. Yeah, no, that is actually is much better. The shape of it is not good, however. The shape of it is a problem. So what are we gonna do? Resize it? Messy. Now I can't even see it in there. It's so hard to see. Where is it? I mean, it is also green. So we'll have to do some things to make sure it can actually be seen through there. Let's give it a different material. So I'm gonna make this unique. It looks like it already has a unique thing there. I'm a little afraid. I'll just change it and find out if something terrible happens. Just do it. Oh, I can't even modify this because it's linked. Make it unique. There we go. Now I can change it. Okay. That did not make it much more visible. That's tough. So I'm gonna have to actually like adjust the shader in some way that I don't even understand. Can I do like whoa. What if I do like a no depth test on this or something? It's not doing anything because that's not. I'm not sure how to put this on top, if I'm being honest. I mean, I guess what I could do is I could move it outside of it. Emissive. Maybe. The thing is, so the way that this works is there's like a mesh. Here, let's actually go to this. The way that this works is there's a mesh and then there's a shader on top of that mesh. So the mesh itself wait, where is it? I'm confused. It's supposed to be, it should be showing up. I don't know why it isn't. But basically there's a mesh out here, and then we're running a shader on top of that. But that didn't do anything anyway. So I think that this emission isn't going to actually impact this because this is just being, it's just using the basis of that to render the shader, if that makes sense. I wish I could show it. I mean, I don't know why I was able to do it over here, but it does work here for whatever reason. So if I make this visible, you can see that whole mesh shape. And inside, the shader is still on top of it. So if I try to adjust like emission or something here, that's going to only affect that white part. But I need it to affect the inner part, and that inner part is separate from that white part, if that makes sense. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I pull this in front. That way it's definitely visible. I'm not thrilled with that shape. I'd obviously want to make the size a bit smaller. So maybe like that's what appears. We could try it. It's just gonna be there. It's not gonna be toggled right now. I'm just wondering how visible it's gonna be. And stuff. I also want to make sure it doesn't drop down when the head is chomping. Oh, that's very visible. It's definitely not animating. Oh, maybe because I need to tell it to... I probably should put a script on there. But it's definitely visible. It's tough because, again, it's going to be in a different place depending on what arm you're using. That's kind of what is challenging. But again, it doesn't necessarily have to be true. It just has to be enough to encourage the player to figure out how to make the thing work. We still have to push it a lot further. Oh, man. I hate that. I hate how much further it has to be pushed. Because that was already gonna dunk it. Man. If we had a short arm. I guess I could also move it off the short arm. I could just not... If I have the short arm need to take longer, that could at least keep it more consistent. Whoa, not that far. It's tough. It's tough. Fun fact, raycasts don't respect one-way collision shapes, and it's been known about since September 2022. Make your life so hard right now. One-way collision shapes? What is a one-way collision shape? What does that even mean? That sounds frustrating. I don't know what a one-way collision shape is. See how much higher I have to get the human? I hate that. You can set a collision shape so that you only collide from one side, like a platform you can jump up to. Oh. Wow. I'm just even if the raycast is hitting it from the correct side, it just won't see it by virtue of it being one way. That sucks. I guess you gotta like just code it yourself. 2 years ago, that issue's been known about. Try not crouching and crawling, but the rate to detect if there's a ceiling is catching stuff that you can just walk through. Oh no. Dang. That sounds super annoying. Like, come on, Godot. Come on, Godot. Please. Please. Yeah, so this is unfortunate, because this makes me not want to have the human be in the hand. Like, this problem kind of goes away if I don't have the humans in the hand. But, you know, visually, people come through the chat and they see that the human isn't in the hand and they're like, that looks wrong. I'm like, oh. Like, I can choose to ignore that. But if they're thinking it, player's probably gonna think it too. So, like, if I put this, I know I'm overthinking about these visuals, I think, to some extent. So if I set this to not, so basically everything that I did at the beginning of the stream, the first 2 hours of the stream, or not the first 2 hours, I guess the second 2 hours, where we had it wasn't 2 hours, where the human went to the hand, I would basically just be getting rid of that and saying, never mind. But it's going to feel, in my opinion, better. And we don't have to worry about if one arm is longer or the other one is. The only problem is the human is going to be at the cursor, not at the hand. So it's just, it's like aesthetically, it's a bit less, whoops, satisfying. I missed. But, like, personally, I kind of don't care. Kind of doesn't bother me. So I have to kind of make an executive decision there. All right, so if I grab this, so you see, it's harder to tell in the tiny arm, but the human is following the cursor and not in the hand. So let's show you on the bigger hand, much more obvious. So you see how the hand extends out, but the human stays on the wrist? The advantage, though, is that this is much more precise and always the same position when you go to dunk it, because it's following the cursor and not the hand. So you visually see the person going into the orb. It's like, it's very subtle differences, and, you know, you may not even know what I'm trying to say here. But it means that the muscle memory of where you dunk a human stays the same whether you have a short arm or a long arm, as opposed to having to actually drag it to a different position otherwise, which I think feels terrible. I don't think I care about it not being in the hand, you know? Like, I wish it could be in the hand and be at the cursor at the same time, but I mean, I've been kind of trying to sort this out for a couple weeks now. And it just, I think, has to be as good as it's gonna get. So even though, I mean, it's nice now that I have every hand set up with the grab offset. That's kind of cool. So if I do decide I want to go back to that, it's gonna look the best it can. If it's fun in the visual, will probably be overlooked. That's what I think. That's what I think. And so I found this YouTuber who does game dev and live streams, and they talked about how when you're live streaming or you're making YouTube devlogs or whatever, and you're working on a game, it's easy to get overly caught up on the visual components, because that's what the live chat or the comments are going to give you feedback on. They're going to give feedback on what looks cool. And that's what you're going to get affirmation for, is if it looks nice. And so it's like, oh, I want that affirmation. And I think not doing this is part of wanting that affirmation, or not to me, it's not affirmation. To me, it's maybe over prioritizing the visual jank. And I think that it is kind of a pitfall of sharing this process sometimes is that those visual components become centered where they don't necessarily need to be centered. So yeah, that's what I think, Joshua. I agree with that. Now, it still feels like quite a long way to have to drag it. That's why I originally made it the humans collision, because it does feel like a very long drag, which is kind of a drag in and of itself, having to do that every time. Whereas if the human collision is what the score detects, you don't have to drag it as far. It's man. I mean, look, again, it's something that, like, if I were designing this game all over again, I might have planned it a little differently. But I'm determined to realize the game as I imagined it, and so I can look back and say, well, that's a decision that wasn't great. But having, you know, this small space between whether you move it to the face or you move it up there, I think it's user experience fraught. But, you know, oh man, so there's another problem, is if you go to grab something and it's right already on top of the face, you're just gonna eat it right away. Which means you as the player have to make sure you don't grab things that are right underneath the face, which kind of sucks. So then that becomes like a weird thing to have to figure out, where as soon as you grab something, it doesn't necessarily eat it until you pull away and come back. Just so many of those little feel things I'm afraid I have to do some work on, which is kind of like what today's goal is. So we're doing it. This is actually restoring the problem where if I drop, it toggles whether it's grabbing it. I think I know what to do to fix that, actually. So I'm going to leave it like this. I'm going to say this is a decent enough feeling way of it working, and I can make changes as needed. To me, this is a lot better than it was. So that's a win. Abduct or detect cursor not human. It does! I would say that task is achieved. So I am going to tick that off. Quick drop and catch has weird boolean. Grab as a toggle. Let's make grab a toggle. Let's do that next. Alright, so we're gonna say humans no longer grabbed at hand. Dunk sees cursor. Added a new function and raycast that allow dunk to be seen by the cursor, and that be mandatory for the human to be dunked, or the abductee to be dunked. Set abductee to go to the cursor instead of the hand, because this now feels better. Alright. Just gotta keep moving. I don't want to get hung up on this too much. It's good to think about it. Just gonna keep moving. Grab as a toggle. Oh, this will be interesting. Okay, so... Oh, let me add something else to my task list, too, if it isn't getting squished enough. No dunk without arms. It's so squished. Okay, so new task is make grab a toggle. Okay. Got it. So, right now, when we grab, that happens over on, or that initially happens a couple different places, kind of. So when the raycast sees an abductee, and the arm health is not set to 0, that is to say we have healthy arms, so I think what I need to look at is the release. Let me see this. Is action just released? I think that's what's the most important. So we have that for move forward. Don't care about that. With pause, grab right here. So if I let go of the grab button, the abductee itself decides to drop. Well, that's pretty easy to fix then. What I'd actually like it to say is, if, I think we can bring the cat back. If we probably want to start with that it's in the group grabbed. So first off, check to see if it's in the group grabbed. And if it is in the group grabbed, wait for... Actually, I'm just going to leave that other thing. I'm just going to copy it. We want to say that if you click while that's happening, while you're grabbing something, I don't know if this is going to work, then drop it. If it's in the group grabbed, and if the input action pressed grab. Is that gonna work? Does that make grab a toggle? Did I do it? I hope it was that simple. That would be awesome. I would like that. I like simple. This may well lead to new problems, but we'll deal with that. I like dealing with problems. Liking. Oh, are you watching this right now? Have you liked the stream? If you haven't pressed that like button yet, I hope you'll consider pressing it. Press the thumbs up button if you haven't yet. It means more people will see this live stream and be recommended it after we go live. So thank you. If you're willing to do that, press the like button. And yeah, appreciate it. Means a lot. All right. Cat is gone. So, eat that. It got a little glitchy when I did that. That's interesting. I wonder if it has to do with that mesh instance in there. Okay. So I'm going to click once. Well, it does stay grabbed. The arrow is up there, which is not good. The arm is not going there, and the score dunk isn't down. And the head isn't open, waiting to eat. So, technically, the abductee is staying grabbed, but nothing else knows that we're still grabbing. That's where that's gonna get complicated. Let's see if I can drop it by clicking. No, no, I cannot. Absolutely not. That does nothing. Okay. Interestingly, I'm a little confused about what's going on here. We got some. It's gonna be some effort. Thank you for thumbing it up. I appreciate it. Thank you. Look at it going down so slow. Oh, we got problems. Oh, we got some problems. It is just smacking. It's like floating down. Okay, all right. This is gonna take a little bit of effort. I gotta use the loo. I have finished my water. I finished my tea. Like I am in need of a quick little break. Take me 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. If you're co-working along with me, stretch your legs. Go get a snack. I'll be right back.
Alright, alright. Just noticed a secret that I intended to be 140 was occurring at 3940 times because I put less than the wrong way. Oops. At least you caught it. Nice job. Probably wasn't fun having not caught it for a long time though. Oh, grab as a toggle. Oh man, this is gonna be some work. It's a little help now that the jam. Oh, it was for jam. No. Okay, yeah, that sucks. All right, yeah, that sucks. Ah, no. Dang. I think that slow float down must be due to the clicking that I'm doing. The way I set this up. I think it has been grabbed. We can't say if it's in the group grab has been grabbed as false. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, did I forget to put these in there too? That'll do it. I forgot to set the velocity and say grab ended. Oh, that might actually fix a couple of things. I think I needed to move some more of those commands in there. Yeah, that probably would help. That would probably help. Carry on then. Yeah, that sucks, dungeon. Dang. I hate that for you. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Maybe nobody got that far anyway, which is also sad. Wait, that didn't help. Sorry. Okay, we got some arms. We grab. I'm gonna click. No! Wait, does it at least drop quickly when it works? I think it's catching it again. Because it's just kind of like dropping. And then you can see that same toggle problem that I had before is back. I think it's re-catching it. It's for some reason. How? Why? Why is it re-catching it? I can just never. I mean, so that is an option, right? That we just say, well, if you pick it up, too bad. You gotta eat it or dunk it. No other choice, which is actually quite punishing because this game is supposed to have a karma system that behaves differently if you eat an innocent human versus a non-innocent human. So if you eat an innocent if you accidentally grab an innocent human and you want to put it down, you now don't have that choice. And I don't really want that. I want you to, I need you to have the choice to undo what you've done. So, yeah. I don't think the grab should be a permanent toggle. And to me, it makes the most sense to say that if you click it again, it drops it. So I think that that is worth adding in. Oh, then that arrow is still going off over there, which is wild. They're not... Wait, it worked! They're not innocents. There sure are. So there's going to be like pilots like in these helicopters. Basically. And those... Yeah, that exactly. The helicopter. The military. Basically. Yeah, so I probably haven't said this in a while, so I might as well. There's a story to this game. I've sketched it out in crude drawings. Might as well do it again. I believe it's in... Some of the story has changed a bit, but I'll give you the general idea. I don't even know if these drawings really explain it. Well, I won't go too deep. I'll just say this.
the enemy in this game is violent authority. So like there's, man, it's tough because I kind of reworked how some of this is gonna be. I kind of reimagined it a bit. So these drawings don't help too much anymore. Basically, you are coming to Earth as an alien at a time when there is a government that is greatly oppressing everyday people. And there is a resistance forming against that government. All right? And that resistance is going to reward you if you avoid killing innocent people. But if you kill or take the military, the government who is oppressing the people, then you won't get punished, basically, by the resistance. So the resistance is going to allow you to upgrade, get upgrades. These drawings did not help much. Basically, when you do power-ups, you can get them anyway in between levels. But if you are in the good graces of the resistance, you'll have the option to upgrade a power-up. So you can get a normal power-up to level 2 instead of just level 1. So yeah, so there are non-innocents, and they're considered the military or the helicopter people. Yeah. No, I feel like I was able to drop that down. I'm glad that that's easier to explain than it used to be. That means we're on the right track. I used to have to pull up a whole thing, but not anymore. Now this time it's not dropping. Very strange. Oh, I know why it dropped. It drops because if... Well, that's... Oh, we should use that. Wait, that's what we use. Oh, that works great. Oh my gosh. Oh, we're gonna be solving this quick. So, when a human goes outside of that circle on the ground, so if I move it out here, it drops it. Now we could say, oh, just if the player wants to put it down, they just go out there. No, because especially if you get one of those resistance power-ups, you're gonna have an extra large area. And so it's just gonna be a little harder to move it off, and then you might accidentally eat it along the way. So it's just not really like a viable way to always drop a human. But whatever function I'm using to drop it there is exactly what I need to do to get this to work. We just have to make sure we're doing it at the right time. Okay, so what is that function, pray tell? Where does that live? How does it work? I don't know. I think it's going to be just the same as this. So if I go to search up grab ended emit, well, I'm going to, oh, I said grand. Grand ended, grab ended emit. We should find the, not it, emit. We should find that other function. It's on the UI interaction, which is for the interact zone. On body exited. So if it exits the interact zone, if the body is in the group abductee, the thing that exits, and the body is not interactable, set the body's interactability to false, turn off its interactable indicator, which is that arrow that was flashing in the sky, make that false. Then if that body is in the group grabbed, add to the group dropped, all that stuff. Okay, so this is what needs to happen. I'm just gonna copy this and come back over here. And then I'm just gonna paste it, and then we'll just adjust it to make sense. So obviously it's in the group abductee. It is an abductee, so I don't actually have to do that check. Rather, this needs to be on that input click. That's a little tough. It's a little tough. I guess what I'd... It's a little trickier. Let's pop this in here for now. Whoops. Let's pop this in here. Oh. Indent all of that. And then instead of body, it's just itself. Interactable gets the false. We just gotta get rid of all these bodies. Because it is all those things. Not that different, but it seems like these are like the main things. But so let me check this too. Print should drop. It'd be nice to like see if it's even like seeing my click at a time that makes sense. But in theory, this should work. Oh, we got another cat. Welcome, other cat. Hey, Christian. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, cat. Welcome, Christian. The game's going well. I mean, I'm really trying to get the grabbing to feel good. It is like a primary part of the game. So, you know, and in some ways it feels a little like, I want to be done with this. That PlayStation is really in the way. There's no reason for that PlayStation to be there. Hand position problem. I wouldn't say we solved it, but we did get it to be better. It's better. And I'm still kind of going between what? Why is that ground that color? What the frig? What happened to the ground here? I would say it's resolved. I've resolved myself to it. What's going on with the ground over here, man? When did that happen? Has that been like that? Yeah, it's good news for sure. Oh, look. Well, you can't see because the cat's in the way. This gradient got angled. It's supposed to be like that. It's a very specific thing that happened. Okay, anyway. That's the way that shader works. Okay. So, yeah, the positions are good enough. Now I'm trying to add a grab as a toggle. Oh, nice. That was pretty good. Oh, okay. So there's a couple issues, but it actually works really well. The arrow isn't going away, so I guess that didn't actually help. Oh, I think the interactable indicator is the circle on the ground. So one weird thing that happens is sometimes things don't become, like these should have the circle underneath, but they don't until I leave and come back. So that's a bit of a little bug. This task list is getting really long. Well, we're currently doing grab as a toggle, so I'll take that off of here. Dropped humans don't always get interact circle underneath. Look at it's getting crazy. I kind of like that though. It like encourages me to take things off of there. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I'm glad you see that. Yeah. It does look good. It does look good now. Thanks. Yeah, those arrows are wacky. They're doing wacky things. Oh, see now it's dropping it, so it actually will say should drop sometimes. Like if I click on it here, there's some oddities happening for sure. Because I think probably something that's happening is it's simultaneously picking it up and dropping it. So we kind of need to like do like a Boolean check or something. I don't know. It's a little messy. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be if it's in the group grabbed. It only gets added to the group grabbed after it gets picked up. I mean, I could put in a wait. I can just say, just hold on. Don't detect it right away. I mean, that's messy. I know that's messy. I know it is, okay? I am well aware of how messy this is. I kind of don't care. Get treat. See if I remember how to do this. Create timer. Give me a magic number. 0.1, 0.3. Let's say 0.5. 0.5 timeout. I know, it's super messy to have awaits. I know it. Okay. Grab that. Now it's not happening simultaneously. It's messy, but it works. Okay, so we still have the problem of their interactable not coming back once they hit the ground. So there is actually a very specific thing that happens when they hit the ground, because they actually get reparented at that moment. So if it's in the group dropped and detect surface is colliding, then it reparents it to the ground. So we would want to say not only that, but it needs to become interactable again. How do we set that? Is that like a true or false? What is that? What is that? Visible. But we can't just say visible. We need it to be, well, it's those same things that you make false right here. You need these to become true, I think, is what should happen. This might not be too bad. We just say that these become true, which has the risk of runs some risks. We also want this to only happen one time, and this might be happening constantly. If detect surface collider is not set to, if it's in the group dropped and detect, this is a little messy. I'm actually concerned about that. You tried today in your game to do a reparent, but I think I don't understand how the function works. I had to find a solution. Oh no! I love reparenting. Yeah, I mean, it's been a minute since I used it, but as far as I remember, you know, I think of it like whatever node you're applying it to, it just makes it a child. Right? So like if I have this, like reparent, so if this is currently parented to that rigid body, if I drag this in here, it's now been reparented to the raycast. That doesn't mean there's still not something else weird that you were running into. You have to unbind first from the actual parent. No, it should just do it. It can only have one parent at a time. Can't be parented to two things. At least how I understand it. Okay, toggle. Drop. No, it's not coming back. That didn't even work. Surprising. Yeah, check that out. A node can only ever have one parent at a time. Yes, that's right. Yeah, oh, MD Suitor, you're the one who got me doing that collision enum. I have been using it. I still haven't set it up everywhere, but I did use it proper today. Welcome. Children only have one parent. It's the law. Right, yes. Accurate. That's the world we live in today. That's why we need an alien to come and overthrow the government. So I wonder why that's not. I'm surprised that that isn't doing that. Print. It should be doing that. Let me get rid of this should drop, because we already know that's happening. It could be a problem somewhere else. Something with the interact zone.
Maybe a restart will help it. Probably not. Maybe. But it's feeling better. Grabbing is becoming a toggle. It's not full toggle that I'm looking for. We'll get there. But it's definitely a lot easier than having to hold the mouse button down all the time. Even though, you know, there's something more like natural about like, well, yeah, if I grab something, I keep grabbing it, and if I stop grabbing or let go, it falls. But I think in a game, we don't need it to always feel ultra realistic, because sometimes that makes it harder than it needs to be. So I still want to set that orb not to come down when we chomp with the head. We'll get there. It's not like I'm going to forget about that, because it's going to happen every single time I start the game. Okay, so grab. It's being constantly held, so I'm not even pressing the click button. And if I press it, it falls. Oh, there it goes. Nice. Now it's coming back. Oh, there it stopped. Why? I mean, and the reality is, it only should become interactable because it's in that area. It's almost like I need this to check it again. So maybe I'm just going about this the wrong way. Also, what is that? Yeah, that print. It should be doing that, yes. Okay, so if I pick this up and drop it... Oh, it didn't even run. It should be doing that. Wow. I mean, I can't interact with it because it doesn't have the interact. So, I mean, it's fundamentally non-interactable. Okay. Well, I think we need to go about this a different way. If that moment isn't the right time, when is the right time? But that's wild. I guess because I guess it doesn't need to be because it already is reparented to that. It's only gonna run that if it actually needs to be reparented. If it doesn't need to be reparented, I don't think this is gonna run at all. Right? If is in group dropped and detect surface is colliding. So that is to say, if the raycast below the player sees the ground, and if the raycast below the human sees the ground, and if that abductee is already in the group dropped, if those two things are true, then and only then, I should move the cat, then and only then will it check if a detect surface get collider is not set to self get parent. Yeah, so that's where it checks right there. So if the thing that it sees below the abductee is already set to its parent, it doesn't need to run it. Well, then I think you'd want it to be right here, which I think could still cause problems. But technically, if I wanted that to work, we do it here. That seems fraught, because we also need to say that it is within the interactable zone, because otherwise we could make things be interactable that aren't supposed to be interactable, which is not good. So for example, I can pick this up and drop it, comes back to be interactable, comes back every single time, which is good. But let's say I drop it out here where it's not supposed to be interactable. Now it's becoming interactable. It's outside of the zone. That's not good. So what would be better is if it like rechecked everything. That's the problem you had when you made the remove and the reparent. Children only have one parent. Because you don't want it to have only one parent. Empty Sutter says, nice, that's called the strangler pattern. Well, you slowly replace junk. I'm now a fancy software developer. Dude, I'm looking that up right now. What? Strangler pattern. What? use a Microsoft result first? I thought I was gonna get a bunch of weird serial killer things. Wow. Incrementally migrate a legacy system by gradually replacing specific pieces of functionality with new applications and services. As features from the legacy system are replaced, the new system eventually replaces all the old system's features, strangling the old system and allowing you to decommission it. That is very interesting. Thank you for teaching me that. Strangler Fig program. Wow. Thank you for teaching me. I love that. It seems ridiculous, but I want to give you a credit for that. I want to give you credit for that because I'm going to use that now. I'm going to say that. This is just more of a life credit because I'm going to like say this all the time now. And you're going to have taught me. And that somewhere, I want to acknowledge that you did that for me. So here's a no compensation entitled credit for you that will at least go in this game. I'm a fancy software developer. All right, so I'm using a Microsoft approved design pattern. So no critiques allowed. So yeah, so this is obviously a problem. So how does it even, I don't remember, how does it check if something is allowed to be within the interact zone? I like the idea of strangling my projects. I know the name, I was a little surprised at first, like what? That's what it's called? Jeez. I guess we deserve to have a little fun when we're programming. I guess an easy way to figure this out, if we say is interactable true, that should pull it up wherever it sets it, right here. So when a body enters the interact zone, that's when it sets, and if that thing that enters the interact zone is an abductee, it then sets it to interactable. Whereas, I'm gonna actually just get rid of the Band-Aid that is not functioning well. Get rid of this Band-Aid here. So whereas when I pick this up and drop it here, the body is already in it. It's already in the interact zone. So it's not gonna give it a new, it's not gonna reset it again, and I can't even click it anymore because it was already in the zone. So in this case, it wasn't, I mean, it's a little confusing why it happens sometimes, but not others, but I don't care. So I need to figure out some way to run this, to proc this again, so to speak. I could just say on body entered body and it just be self. You just need a way to check if it's inside or not when you drop it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I could just run this function. It's a little obnoxious. So that means every time anything is dropped, yeah, so I mean I could look at if it collides. Oh, I see what you're saying. So all of the things that are currently overlapping with the interact zone, if the thing that just got dropped, if it matches something that's within that list, then give it. This is intriguing.
So I'm not sure how to do that though. I've never used that before. In my day, we would just throw the monitor out the window, but monitors nowadays aren't as satisfying to throw. That's so true. It's accurate. At least they're easier to throw though. But yeah, they don't break in the same way. They don't have that same. I gotta say though, like CRTs and stuff, they got a weird. You gotta be ready for, because they're like front heavy. You gotta be aware of what you're working with. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we could do overlapping bodies. I mean, I was thinking every time we drop something, it could just call on body entered, even though it's not an on body entered. And then if the thing that fell no, I guess we do need. Well, so what even is that? I don't even know what that is. I've never used that before. Get overlapping bodies in Area 3D. You got, yeah, you do have to lift with your legs. It's very dangerous. I speak of it because I know. That's a good call, Dungeon. Get overlapping bodies returns a node 3D array. So I would need to like, I guess just like, since it's just an array, we could just like find or something. That returns an integer. So I would just, it would be nice if there's like a true or false, like if something is in an array. Has. If overlapping bodies has self. Nice. Nice. Credits, 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 where credits are due. I mean, it doesn't work yet. I haven't tested it yet, but still. What are we doing? We're doing, I guess this is interact zone stuff, technically. Interact boundaries. Yeah, sure. We'll say it for that. We'll say it for that. Give one to MD and one to Dungeon. Okay. Whoops. So I want to get back to the code. And at the moment that something is dropped, so if something gets dropped, I'm even gonna just say this is dropping. Maybe that'll help me remember that. I mean, it does say dropped there. So if something does get dropped, we want, well, it also has to hit the ground. I mean, no, you can, well, it would be nice if it waited till it hit the ground. So yeah, don't do it there. Do it down at the reparent moment. Totally fine. But you need to make sure that it's right here. It's got to be right here. The only thing I don't like about this is in the process function. So this is gonna apply. Does anything ever get removed from the group dropped? By the way, or do they just stay in dropped until they get deleted? Yeah, they just stay there until they get deleted. I mean, that would be a good place to remove it, is when they hit the ground. So if you wanted to remove them from that group, this is where you would do it, is right here. Right? Remove from group, dropped. And then we can say, so I need to actually set up the interact zone area in here. So I'm gonna go back to the interact zone script. Interact area. So that's what I need to be checking right now. Should it be renamed to dropping? I don't know.
I don't think so. Because it's, yes, maybe. No. No. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, like, here's what I'll say. I'm curious. On an intellectual level, I'm curious what would be... Oh, it's a good stretch. I'm curious on an intellectual level, what would be a better way to name it? Practically, though, it seems like a waste to worry about. Seems unnecessary. Maybe that's just me. If there was a need to have a group that was called dropping that I might clash with, okay, then I would think about it. But then it's like, what is something that's dropped? Is this dropped only when it hits the ground? Or is it dropped as it's flying through the air? I think it's dropped when it's flying through the air, which is what we're saying. We're saying that if it's flying through the air, then it's dropped. As soon as it hits the ground, it's no longer dropped. But I see what you're saying, right? Dropping, it's currently being dropped. It's going through the experience of dropping until it's no longer. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. No. I respect your intellect. Alright, so we want to say interact area on that thing. Now, how am I going to even get this? This thing is... Where does this live? Where does the interact node even live? I don't even remember. Is that in the main scene? Is that the script? Yes. Okay. So let's come back to the abductee. So we need to on-ready this thing so we can get its bodies. Here. So I'm gonna drag this and on-ready it. I'm just gonna call, in fact, I'm even gonna do, can we do interact area by chance? No, we'll just say interact zone. That'll be enough. Let me come down here, remove the group dropped, interact zone, interact area. I guess then we do get overlapping bodies. Actually, I don't even know how to use this. Now that I think about it, I gotta look at it. For a solo project, it's not necessary to change it at all. Dropped only implies that it was dropped at some point in the past. Removing it when it hits the floor makes the name inaccurate. I suppose. But isn't it still dropped if it's flying through the air? It's still past tense dropped. It was held, now it is no longer held, and it's falling through the air. Held, dropped. I see what you're saying though, because it lacks that like extra level of nuance. Since it has a new aspect. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. All things on the floor from 5 hours ago are also dropped. Not in this game. Right. So if and that's where I think it would be valuable to name it something different, is if I did have a need for things that were previously dropped to be tracked. Hopefully I don't. Now I'm doubting myself. Let me check. We're just gonna take a quick look. Wait, what? Oh, are we matching case? That's okay.
You can just do if thing dropped and get overlapping bodies. I don't think we need to check after. Oh. Actually, you know what, MD Suitor? We do. Because this determines if it needs to be deleted. So we're actually going to have a bit of a memory leak if I don't. This is actually a mistake to take it out of the group dropped. Because that's what determines whether. So if it's on the floor after having been dropped. And it goes past a certain Z position, it deletes it. That wouldn't happen if I removed it from the group dropped. So your point is taken, although now I gotta refactor things to make that work and make sense. Well, dang. I guess I technically want to say it's in the group dropping. Dang. Hold on. MD Suitor, like, catching problems. Does only delete drop things? What if I just walk by and never pick them up? Yeah, it only deletes dropped things. So it works differently. So here's how it works otherwise. And please don't question why that is and that it should be different. I beg you. The way that this works is humans that have never been picked up are actually a part of the level. And they just either visually appear or not. And so when I pick one up, when I pick one up, it spawns a new one. And the one that was there just becomes invisible. So there's technically still one there, but it's invisible. This is a new one that was spawned because we clicked on that. Again, don't you dare try to talk me out of doing it that way. There are reasons, and it's not worth going into a whole thing over. So that's why these need to be deleted separately, because they are a new instantiation. Get out of my face. They're a new instantiation that need to be dealt with. The ones that are originally there have the chance to reappear when it comes back, because they stay there. They never get deleted. Because all of the level chunks are loaded in at once. And we're never instantiating a level chunk in. They're always just being recycled again and again and again and again. So the original human that was on the level chunk doesn't need to be deleted because it comes back again later. But the new one that's being held is not treated that way. Alright, so we add it to the group dropping while it's being dropped. It's an object pool that you don't want to mess with. What? An object pool that I don't want to mess with? I don't understand what those words mean. What does that mean? Are you saying that the humans that are already on the chunk are an object pool? And then I don't want to mess up that object pool so they don't get deleted? Is that what you're saying? Throwing terminology at me. No, I don't. You know, I'll learn. Other people have used that too, and I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, oh, object pooling, and I'm like, sure, totally, yeah. Okay, that's actually helped me learn what that means. Okay, yeah. The humans are object pools that I don't want to mess with or need to mess with. They don't need to be messed with. They need to be left alone. It was born out of a lot of work trying to figure out the best way to keep the game performant, because there were performance issues, so we dealt with that. To keep the game performant and still have everything function the way it should function. Because when level chunks got spawned in or instantiated, it was causing frame rate drops. But if we kept all of them pooled, all of the level chunks pooled, then I wouldn't have to worry about any of those performance issues, and it works really, really well. Yeah. All right. So when we let go of it, it goes into the group dropping. Now, once it hits the ground, we remove it from the group dropping, and we would want to add to the group dropped. So instead of checking if it's in the group dropped, we would need to check if it's in the group dropping. So we can make that change. Now, whether or not that's going to break other things, we'll see. Guessing that I haven't entered the wonderful and infuriating world of threads then. I mean, we considered, if you're talking about like multi-threading, like if someone has like a CPU that has multiple threads, then using different threads or whatever, we did like look into that, but it seemed like A, it wasn't going to make much of a difference, and B, not everybody's going to have a CPU that can do that anyway. So what's the point? Unless you're talking about something else, I think that's where we settled with regards to that. Okay, if it's in the group dropping and it hits the ground, remove from the group dropping, add to group dropped. Hopefully that keeps everything working fine. In addition, we want to check on the interact zone, interact area, get overlapping bodies, which is going to return an array. So if interact zone overlapping bodies has and let me just see how we do the has thing. If it has, so we can just put self in parenthesis, I think. Hopefully. Has self. Then is interactable becomes true. Interactable indicator becomes visible. I think that's what we want to do. Okay. Let's see where that gets us. Multi-threading, and if this is a desktop game, then literally anyone can use threads. The OS will schedule work between cores if things are using too many threads. Yeah, that's what people say, but you know, I think we tried setting it up and it didn't make a difference. At least not when I was testing it. It didn't seem to help, and you know, I would like this to be, I mean, it is, it's probably going to be a desktop game. Yeah, I'm saying go back and use threads. Yeah. Literally anyone can use threads. The OS will schedule work between cores if things are using too many threads. Yeah. It seemed to me, it seems like it makes more sense in this case to make the game not need that, rather than to say, well, even though there's totally a way to do this so it doesn't need multiple threads, like there's no advantage. It's not like this is some really powerful, high-performing game that pushes the boundaries of what's possible, you know? If that was the case, I feel like multi-threading makes more sense. But to me, it seemed like the game should just be built in a way that doesn't necessitate such what I kind of think of as a more extreme performance compensation. Hey, welcome back, Rolrick. I know nothing about code outside of game dev related stuff. Same, and even then, I'm still kind of new and learning. Ooh, okay, we got an area. Invalid access to property or key interact area on a base of type nil. The interact zone. Oh, I gotta restart it. I unreadied something that, and then didn't restart the runtime, so it never got unreadied. It never got unreadied. I feel you, Rolrick. And even then, I'm still learning. I mean, I've only been doing this for like a year. The way you talk about multi-threading, MD Sutter, you make it sound like it's like really complicated. It seemed like it was relatively simple to set up. But personally, when we tried it, I didn't notice any improvement. But maybe I just set it up wrong. Alright, drop it. Ugh. No dice. Okay, this time on a null instance. Invalid access to interact area on a base object of type null instance. Oh, I think I know why this is happening. I know why this is happening. Because this doesn't exist in the abductee scene tree. We have to type it out like that. The hand is animated now? Yeah. It grabs. It actually holds on. It clenches a fist. I did that during the member stream on Monday. I had to add a bunch of bones that weren't there before, which meant a lot of the other bone references got messed up. I had to fix all that. But yeah, we got a clenching fist now, which is nice. So then this would just go to UI interaction. Okay, now restart it. Again, that didn't work, I'm pretty sure, because the abductee script, this exists outside of the main scene tree. UI interaction is on the main scene tree. So I need to tell it, hey, here's how to go find that. Otherwise it's like, huh? Alright. Let me see that error not happen. Give it to me going away. Okay, eat up. Now we're gonna try picking something up and putting it down. Oh god, don't break off an arm, please. Okay. Pick it up, put it down. No error. And every time, it comes back. Make sure we can put it out here. Yes, we can. Done. That was a great call, Dungeon Martian, to use the overlapping bodies. Excellent suggestion. Thank you. Thank you so much. It shouldn't be doing that. Frick yeah. Awesome. Grab as a toggle. So now we only gotta click once. Oh, we still got the arrow geeking out. I got a lot of changes I need to do to the arrow in general. The arrow should be... Oh, the arrow disappears if you're holding the if you're holding the button down. That's when the arrow disappears. So we would just say, I mean, I guess I need somebody to check if grabbing is toggled. Yes, Pepe, the cat is here. By the way, Pepe, I was gonna message you about this. Pepe made that emote. And all the emotes that are similar. Pepe, I'll message you details. But Progi God and I are gonna do a podcast, Hyper Game Dev podcast. And we wanna use like little avatars of ourselves. You know, like VTuber style. And I was thinking for my avatar, we could use your character drawing in some way. If you were interested, I'll message you details, but since you're here, I thought I'd tell you. We gotta sing Pepe a song. We got to. It's the law around here. I see where this is going. Yeah, you do. You do. Yeah. Alright, awesome. I'll send you, like, how it's gonna be. Yeah. Yay! Thank you, Pepe! Pepe's the best. Pepe's been supporting this channel from, like, early days. Oh, kitty cat is sitting up. His little head's cut off. We can't have that. Dreams days. Like, over 2 years ago. You support the channel in so many great ways. So thankful to you, Pepe. They sure were something. I know. Very glad to be using other engines. Oh, then he goes down. All right, never mind. I will not adjust the camera then. It needs no adjusting. All right, Pepe, this is gonna be your song. Oh, Pepe, hey, I say hey to Pepe from the old days, but it's a new day, and I like that Pepe's here. I say hey to Pepe. The old days were great, but they're not the same as the way it is now. No. And Pepe knows how to be so great, even to this day. Oh, Pepe. Thank you for hanging around. I say hey to Pepe. Oh yeah, I say hey to Pepe. Yes, I do. On this day, I say hey to Pepe. Thank you for being here for so long. I appreciate you. Can't be wrong about that. You're a great one, Pepe. Oh yeah, I appreciate 3 years. You've been here for 3 years. You've been here. Oh yeah, you're Pepe. Oh, you're Pepe. Oh, Pepe, I say hey. There you go. This is your member song, Pepe. Thank you very much. 3 years, I'm not wrong. Yeah, it might be. It's been a while. MD Sutter says, if it was still stuttering on load, then you were doing something wrong. Yeah, I may have been. There's a good chance I was. With the multi-threading thing. Games should ideally be built in a way that does not require a lot of resources. Threads are easy to set up, but depending on what you're doing and how many you're using, you may need to control what they access and take into account when they start/stop. Okay, that does sound nightmarish. Oh, now he moves. Oh, the poor boy. He's got the little sneezies. Oh wait, oh the camera, I have to actually move it physically. Ugh. No! He said, what are you doing, mommy? What you up to? I love you, buddy. Come here, my guy. Come say hi. We just want to see you.
We want to see your beautiful face. That's all. We love you. I'll be the emote. Ah! I love you. Look, he's getting all green screened out. You're my baby. You're my baby. Yes, you are. Forever. Mwah. Alright, now you gotta get off. Now you gotta get off. I don't want to like hair around me. You can sit on the chair though if you want. Yeah, you can hang out. Go ahead. What am I doing? Aren't I working on a game? What is it? Oh, I guess we just solved a problem. He's there, but she can't really see him. We solved a problem. I think it's time for a little commit then. I mean, I should play a little bit just to find out what other problems might have arose because of that. Because that is always a strong possibility. I think it should be fine though. Can't believe we ended up adding dropping in there. Did I not give MD Sutter another credit for that? Oh, this looks great. Everything looks fine. I see nothing wrong. And if something comes up, we'll deal with it. I still, you know, I kind of think that it's a little too sensitive for going into the alien's mouth. I think I want to adjust that real quick. Well, first I would say, okay, grab is definitely a toggle. So we're going to pull that off. And then let's come back here, make a commit. I love you. I love you. You're a sweet boy. Abductees. How do I want to word this? Abductees are held on a toggle now. Added a dropping versus dropped group. Thanks to MD Sutter. That is able to determine if a dropped abductee should be in the interact zone or not. Thanks to Dungeon Martian. Yeah, whatever. That's good enough. Okay, so with that understood and out the way, I'm gonna make the... I love you. I'm gonna make the... What was I gonna do? Oh, I already forgot. Oh, I guess I should have done it right away. What was I gonna do? What was the little extra thing? Oh, crap. I totally forgot. I don't remember. Interact zone, grab, drop, pick up, things detected, toggle. Wow, it's gone. I'm sure it'll come back to me. Well, there is something that I want to change, which is when I grab... Oh, God, I hate that. When I grab something with the head, I don't want the orb to come down. That I certainly don't want to happen. Dude, what was the other thing? Totally forgot. I feel like I should rewind and, like, see what I said. Just a bunch of little things. What else? Dropped humans don't always get... Oh, whoa, we fixed that. Yes, no, that is fixed. Get that off of there. That is totally fixed. Bring that down a little. No dunk without arms. Oh, right, that's the next thing I want to do, at least. So right there, when that comes down, no thank you. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Oh, the arrow stuff. Oh yeah, we gotta fix the arrow stuff. There's some arrow problems.
Quick drop and catch has weird boolean. I don't know if that matters anymore. Now that we have the toggle, you can't quick drop and catch like you used to be able to do. You can't juggle the human anymore. Can you? No, because when it's falling, you can't grab it. There's no catching. So I think that problem is actually resolved as well. Let's go. No dunk without arms, yeah. And then the hover arrow. Okay, so let's do the dunk thing, and then I'll do... See, that hover arrow, it's driving me nuts. I hate that. Oh, I know what I was gonna do. I was gonna make the... Uh-oh, that's a bug. Hold on. Uh-oh. Oh, so that's part of the problem right there, that human thing put. That's what when I refactored dropped. I think that's causing an issue right there. So it's supposed to reparent itself. The problem is it's reparented itself to the main scene instead of, or basically it didn't reparent it at all. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, we got something. I knew there was something that had to pop up. Something had to come. That's one of them. So here it's only checking if it's in the grouped dropping. I mean, we could also check if it's in the group dropped. But wait, it should be... Really, it should... So if it's parented to the main scene, whenever I grab it and I'm holding it, it's parented to the main scene. That's what keeps it moving forward constantly. And in theory, when I drop it, I don't even know how I created that bug. When I drop it, it's supposed to reparent to the chunk that's underneath it. So that way it moves away with that. Somehow that one got stuck. How did you get stuck? How did you do that? I don't know how you did that. Whoa. I just destroyed it somehow. Whoa. Some strange things happening. Definitely some strange things are happening here. I kind of figured something weird would happen. So I'm just kind of like spamming click on it. I'm not sure how that bug occurred. That's tough. That's a bit tricky. And then I don't know what made it just disappear earlier. Don't love that. Not my favorite. Random... Oh! When it goes outside of the interact zone. Because it's not... Oh, because that's not setting it to dropping. That's why. Easy, fixable. Here, when we take the body outside of the interact zone, we're adding it to the group dropped. We've refactored that a bit. That now needs to be dropping. Then it's going to do it right. Did not need to end the runtime to test that, but that's okay. Okay. I'll do a commit for that. I love you. I love you. You're a good boy. Interact zone drop being now correctly now applies dropping group, whatever. I mean, it should. Let's make sure it does. I'd be shocked if it didn't. Whoop. So drag it out. Then it reparents. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Now, let's do no dunk without arms. So I just set all that up. Do I remember how all that works? I think we set a lot of it Well, what makes the score dunk descend in the first place? Pray tell. I don't remember. Dunk ascent timer. Ascent timer on screen exited. Grab begun. Visible true. Score dunk hover. On body entered. Body exited. On meet in dunk. Dunk follow position. If is grabbing and it hasn't descended, or it is descended, dunk ascent, dunk follow. What makes that actually happen? Physics process. Dunked meets in group. Check to see how many things. We don't care about that. Wait, what makes it come down? That's got to be like an animation or something. Descent. I mean, it has to be somewhere. I don't think it is an animation though. I think it moves down. I don't remember what pulls it down. I'll find it. I'll find it. Eventually. However it happens. How does it come down? Well, we know it happens on grab, so there could be something related to that. I guess I'll search around for dunk stuff. On the body part script. I guess it'd be... Is there an on grab begun on here? There is. It's got to be in there. It just says visible true is grabbing true. If is grabbing and dunk Y offset is set to the constant. Then start the ascent. But that says ascent, which means going up. I mean, it has to be. I mean, this can't be mislabeled. Print. It's happening. I'm confused. Oh, I probably left some other prints around, by the way. I should deal with those. Abductee. Should be doing that. Whatever. Any other prints we got floating about? Okay. I'm confused. I don't remember how this works. And you know what? This time, I'm going to label wherever it is that it happens. I'm going to label the crap out of it so I can actually find it next time. It's not an animation. I mean, there is an animation for it. I just don't know that that's what's playing. We'll get there. Okay. So it's going to happen right away, and I'm curious to know if this prints it before it starts arising again. It does. It doesn't even do it when it ascends. That is descent. That is literally descent. It is 100% not ascent. I don't know why it's labeled that way, but it is mislabeled. How dare I? This is dunk descent. Period. So this way I can actually find it. It's weird because we have the ascent timer. I guess the timer until it ascends. That's confusing. All right. So that happens when grab begins. And we want to say this only happens. So I guess we could tell it. How are we checking? Oh, if we could say arm health. I think that would be fine. That's, to me, the easiest way to do it. It's a lot of references to the arms floating around, but it happens at the beginning of the game when the on ready, who cares? So I'm going to drag this in. Put it somewhere, maybe not there. Let's put this up here. You want to check the right arm and check the left arm. And just, if their health is 0, don't do any of this. If arm right current health is set to 0 and arm left current health is set to 0, or we want to, well, yeah, I mean, really nothing happens. Pass. Otherwise, do this stuff. So that should be good. Something a little sad about it. Just telling it to pass. Just pass. Keep going. Nothing to see here. But there really doesn't need to be anything happening. With relation to the dunk, anyway. And plus, I think that'll make it a little more alarming when it does happen. I mean, whatever. It's just corrector. That's what matters. Okay, so we should see no dunk. Indeed, we see no dunk. No humans spawned that time. And then here, if I click on it, we see a dunk. There's really no reason why it wouldn't work again, but just to be thorough, I'm just gonna check it again with my arms broked off. If I can break them off. No dunk. Excellent. We're checking off stuff. Wow, and I might still have time to do something else that isn't related to this, which is awesome. All right, good. Might actually get all these grab tasks resolved. Dunk doesn't appear if there are no arms on grab. Just added a check on the scored dunk on grab begun. This is way more info that needs to be there. If arm healths are 0. I just said it. You know what? I felt like it, so I typed it. All right, let's get it off of this task list. Now for the hover arrow. This is actually going to be a little unpleasant. So the original note here is that I want... So right now, if you hover over anything that is potentially interactive or interactable, the arrow will appear above that thing, no matter what. The way I actually want it to work is that when I hover over, so this is fine here. This is actually, I got to make an exception there. Here in the main menu, I do want it to appear. I actually want this to look a little better. I'd love for it to be more clear which alien you're hovering over, by the way. That's kind of a separate task, though. But it's the same kind of functionality that's making that work. And so over here, okay, so actually no arrow is appearing. It actually is kind of working the way it's supposed to. Wait a minute, what is that original note supposed to be for, actually? Oh, okay. So actually, it's only humans that's true. For obstacles, the arrow only appears over obstacles that are within the interact zone. That is to say, they have that extra little highlight, meaning I can choose them. So like that one in the distance, nothing appears. Or this tool shed, I can't hover over it. No arrow appears. Unless it's in the interact zone, then it appears. However, with humans, an arrow appears even if I'm not in the even if it's not in the interact zone. But I only want the arrow to appear if it can actually be grabbed. So I basically just have to make humans work just like obstacles work. So that's the original note that that's supposed to be for. But there's also this new thing. Now that we have grab toggle, the arrow is appearing when we grab toggle, even though I don't want it to appear during a grab toggle. So I'll need to also figure out how to communicate to the arrow that you don't need to keep showing once I've grabbed a thing. There's still a couple weird things I'm seeing. Like sometimes the human, like, I don't know, I'm not gonna worry about it. Alright, so let's just get the human interactable thing set up. So the hover arrow script, I think, is this one. It's a beast. It's short, but it's a beast as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot of if statements here. If so, something hovered, begins the hover effect. And wait, does this have anything to do with the arrow though? Hold on, maybe it's a wrong script. Arrow. Oh, this might have its own thing. I hate the arrow stuff. It confuses me. If the target is not in the group abductee, I don't think we need that past there anymore. If the target is not in the group abductee, and if the target is in the group NPC, then show the target at the marker. All right. If it's not in the group NPC, show it over the target, but it gets there in a different way. Okay, if it is in the group abductee, so this is saying if it's not in the group abductee, else, that is to say it is in the group abductee, and the target is available, then show it. So this must be, man, this is, I don't label this well at all. My guess is that this is saying is an obstacle / not an abductee. No, this is saying it is an abductee. No. This is, so NPC is not the same as a human. This is abductee. That's really confusing that I set it up this way. I mean, obviously I could easily just take that off, switch these, but here we are, not doing that. Is abductee. If target is available, sees abductee. So we don't want just is available, we want something else to be checked as well. Now with the things that aren't, sees when the non-abductees, if not abducted, it's kind of obvious because you can see the print, but whatever. Why does that mandate being in the interact zone? I don't really understand that. That confuses me a bit. How is this blocking the arrow from appearing? It doesn't look like it's doing anything. I'd be kind of curious to see if this prints something when I hover over obstacles. It's surprising. I would have thought there was some extra check that makes sure that it's in the interact zone. Maybe there's like a collision thing. Like maybe collision on the obstacle doesn't even exist until it's in the interact zone. Therefore, the arrow can't see it. That's got to be what's happening. Whoa. We got arrows galore now. Oh, because it's seeing the cows. There's old cows in there. Ignore those. Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't see it. But it does see that. That has to be what it is. It's the collision that's being shown. Well, I don't know that I want to set the human up that way. Do I? Do I want to set the human up that way? I mean, I hate the idea of having them work under different systems. And how do we set... Like, if it sees a human... How does it say that the human is now interactable? So that's the areas are going to determine obstacles. The bodies are going to determine what happens with the abductees. On area entered, it emits interact obstacle begin. Okay. And then that sets its collision layer, which is otherwise not on. Oh, we gotta strangle it. It's strangle time. Global's collision. Which one was that number? 3? That's just gonna be obstacle, not obstacle interact. Obstacle interact would be a higher number. Whereas when a body enters, nothing is emitted, it just sets that body's interactable to be true. The fact that it's interactable is true. And the interactable indicator becomes visible. So it's collision. And so what is it that is being seen? By the raycast. I'm going to open up the raycast script. Actually, let me go back to the arrow. Oops, sorry, not that. Arrow hover. I think it's something attacked or something hovered. Okay. Something hovered, emit. Come back to... Oh, that's not emitted on the camera at all. Oh, the abductee itself is reporting that it's been hovered. So too does an obstacle. Obstacle does the same thing. Obstacle reports that it's been hovered as well. Okay. On abductee hovered. I have a feeling that's not going to be... Oh no, we have abductee hovered. Wow, okay. Abductee hovered is emitted. That's what's emitted from a raycast. The abduct ray. I didn't know he set up an abduct ray. I forgot about that. Wow. And that's looking for 256 terribly, terribly. Now that's that's very badly factored there. I mean, I guess I'd have to set up a whole nother enum that also looks for... I mean, I guess not necessarily. Kind of. I don't know about that. MD Suitor might not approve, but... Let's go find out what 256 is. The Lee's way. 256 is Abductee Interact 9. So that's what the arrow looks for, is layer 9. So if I had layer 9 be false, unless it's in the interact zone, that should fix that. If it's available, that becomes true. We gotta strangle it. I mean, I could say if it's available and is interactable. Now the interactable is setting another collision layer. Concerning. If is available and is, so in that sense, I don't think I even need to do anything other than just say that. Now this else is going to be a little different though. That's a bit of an issue. So I think I would need to say if is not available, set that to false. Arrow's not gone, but that may be, I may need to recycle them for that to, nope. No, that did not do anything of any value whatsoever. Cool. But it can't be interactable. So I just need to restart it. It can't be interactable. How could it be interactable? Unless is interactable means nothing that I think it means. But if the abduct ray is looking for something in layer 9, well, no, that's the only place it's being set to. Well, but it's not being set to false, to be fair. Here, and let's do the enum. Globals. Collision. Abductee interact. 4 should be just abductee, regular style. So we should just be able to copy and paste that onto there. Oh, what's 1? 1 is ground. We want to say it's able to look for the ground. And then this is the player. don't see the player. That's what 16 is. So we could also say that abduct, interact. I don't know why I really need to, but... Well, Lee's, I think you would want to have something that makes it become false. Also, that would actually make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? If it's available and is interactable, you can still do an else here. Else, that collision becomes false. Right? Nice. So now I can't hover over these, no arrows. Oh, wait, but I've broken it now in other very important ways. Whoops. Now it never becomes interactable. Why? Maybe in the strangling, I strangled the wrong thing. Because it should be becoming, in theory, interactable when it gets into that area. I think we need some, I'm gonna need some prints. Some print statements around here, because I'm not exactly sure what's going on when. What is happening? What is happening is being at. Pray tell. Okay, arrows don't appear, but neither does interaction anymore. So that's broken. Well, I think because... I don't know. I'm actually not sure. And then where does this come? Physics process. If spawn, if not spawn, spawn me. Otherwise, if is interactable, print... Tell me your secrets. Does that ever print? No printing. Nope. It just doesn't see it anymore. Or it's not even being set to interactable. I have made some very slight errors somewhere that has caused some problems. If body's in, so on body entered, if it just enters a body that's in the group abductee. So I think I must have just messed up the collision. I think that's all there is to that. I did some terrible mistake here. Maybe in my enum setting. I hate the enum thing. I only did it because MD Sutter said so. And you know what? MD Sutter was right. But I'm not used to it yet. I love how I'm just blaming that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. How dare you besmirch MD Sutter's name? So this is saying true. That is to say the interact zone can see. Do I still have it on clipboard? I do.
Oh, get rid of all this. You can see the abductee interact, which is 9. That's what 9 is. Here, let's do these others. Globals, collision, ground. Globals, collision. Wait, what was that? Ground. Don't look for the ground, but be visible to the ground. 10 is obstacle interact. Okay. So in the ready function, it should be seeing abductee interact. If I come to the abductee script, now if it's interactable, but wait, is it ever true? Abductee interact only becomes true if it's available and, well, see, that doesn't make any sense. This won't work. Yeah, that makes, I see why that wouldn't work. Yeah, that makes sense. No, you can't do it like this. It only can set it to is interactable if this is true in the first place. So this has to be true, and then it can see it. But that's also what the arrow is checking for. So how is it? So then what is, when obstacles, how does it see obstacles? Am I hovered? Oh, I hate that one. Attack target. And what does attack target look for? It gets really nuts with all these different collisions and raycasts, I'm telling you. Detects obstacles, NPCs, and meat/abductees. So this is looking for, so the arrow, okay, so all I have to do is say that the arrow isn't looking for the abduct ray. So why did I set up the abduct ray then? Why did I do that in the first place? Man, this got really messed up. If the abduction target is available, so this is what this is looking for, is the abductee interact. So what's the obstacle interact for? Because that's what the interact zone is looking for. The interact zone is looking for those. Okay. And that was what? 10? Let's refactor that. I guess we're refactoring all this. Globals, collision. It is much easier to search this way. This makes things a lot easier to search, actually. Obstacle interact. Let's do all these as well. 8 is
Projectile. Four is abductee. 3 is obstacle. And 1 is ground. And this is the obstacle script. Oh, of course, there's more right down there. 2 is NPC. 3 is obstacle. I forgot 4 already. 4 is abductee. 8 is... I forgot. Projectile. A refactored day keeps a finished game away. Welcome, Pressy. Yeah. I'm told that I'm doing a strangler pattern. That when I come across this potential replacement opportunity, I then do it. It does slow me down a little, but I'm already finding it useful when I need to search for stuff, so it's a better system than numbers. Welcome, Pressy. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. I've been doing a lot of grab improvements today, so the grabs better. One lingering thing on my most recent task list is to adjust how the arrows behave, but it would seem that is to say, when I hover over something, an arrow appears above it. I seem to have set up the obstacles to deal with the hover arrow differently than the way the humans deal with the hover arrow, which is not great. So I'm trying to figure out if I can make them be handled similarly instead. And it's meaning digging deep into how collisions are all set up and crap like that. Gets a little confusing, but actually this refactor makes it a little easier to understand. That does not sound great. Yeah. So the obstacle is not on the obstacle layer until the interact zone goes into it. It is on the interact layer. This is so much easier to see it this way. Wow. So many thanks to MD Sutter for encouraging me to do that, because wow, I can just look at it at a glance and not just see a bunch of numbers. It's so much easier to understand what's happening. At least there's a cat. At least there's a cat camera, I know. I'm gonna figure out how to angle it so their heads aren't cut off. They seem to always have their head right at that pole. And it's always cut off. I think it's because they like their head to be as close to that fireplace as possible. At least you can enjoy the cat torso. I could stand to improve that position a little bit. They're just camera shy. Oh, yeah, you're right. They know. They're aware. Oh, that's sweet. It's sweet to think about them being shy. So the normal collision layer of an obstacle is false until the interact zone passes over it. Then it becomes true. Whereas the obstacle interact is true. Okay. Now, if I go to the abductee, let's look at its default setup. I mean, we're not even determining much of anything here other than it sees the ground, it doesn't see the player. That's it. Okay. On the abductee is false in theory by default. until the interact zone sets it to be that way. This turned out to be a mistake. Okay, can you just put it back to the way it was, please? Get rid of all this. Put this back. Put it back. This is how it was, but this was causing too many detections. So here, the arrow is appearing even if it's not interactable, which is not what I want. So if it's interactable, the base abductee collision layer becomes true. If it's not interactable, the base abductee layer becomes false. That's the same as the obstacle. If it's available, that means that it actually spawned in or exists in the world. Then it is able to be interacted with, which is good. Otherwise, it's oh, well, I mean, first of all, why does that say abductee? See, that confuses me. I'm sure there's a reason for that. Hold on. Let's make that false, see what happens. Does that break anything? Whoa. Okay, so there's something weird happening. I just saw a human appear that wasn't there before. There's definitely a bug going down that I need to figure out. I just saw that. I see you, bug. I see you. You won't get away with this eventually. For now, you get to get away with it, though. There has to be some reason why I set that to abductee. If it's not available, I don't know. It's a little confusing. So again, just to be clear, the available thing means, so like here, there are some that would appear, but they didn't appear. Those are not available. The ones that did appear are the ones that are available. I mean, it seems fine. It's not solving any problems. I feel like I had to click that many times for it to actually work. Oh, okay, we got one. No, we don't. So I think I need to go look at the arrow and figure out what's going on with the arrow. I think that weird bug happens when it's the head that's chomping on things. Maybe? I mean, nothing here feels incorrect. Everything here feels pretty... I mean, I did have to press that so many times. Oh, I think that's because I think if you're in the middle of eating, you can't grab something. I think that's why that happens. That's why I had to click it so many times. Okay. So now I'm gonna look at... I'm still so confused. I'm gonna look at the hover arrow script again. Wherever that is. Is it arrow hover? This is such a mess. Arrow hover. Oh, I hate this script. Okay. Show arrow runs if something hovered. Okay, so to be clear, again, just to recap here. Something hovered is emitted by the abductee and hit points. Hit points would be on obstacles. Let's get rid of this. Hit points is when it's on the obstacle script. So, on abductee hovered, that is looking for the abductee interact layer. This is looking for abductee interact layer. Called when abductee interact layer is seen by raycast, by abduct ray. This one is seen by the attack target. So this one is looking for, that's what you have to change. That's what has to be different. That's exactly where the problem is. On abductee hovered needs to be called by something, by the attack ray, essentially. Or the abduct ray needs to be looking for that instead of the interact. Let's do it that way. It's gonna cause some other problem, but I think that's where we're dealing with an issue here. Abduct ray. Unfortunately, I can't number these with the nice enum. I can, but it's... I don't want to. It's gonna be confusing. So... if this is looking for the normal abductee, that's 4, which does happen to be the correct one, but it's for a different reason. So we're gonna say this looks for 4 instead. This is probably gonna cause a mess, but let's mess with it. Identifier okay, obviously that's an error. Invalid access to property or key is available on a base object of type Area 3D obstacle. Well, yeah. Wait, but it's not looking for an obstacle. It's supposed to only look for abductees. Oh, this is 8. Oh god, I hate this. This is supposed to be 8. That's the bit mask value thing. That's why I can't just use the enum. It's like a special value. I hate it. Okay. So. Okay. What has broken? What is functioning? Okay, so now I can't hover over the humans that aren't interactable. Is that it? Did we fix it? My god. I think it was as simple as that. I think you should be able to grab multiple things if you're still eating. It just has to be able to give up its arm that it's currently using to eat things. As long as it can do that, it's not a big deal. Okay, that actually did fix it. Now when I hover over this, nothing seen. That can't be actually selected, which is really good. Whew. Oh my gosh. Now we still have the extra problem of the arrow remaining here. So that we can check that off, but now it needs to become hover arrow disappears on grab toggle. So how do we know that the grab is toggled? Well, right now on arrow hover, I thought it was checking for like a, if we're clicking, it won't show it, but whatever. That might actually be on the camera. Yeah. If input is action pressed grab, force hide arrow. So we would want to say the toggle. So we could instead say if abduction target, assuming it's actually still seeing it, which it might not be. Is in group grabbed. I feel like there's an easier way to do this. We could say if... We could check to see if the group grabbed has anything in it. Let me remember how we do that. We check like the size of it somehow. Here. Let's go back. If... Please don't type it like that. I beg you. We're gonna say grabbed abductees. Just create it fresh. I'm guessing that's an integer? Yes. Grab abductees. Integer equals get tree get nose. Instead of dunked, we want to say grabbed. If grabbed abductees. The only problem with that is what if you want to grab multiple? That's the problem. If, okay, all right. How about this? We don't say size. So this is an array. If grab abductees has no if abduction target is set to I think you would want to say, it's a little confusing. If grab abductees has, I don't think this is gonna work like you want it to. Abduction target, then force hide it. I don't think this is what you want. So I mean, that will toggle it, which is good, not bad, but we are looking at adding a power-up that lets me grab multiple things, in which case we're not going to be able to see that we can grab those multiple things because the arrow won't appear. In that situation. So that's something to think about. Gotta think about the power-ups. That's why I wanted to come up with a power-up, so I know to be ready for this. So it's like it has to know what's currently grabbed. But it also still needs to ignore putting an arrow over the thing that you last grabbed. So maybe we say, man, that's kind of tough. Well, the arrow is only appearing. Why is the arrow appearing? So even though this fixes it, it's not really what I want. I'm just gonna comment this out. Come back to the arrow. So it checks if the target is available. Not only if the target is available, and target is not in group grabbed. that still doesn't resolve it in the situation where you have that power up, because now it's going to show even if you don't have the power up when technically you can't grab it. Oh, I missed it, I guess. Oops. Oh, and then there's a weird bug that be happening here sometimes I gotta look into. It's kind of friggin' complicated, a system like this. Okay, so oh. Okay. I mean, it's not showing an arrow. It's suppressing the arrow either way. Oh, there it goes. It might be that the raycast is blocked. Sometimes it sees it. Sometimes it doesn't. And to be honest, like that power up is going to function in not quite this way. It's weird that it's working now, but it wasn't before. That power up will be like you can scoop up multiple. I also would be okay with letting go of that power up. So here you can see there's no arrow. Unless I like move a little closer. It's like something suddenly makes that power up, or that arrow be possible. It's very strange. Oh. It's like a very specific scenario that the arrow does appear. It's irritating. How does that work? How does that work? That power up sounds kind of complicated, I'm not gonna lie. It sounds like it's gonna be hard to make that function. And the reason why it's a nice power up potentially is because then you don't have to go click, drag, click, drag, click, drag. Instead, you can just go click, 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 and then drop it. Which, to be fair, I don't know. Is that really much of a power up? Maybe I should evaluate that. Click, 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 click. Yeah, because then you can just like spam click and try to catch as many as possible, as opposed to having to go like this. I don't know. I don't know that it's that much easier, actually. It's like barely easier. It's kind of a crappy power up, which is okay. I think it's okay to have crappy power ups. I think that's kind of a good thing. I think it's still definitely easier to be able to click multiple. But do I really want to sit and figure this out? I mean, to be fair, all power-ups are gonna need to be figured out. Like, it's just a part of the power-up struggle. And there, I already actually had two. So I would need to figure out a way to limit and have control over when it does and doesn't happen. You can see the arm wasn't actually clicked. It's gonna be a lot easier if I just say, forget that power up. Let me look at my power up list. And I'm just kind of curious what things were like settled on. Did that one make the final cut? I think it did. Yeah, it did. Okay, dark mode. Thank you for obliterating everything. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Grab glove. Yeah, that was definitely planned. Can grab up to 2 abductees at once. Can grab up to 4 abductees at once. Allow for multiple grabs. Ensure that dunking and healing can detect. I mean, that is hardly all the dev tasks. It sounds simple. Just you can grab multiple things. You can. But everything would be a lot easier if you can only grab one thing at a time. And we just block it. Because what isn't hard is telling it that it can't do multiple. What is hard is telling it how it can. And then making sure that's communicated to the player with those arrows properly. Now, obviously, this system would be better set up, completely planned out in advance if I was a friggin' genius, which I'm not. So, I just kind of have to muddle through it as is and learn these lessons the very hard way. So why does that arrow sometimes pop up, but sometimes doesn't when I have something held? Like, if I could be in control confidently of when that arrow appears. Also, I guess that task is kind of done. It's a little more complicated than that. If I could be more in control of when that appears, that would give me some confidence. It's not even disappearing now. What? When did that break? If target is available, the thing that we're hovering over, and is not in the group grabbed, so, I mean, I would think that it hides the arrow. If target is available and is in the group grabbed, show it. If it is... So now it should be in the group grabbed. Oh, because this is a new thing. No, because this doesn't get in the group grabbed, but it does become unavailable. That's why this doesn't work. I see. I forget we spawn a new one. I forgot. I forgot. Could we do a force hide arrow here? What would that be like? No, it would be like nothing, is what it would be. Because it's not even seeing that. Also, this is interactable print is bothering me. This has become a very messy day. It's just, I'm really just like galloping through the slop of this code. which is real. Yeah, it's not even, oh, it is running that. Whoa, what happened? Zone sees rigid body exited. Exited body was abducted. What the heck was all that? Did I eat it? I don't think so. That's another bug. We got bugs galore. Really weird. Weird stuff. Oh, seeing that, never played. Oh my god. Oh my god. Zone, match case. Zone C's rigid body. Don't care about that anymore. What other things were popping up? Body exited. Exited body was abductee. Man, oh man. I mean, if I just to keep me moving. If I come back over here, we comment this in. The problem with this is, well, the good thing is it hides the arrow when I grab stuff. What the heck was that? What the frick was that? So the arrow hides when we're grabbing, which is very good. Just what we want. No more arrow. But again, in that hypothetical situation where I want a power-up that will indicate if we've grabbed something and we're hovering over something, this now makes that go away. Because this is just checking if anything has been grabbed. If the thing that was an abduction target. Is it still an abduction target? It'd also be helpful to know what the target is. So it is an abduction target, and then if I hover over this, it doesn't appear to be seeing a different one. I mean, it's very confusing. So this is actually printing a bajillion times constantly. I'm sorry, is that not removed from the group grabbed? Running, 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 running. Drop it. Keeps running. Even after I've taken it out of the group grabbed. Still set as the abduction target. Which is weird. That'll show a different one. It's very strange to me. So it's able to see it if it's like in front. How easy is controller support in Godot? Really easy. Really, 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 really easy. My controller is not set up. It is. I just don't have the wire to plug it in. But it's as simple as going to project settings, input map, and then, so for my grab button, just set it to joypad axis 5. And so literally if I plug up my controller and press that button, it'll appear here as that. And so if I just want to add a new button here, you can see it says keyboard keys, mouse buttons, joypad axes, So it'll even give you a nice reference. Button 0 is the same as Sony Cross, is the same as Xbox A, is the same as Nintendo B. Yes, you can control the mouse with the controller. Absolutely. That's exactly what we've done, in fact. That's a little more complicated, but the way we're doing that is that warp? Are we using warp mouse for that somewhere? Yeah. That's a little bit more complicated. Not as simple. I think glitched code might have made something for that. Glitched code controller mouse tutorial. That's gonna be hard to find. Let's see if I can pull it up. Yeah, you're welcome. See if you can easily locate it. Here, I think this one. See if that helps you. So I think this tutorial tells you how to do setup, because this person came in and helped me set this up. That's why I'm sharing it with you. And it'll let you do mouse controller stuff. Now it's not seeing it. Sometimes it sees it, sometimes it doesn't. So glad you discovered this channel for all the Godot goodies. Have them all. They are yours. Enjoy. I appreciate that. Thank you, Nepal. I'm glad you discovered it too. This power-up situation. Power-ups are tough, man. Power-ups are really tough. Because like I really have to decide to like either set up systems from the start to include these, or I have to retrofit them. And unfortunately, I have to retrofit some things. Really wish I had come up with the power-ups earlier. But honestly, I wasn't able to conceive of what the power-ups should be until I had more of the game made. It's like a flaw of my own, I guess. Came for the cat. The cat is a good reason to be here. Nepal says, I'm a Unity dev, and the temptation to switch to Godot is strong. I just hope Unity pulls a runtime fee for me to jump ship. You hope that Unity puts a runtime fee back in? It's up to you, you know? Like, you can pretty much bet that Unity is willing to make horrible decisions again. They will always be beholden to shareholders who may well install some other jerk who decides that runtime fees are a good thing. You know this. You know that it's possible. Now, with that said, you already know Unity. You're already familiar with Unity. it's fair to want to stick with it, and it's a good engine. It's still very valuable to be literate in other engines in case you have to jump ship. I don't envy that choice. Like, I was just starting out learning game dev, and I had done like a handful of sessions in Unity. Not that much Unity. And then the runtime fee thing happened. I was like, you know what? I'm safe. I can jump. I can jump ship. I'm not going to lose much here. But that's a much more difficult calculation if you've been using Unity for a while. You need an external motivation to jump to Godot. Yeah. I completely understand that. That makes absolute total sense. Yes. I'll sing you a song if you switch to Godot. I'll sing you a 3-minute song if you permanently switch to Godot. It's not a good external motivation. The new CEO is making things better. I still have my eye on Unity. Fun fact, I used to only know Unity. Felt super betrayed, so I learned Godot. I had also only dabbled in Unreal. Yeah, the new CEO is making things better. Absolutely. 100%. Totally. Absolutely. They should be celebrated for that. At the end of the day, I am, if there's a great open source alternative, I'm always going to go for that. That's just me. I mean, I'm here using Windows because I don't think Linux distros are a great alternative. I think Linux distros are great, but when I've tried to switch permanently to a Linux operating system and do like my normal tasks that I do on Windows, it ain't the same. Incompatibilities, errors that I have to solve, things that I took for granted that just work, don't on Linux distros. But with Godot, there's nothing that I've come across. And look, I would say I've dabbled in Unreal and Unity. But there's nothing that I'm like working with in Godot and I'm like, oh, I just can't make this work. If only I was using that other engine, then I would be fine. It seems to me Godot is capable of doing all of the same things. Whatever graphical differences there could be, I don't really care. I don't need my games to look super, super, super high fidelity. Just not that important to me. Although I still think great visuals are possible. With all that said, Unity is not a bad game engine at all. But I know I would rather not be relying on something that is beholden to public offerings and stuff, boardrooms and stock prices, that kind of stuff stresses me out. Do I do game dev full time? I mean, it depends what you call full time. Like, do I get paid to make games? Not really, no. I've been paid to make games before. Like one time, tiny itty bitty little bit. But I don't do it as a career. I spend $24 to $30 hours a week working on this game. And the money that I do get, I get from you guys and my partner, to whom I'm married, has a job that's able to support the both of us to survive. So that gives me the opportunity to be able to do something that doesn't pay that well. So, yeah, do I do game dev full time? I do it a lot. But it's not like my job, if that makes sense. So it's tough, because like my goal is to deal with the hover arrow. That's my goal. But unfortunately, that goal, it's like if I just make it work good enough for now, I'm eventually going to have to come back to deal with the power-up. So it's like, does that just lead me into working on the power-up right now? Kinda. That sucks. I stream game dev on the weekends. Nice. Yeah, streaming helps me concentrate so much. Dude, I would have tapped out hours and hours and hours ago if I wasn't live streaming. I think it's an excellent way, especially if you're someone who has ADHD, to concentrate better on really whatever you're trying to do. It's why you do it. Nice. I love that. I love that. It's like a ADHD life hack for that external motivation. You have ADHD and you're on meds. I had to stop taking the meds for financial reasons. And then I was like, because I live in the United States, so we got to pay for that stuff. And then I was like, I actually kind of like not being on the meds a little bit. But if it wasn't for the live streams, I would probably like it a lot less. Because I found even with medication, yes, it can help me concentrate, but it doesn't create like that fundamental motivation. Meds are awesome, don't get me wrong. I think the right thing to do is to move forward with trying to figure out how to set up that power-up. I think this is why we make a power-ups list, so that when these opportunities present themselves, it's time to dive in and make the power-up. Then the power-up will exist, and I'll have had made it. I could even use like a different indicator system, which is really upsetting. Like, what, we're gonna make another collision layer? Oh god, I hate that. That's too many collision layers. Oh, and then what the heck is that? I think that now I've got 3 at once. I think that it's when you are holding one. I think I know what's going on here. If I'm holding one and I click on another one that's grabbable, it's going to drop the one that I'm holding and then pick up the one that I'm targeting. Except right there, it doesn't. Cool. Okay, there, that's what happened. And then also toggles the arm off, unfortunately. Not my favorite fact. And then if they're stacked on top of each other, it just picks them both up at the same time. You're in the process of creating power-ups. This is interesting. Man, it's like, on one hand, I think it would have been best if I had planned all of these out before I started laying down a line of code. But I wanted to have like a vague prototype of the game so I could play through it and see, okay, what would feel like a benefit? What would be useful? But once I get that prototype a little bit put together, well, now I've already put down code and I have to wedge in the power-ups. So like that's why earlier today I was saying like that minimum viable product cartoon is a little is a little deceptive, like for the idea that if you build a prototype and iterate on it, that's always best. Like sometimes it's nice to know what you're going to do ahead of time, but how can I even know? I don't know. I'm still so new to game dev. I feel like I need this experience of trying to so let's say the next game I make, maybe I'll be able to foresee sooner what power-ups would be good and what things I need to plan for before I start setting up certain aspects. I don't know. It's confusing. Maybe I just could have set up a better grab system that didn't rely on the things it relies on. I was also bugging there where that... My god. I mean, bugs are gonna happen. Like, I can't have the perfect bug-freest game. See, there it highlights it. It let me grab both of them. It's very inconsistent. It's not behaving consistently. So there's gonna be... Oh man, grab glove is tough. I'd almost want to say, what if we block off the ability to grab multiple? Block it off. You can only grab one thing. I think that's pretty doable. Let me change my task a little bit. Grab multiple or nah? Something like that. So we say you can only grab one thing, and then I build some other kind of system that lets you grab multiple. So you have one, no more. What is that system? No more can be grabbed unless you get the power up. And if you get the power up, maybe there's some other group that exists. Maybe the thing that you're holding, maybe it acts like you're not holding something. But obviously we do want it to act like you're holding something, so the arm continues to follow the cursor. But whatever is blocking that other thing from being hovered, which by the way, I don't know what that is, that's blocking that thing. Oh, see, there it goes. If I wiggle around enough, eventually the arrow appears. What is that? Why? Why? Why does it wait? Why are you like this? How dare you? That just fell through the ground. Why is that like that? Hey, Nepo! Thank you for the $2. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you. Well, I gotta sing you a song. Ro, the human was stuck to the cursor, but no grabby grab there a bit ago. Yeah, I know. How are we doing on this song? Where's the position? Oh, we got time. Oh, Nepo V. Oh, Nepo V. Yeah, you're so cool and helpful to me. Oh, Nepo V. Oh, Nepo V. You are so cool and helpful to me. Oh, Nepo V. I know you don't have to be so nice to me, but you are, 'cause you're Nepo V. Good night to Nepo V. Good night to Nepo V. Good night to Nepo V. Thank you for being so nice to me. Good night, Nepo V. Good night, Nepo V. Good night, Nepo V. There you go. This is my thank you song to you. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. I love it. Remove. Re-add it. Remove. Re-add it. Thanks, Nepo. I really appreciate it. It helps a lot. You have a good night, all right? Yeah, there's definitely some grabby bugs that are happening. So and the thing is, Kai Guy, is that wouldn't be an issue if we said you could only grab one thing at a time. Then that wouldn't happen. I kind of think the grab glove could work. I mean, the thing is it still needs to be able to see. What I need to know. So okay, so right here, so you can see that right now no arrow. What? It just appeared. Okay, now if I put this down, it drops really low. It's like the target changes once it hovers, because it's probably going to that position. It gets so weird. It gets really strange. Man, you know what I think? I think it's gonna make the most sense to set up another raycast that's specifically for the power-up. I think that makes the most sense. Because I think anything else is just gonna make me lose my brain. So I don't want to do that. I like my brain, all things considered. So yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up a block that, for the fundamental way that grabbing is set up, only lets you grab one thing at a time. And then for the power-up, that's like an entirely separate raycast that is not connected to this existing system of grabbing. Although it obviously has to be a little bit connected, but at the very least I don't have to worry about managing these multiple raycasts. So that like extra hover that happened right there, that needs to not happen. So how do I stop that from happening? Let's find out. Back on the camera script, which we are on, I see. Find the abduct ray. So on here, we say, if abductees has abduction target, then hide the arrow. I would say, instead of that, because if it's not the abduction target anymore, then that doesn't make sense. And we'd also want to say don't check for other things if you're currently grabbing something. So we're gonna go back to the size being greater than 0. Please keep that brain. Please keep that brain. I would like to. I would like to. Stay in there, brain. Like, oh, imagine my brain's that big. No. Okay, so let's say if grabbed abductee's size is greater, or we could even say is set to 1. For now, we'll just say if it's greater than 0, then hide the arrow. In addition, we could even set this a little sooner, actually. If the raycast result is not empty, create a variable that's checking the grabbed abductee group. If the abduction target is available and grabbed abductee's size is greater than 0, then we can do all this other stuff. Wait, that doesn't make sense. If it's not greater than 0, that's what I meant to say. If it's not, if there is an abduction target available, the thing that you're hovering over, if it's available, and the grabbed abductee's size is not greater than 0, then allow us to hover over it. Since it will be greater than 0, then hide this. Although I can't help but think we don't need to do this in the process, but whatever. Okay. So now the arrow hides, and there should be no way that I can hover over these humans. Not possible, not gonna happen, no more glitchies, no more weirdos. Nothing strange. Just use less than or equal? Why? Like, literally, why? I mean, why even? If this works, why bother? Truly, I mean, maybe there's some good reason why to do that, but to me, this works, right? What's the advantage of doing that? If it works, it works. So the next problem to solve is I'm still able to switch to a different one if I click on it. And there's that problem right there. Because I'm dropping it at the same moment as I'm picking it up. I'm picking up another one. And it's not enough time for the arm to know what it's supposed to do. So I need to say that after we drop something, we can't actually grab something again until after a short amount of time, basically. So that way those don't overlap at exactly the same moment. So when we drop something, we set that up over on the abductee script. Here. If we press grab, if it's in the group grabbed, we can't drop it for 0.5 seconds. And then if we do drop it, and it's in the group abductee, which of course it is. There's really no reason to check if it's in the group. Of course it's in the group abductee. This is not really technically necessary, but whatever. Is interactable goes to false. Interactable indicator goes to false. Which makes sense. Of course that would go to false. It kind of doesn't make sense, some of these things that we're setting up here. Less than equals is more readable. That's debatable. And I'd be paranoid that the not may sometimes apply to the first term instead of the whole condition, depending on what type it is. Okay, these are valid points. I disagree with it being more readable. I think that's a matter of preference. You're probably right, though. Again, I'm not meaning to refute what you're saying. But for me personally, also less than or equal to, I mean, one, I don't know, it just like bothers me, you know? It just feels like logically, this is like harder for me to wrap my head around, you know? And that's just like my brain. In my brain, this makes me stop and have to like figure it out, you know? And whatever that says about my intelligence, I don't really care. But personally, this is not as readable. Paranoid that the not may sometimes apply to the first term instead of the whole condition. Am I trying to find if it's empty? All that I'm trying to do is see if it's not greater than 0. Like, literally, that's all I'm trying to do, MD. That's all I'm trying to do. Is empty. Yeah, I could do that. That's true. I would probably now, yeah, I mean, I could, it is an array, technically.
So I probably could, like, it's another way to do it. But again, it's the same thing. Like, why? Like, look, I love when you guys make suggestions, I do. But like sometimes it's a little more pedantic than I have any interest in worrying about, you know? Like, I don't think this, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 10 weeks from now, I'll be like, I really should have said it that way. Then I will, you know? But I'd rather do it the way that I feel like I want to do it, and then realize that it was a problem. But like, I mean, I hear you. It's just like, the result is going to be like exactly the same, you know? Just doesn't seem worth it. Like, I mean, I could do it. But like, I've been up here for 7.5 hours, you know? My brain, not that interested. But you're right. You're right. If abduction target is available and grabbed abductees is empty. Here, if grabbed abductees is not, and what I would do is I would say, but I guess you wouldn't mind because there is not a first term. It won't apply to the first term, not in Godot. But I could do this, and yeah, it would... Oh, I gotta press the function correctly. And it would do the same thing. This is good. I like this. I like this. I like this better than less than or equal to. But at the end of the day, we're doing the same thing. But I see how this can potentially be better. So credit where credit's due. This to me is much more readable than less than or equal to 0. So I'll give you that. And mostly because we're here in a live stream chat, why I'm giving time to it. But I also wanted to say to everybody out there in the world, do it the way that works for you and that makes sense to you. Don't stress too much. I tend to think it's not that necessary to do all that. Alright, anyway, so the problem that I'm trying to solve now is when we have something grabbed and we click on when we drop it basically, we can also immediately then pick up something that's behind it. I don't want that. I want it to be wait a little bit before you're able to pick something else up again. So I'm gonna sort that out in the best way that I can, however that goes. So right here, I can swap those, and this isn't good. It wasn't designed for that to be possible. So when we click it and that drops, that happens over here on the abductee script. It is kind of bothering me that it's doing this check. This check is silly. It makes no sense for that to exist. So we're gonna pull that back. Make sure it turns out it wasn't important. It's not. It's not interactable. There's no interactable indicator that would even pop up at that point, so I don't think that's necessary either. The indicator is that green circle underneath. There is no green circle underneath at that moment, so we don't need to say that it becomes false. If it's in the group grabbed, add it to the group dropping and remove from the group grabbed. And then grab ended gets immediately. So what is grab ended doing? A lot of things all over the place. What allows things to be clicked on again? That would be what adds things to the group grabbed in the first place. Add to group grabbed.
Oh yeah, it's back over here. MD Sutter says, yeah, these are minor pedantic changes, but over time, they give you a more maintainable code base, and things like this show you how other people code. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. Yeah, and you know, something that is important to me is developing gooder habits. Is finding habits that lead to a personal syntax that I like to use that helps me the best. And stuff. And so I appreciate when people suggest that stuff. And sometimes, you know, I have to be like, no, I don't need to do that. No, thank you. But the is empty. The is empty. I was like, yeah, that's actually is better. And so I do agree that picking up these habits is really useful and valuable. To show you I appreciate it, I will give you a coding consultant credit. I will. You're going to rack them up. But, you know, most of the time, I prefer just to get it going and move it on. But it's part of what's nice about live streaming, it is that I can get these extra tips. It's 3 a.m. for you. Wow. It is almost 9 p.m. for me. I may well be awake at 3 a.m. tonight. I hope I'm not, but I really might be. I really hope I'm not, though. Alright, so we added to the group grabbed when we first... Okay, right. And so that's checking if the raycast result is in group. So this raycast is looking for things that are abductees. If it's not a clone, that is to say it's not one of the new ones that spawns in. If it has the method spawn me, if the raycast is not attempting to grab. Now, why would the raycast... So this is actually a typo right here, I just found. Random brain fart. Okay, what if our junk DNA is just our debug and commented out code? That's an R shower thought. That's an R programmer shower thought. What if our junk DNA is just our debug and commented out code? Dude, that's awesome. That's trippy. Honestly, that may even be kind of true. I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of true. Also, what's junk DNA? Is that a thing? There might be truth in that, guy. UTC plus 3 MSK is your pun not intended times. I think mine is -5, -6, something like that. CT? We all over the world out here. Time zones are a trip. So this is a typo. You're right on it being, yeah, CDT. I always forget if it's CST or CDT. It's whichever one is, if it's daylight savings or not. So I just say CT. But yeah, that's what it is. Central time. So this is a typo. It says, if it's not in the group grabbed. Well, yeah, of course the rake, because this is applying to self. Of course itself isn't going to be in the group grabbed. So, like, this hasn't been happening this whole time. What this is supposed to say is if meat original is not in group grabbed. But then the question is, does it need to be there? So this would say if it's not gonna get grabbed if it's already grabbed. I don't really see what's so useful about that. My land is the only daylight savings time that matters. Yours is the only daylight savings time that matters? What? It's 2 degrees Celsius? Dang. What makes a daylight saving times matter? I mean, obviously that check doesn't seem very necessary. I mean, we wouldn't want you to be able to grab something that's already being grabbed. I'm very confused about that. But whatever. That sun is very valuable in RU. I don't know what words... What are you saying? So are you saying that wherever you are in the world, that daylight savings is actually really useful? Like, in terms of... I mean, I don't know, I've heard different things about why daylight savings is great. Like, something about farming, something like that. One of my theories is just random mutations in virus, RNA, DNA remnants. Whoa. I didn't even know junk DNA was a thing. Today I learned there's junk DNA. I guess it makes sense. We can't be too perfectly made. That is why. Wow. Yeah, the only thing I've heard is like it was important for farming or something. Like, still kind of doesn't make sense to me, really. Like, if you're a farmer, just figure it out. I don't know. Like, that's your own problem. Why do we all have to subscribe to it? I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't see any way to grab things anyway. Whoa, that's a cool rocket. Alright, see you later, Kaga. Peace out. Peace out. Thanks for teaching me about junk DNA. Now I know. It's kind of interesting. I'd watch a video about that. If Meat Original has method spawn me and is not, and the, I mean, it's a little confusing, right? But that's okay. And self is, thank you, guy. And self is not attempting grab, and Meat Original is not in the group grabbed. I mean, it wouldn't be. That's the other thing. The thing that gets set to grabbed is the thing that's in the air. The only thing that would be relevant to you is something that you drop and put down, actually. So that actually could be relevant there. Okay, if it's not the head that's grabbing and the arms are healthy, or the arms are not healthy, if the head isn't grabbing and the arms are not healthy, do head stuff. So, head is grabbing. Otherwise, head is, or arms are grabbing. So this is what we want to look at, is this right here. Meat Original available goes to false. The one you originally clicked on is not available anymore. The new one is instantiated. Blah, blah, blah. And we don't have like that same problem as before about, I didn't just like break something, right? We had a problem before where it would spawn too many, but I think we fixed that where it can't spawn a bunch anymore. Yeah, it would be slowing down a lot. Is attempting grab set to true? I wonder if we could say that I think that's where we do it. If not attempting grab, where does is attempting grab become false? If we delay when that can happen again. On grab ended, right there, baby. This might cause another problem, so I'm not so sure that this is a good idea, but I'm gonna do it. Get tree. Create timer. I should really make a variable for that. Timeout. The SSD dying was also a 7th sign. I should have upgraded. If it wasn't anything else, it's my 9 years of data, like tax returns vanishing. You lost 9 years of data? Including tax returns? Now, come on. You can recover data from this. There are ways, right? Don't throw it away yet. I didn't, honestly, time zone, I mean, I really would have recommended doing that on a fresh hard drive. Man, you really have had quite a day. Holy crap. You know you deserve some sleep, right? You deserve to sleep on this and not stay up worrying about that. Wow. What a momentous thing that has happened to you. It's still swapping them right away? That's actually very surprising. Maybe you're exaggerating? Okay. I hope so. Let me try restarting it. I'm a little confused because technically, is attempting grab has to be false in order to grab something new. Right? And so if is attempting grab is staying true for a little longer, we shouldn't be able to grab something as soon as we drop something else. It's very curious if that doesn't block it. Segue to a back blaze sponsor? What does those words mean? What do those words mean? Do I want to know what that means? So yeah, and then I have to ask myself, is it actually swapping? Or is it just attempting to pick up the other one? I'm actually really confused what's happening. Backblaze is some backup service I have. I don't know why I added Blaze to it. Oh, okay, I see. That's pretty cool. That because you have that service, you're able to not worry about a problem. That's awesome. Still though, I'd be pretty stressed because that would mean I'd have to like re-back up or re-download everything and then back it up again. Because you don't want it to like necessarily only be on the cloud. So that's still, there's still some stress to that, I see. You know what would make this a lot easier is if the humans looked unique. That is something I've been meaning to do, is make the humans have variety. I don't have a lot of time left tonight, so, but that would actually make this a lot easier. So you know what I'm gonna pivot my task to? Alright, I'm gonna take this down on my task list. We're gonna say humans, or can't grab multiple, can't grab one while grabbing another. Make grab glove power up with new raycast. With a new raycast. Okay. So that's probably going to be what I do tomorrow. And also what I'm about to try doing now will also be what I probably will work on tomorrow. And I'm still going to do it tonight, but I'm going to see how much I can do. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to try setting up human variety. Because it's something that I need to do in this game of many friggin' tasks. And it's gonna help me debug this a lot more easily if I can clearly see who's who. I would love a break from this grab crap, so I'm gonna take this opportunity and do that. Let's do it. I'm gonna make a commit. What have I done? What have I even done here? I don't know. Tightened up grabbing. I've had enough of good descriptions today. All right, so the human stuff. This is definitely a whole thing. So there are a couple different ways that I want humans to be unique, and that comes with a lot of other things. So one way. Oh, I should get rid of that print. Hold on. Before I forget, I should get rid of that print. Nobody deserves that to be left in there. Okay. So, a couple different things. Number one, the head. So, I want there to be different heads on different humans. I've only made 2 so far, just as a proof of concept. So there's that head, and there's this head. So I will have different hairstyles, and that makes them look different, and that's it. So that's one way that the humans will have variety, is some will have different hairs, basically, where we swap out the heads. Not gonna do that now, because I don't think that's as helpful for what I'm trying to do, which is the rest of them, which is their materials. So they're made up of saved materials here. So I've got right now this, it's called the human clothes green, which is, you know, obviously that isn't green. But if I change this one resource, all of the clothes change. And in fact, that's going to change on every human who has that human clothes green resource on them. What's up, Jean-Michel? Smart decision. Changes your mind from the grabby issue and still adds progress to the game. Right? Oh, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. I know, it felt so good to like stumble into an opportunity to do something else that isn't like completely unrelated, but still, yeah, helps the game go forward. Thank you for affirming that. Moral support credit. I'll take a pat on the back. Gladly. Thank you. Moral support. Moral support. Moral support. So that means what I want to do. Now that didn't look like it changed to green, but it did. Well, actually, this isn't green. This is skin. I don't know why the previews on Godot don't always show up correctly, but who cares? So this is actually the skin tone. So this is skin brown, right? So I would want to make skin black, skin white, skin green. Probably not. I don't think we need a zombie human, but you get the idea. Different skin tones. So I can change this and all the skins change, right? Finally, there's also whether or not I said there were 2 different things, the heads and the colors, but there's not just the heads and the colors. Kind of. Because there needs to be some consistency. And so for this particular task, I'm not going to go all the way in. So there's actually 3 vectors. There's swapping out the heads. There's swapping out the colors of either the skin or the clothes. But then there's also whether or not they're wearing clothes or not. So obviously I don't want a naked human, personally. Not interested. I don't want a human with no top of the pants, but legs in their pants, right? So the third vector would be making sure that things that can be skin have the possibility to either be skin or be pants. And then I guess there's even a fourth vector that kind of is tied up with that third one, which knows whether to make those things consistent or not. So it gets a little complicated, but I think we can keep it simple for now. So what am I saying with all this? So on the legs, right? This is skin on the leg. But what I could do instead is I could make this not skin, right? And that's another thing. I wouldn't want them to have one pant leg and one short leg. You know? It's like I would want to make sure they either have both pant legs or they have two short legs. So, you know, that seems like some kind of dictionary kind of stuff, you know, to set all that up. I'm not going to worry about that right now, even though I'm sure I'm going to want to go back and probably add that in. So I do want to keep that in mind a little bit. For now, just to keep it kind of simple, let's just find a way to have, or I'm going to find a way to have it change the known colors that already exist. So just the regular t-shirt, the regular shorts, changes the colors. Every time it spawns them in, it randomizes which one. Now, I haven't actually made a bunch of these yet. Where do these even live, by the way? I'm not actually sure. Humans, textures. There's clothes green. And this previews just looks so weird. Clothes green. Clothes white. We have a clothes denim. See, that's I almost wish I had. I mean, we could have a top that's denim. Like, that's not a terrible thing. You could be wearing a onesie. Do we want pants to be more likely to be denim? Like, I don't know. That starts to get. I don't know. I'm not sure. That's kind of a whole thing. And then there's camo clothes as well. You know, so would I want to do like a weighted average where some humans, I mean, so the camo is actually pretty strict. The camo I only want on military humans. So I wouldn't necessarily want that to be in the pool of options. It actually gets a little complicated. And so it does deserve a lot more time than I'm willing to give right now. And I want to be careful not to set up a system right now that's going to be a total waste of time and a total pain to dismantle later when I end up doing the more complex integration. But also, whatever, it's going to help me debug and it'll be fun to do, so. I think just doing shirts. I think I'm just going to do shirts for now. So that means with arm left and arm right, in material 0, right? That's skin. So material 0 of arm left and arm right. And then on the body, also material 0 and material 1. Okay, and then material 2 is actually the top of the pants, is what this, so that's that little belly, kind of below the belt kind of area. So that means I need to be switching out the resource, the surface material, for 0 on the left arm, 0 on the right arm, and 0 and 1 on the torso. And I need to have a list of things that it can potentially swap it out with. And then that gets randomly chosen every time it spawns one in. So, now right now, there is a power-up that's relevant here to keep in mind, believe it or not. And that power-up is the herbivore power-up. So this one, the concept is that you can only heal by eating plants. So it's going to remove the ability to eat humans. And instead, you can grab and eat like trees or corn or whatever in the same way that you grab and eat humans. I've done a little experimenting with this, and I was able to make an abductable tree. However, I'm gonna need in the abductee script an exception, right? That it checks, is this a human or is this a tree? I actually do have right here, is type. Cow, human, tree. So, as long as the is type is human, then we wanted to roll that randomized color stuff, I guess is the idea here. Okay, so that's the main consideration there. Okay. So, basically in spawn me, which by the way, in theory, only runs on humans. Was there something that's preventing a tree from doing that? If not spawn, spawn me. What do we have for if tree? Nothing. That's amazing. Okay. Okay. Well, technically, I wouldn't want that spawn thing to happen. I don't think it would need to, because we're instantiating it. Yeah, so maybe we don't need to worry about that. Alright, well, anyway. Something to keep in mind. So let's just go to the spawn me here. If it's not in the group grabbed, and if it's not in the group dunked, roll the dice on whether it should happen. And if it becomes true, is available is true. So let's add something else in here, and we're gonna say human variety function. Okay. Func human variety. Okay. I mean, I'm obviously gonna need to set up some things. I feel like we should do this in the global script, like set up all of these resources and stuff. I think that makes like the most sense, right? Hopefully it's not gonna be like a... And then the other challenge is when we spawn a new one, right? So remember, there's a system where if you click on one that's already on the ground, it spawns a new one. That means that the new one that spawns has to match the same variety as the one that was on the ground. So that's fun. So these values have to be encoded into each individual abductee about what those things were, and they have to be easily trackable such that they can be added in. I don't think it'll be hard. I think you just look at the meat original, what is its resource set to, and just set the spawn to the same ones. I don't think that'll be that complicated, but I just wanted to keep it in mind. So we do have a white and a green shirt, so maybe we can just set up those. All right, I'm gonna go to the global script. I think it makes sense for globals. I don't know, I could be wrong. Variable clothing. I think ultimately this is gonna be best as a dictionary, but let's say clothing tops for now. Okay, and so then the first entry, we're gonna say, and then what was that way? Can we do that same thing in enums where we just like tell it what number it is, like equals? I think we can probably do that, right? So this is gonna be an array of resources. So a dictionary would be kind of nice, Because then I could like type what it is instead of it just be this like empty array. That's just numbers. That would be kind of awesome. I don't know how necessary that really is. And we can always change it. Array. We want it to be paths, right? So I'm going to open up clothes here. Green and white. So we're going to drag that in. Did not need to put those. An array of strings. For now. Green and white. We could do denim too. I'd kind of rather keep that to pants, if I'm being honest. Let's just start with those two. So now, we come back to the human script, now that that exists. So in spawn me, if it does get to spawn, we want it to pick a random from that array. So I'm actually going to... No, we can type it in. Globals. Oh, maybe I need to save it. Let's go back there. Save the script. Clothing tops. Come back to abductee. Clothing tops. Okay, whatever. No autocomplete. That's fine. And what was it? Was it like pick random? Yeah. Clothing tops, pick random. But we want to assign this to a specific thing. So we need to find, we actually need to on-ready the body parts. Now that's a little goofy because if you are the if it's the trees, they don't need to have these things on-readied. So the worst, I don't think that's a big deal. Actually, it kind of is, because it means that every time you spawn it and instantiate it in, it's going to take some time to figure that out when it doesn't need to. Which is kind of not good. So maybe we don't on-ready it. And we just tell it to go find it. Which, that should be fine, because this is going to happen in the ready. Right? When does spawn... No, spawn me happens in the physics process. Yeah. Well, but then when it's spawned, it's done. So it happens once, and then it's done. So it's not like it's going to happen often. Alright. Okay. So I guess what I'll say is, when this function runs, establish a variable. I don't know if this is going to work. A variable for arm, human arm left, mesh instance 3D. I don't know if this is gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. So we do have to do that. We gotta go to human giant. Well, I don't can I make these accessible as a unique name? No, I didn't think so, since they're like instanced. Alright, that's how that's gonna look. I'm not in love with this. I'm really not. I see how an export variable could be really good here. I really do. I know. But this is what it's gonna be. And then we're gonna say human body. We'll see if I run into problems. Human body. Then we want to say human arm left. Let me remind myself how we do surface material override slash. Okay. Human left. Human arm left. Get surface material override slash 0 set texture global's clothing tops pick random. I think you can put this in a variable so that way it picks the same one. Variable and just say clothing top. Equals this. So that way it'll pick one random one and then we can apply it to all of the parts. Then set it to clothing top. Something like that, maybe? Human arm right, and then body. But we don't just want 0, we also want 1. What does that do? Does that do something that works or not? I am fully prepared for this to be not functional. With that said, assuming it is functional, what I expect to see is some humans are going to have green tops and some humans are going to have white tops. I didn't actually check the white top to see if it is white. So we'll see. Unless it doesn't work. I'm not sure what... I didn't actually like... Because the other one was said it was green, but it wasn't green. Okay, we got an issue. Here we go. Trying to assign value of type string to a variable... Oh, yeah. This is an array. Sorry. I apologize. Because we're picking random. So it's just picking one that's already in there. That makes sense. I see that now. That's okay. We're getting from an array, but the thing that we're getting from the array is the string. While that loads, let's see if I can determine what color white is. It is white. It is white. White is white. All right. Oh. Invalid call to function set texture. Expect 2 arguments. Oh. Oh. Standard material .3D texture albedo. What the frig is that? Set texture. We might need to look a little more deeply into this. Decal? Okay, hold on. I think I need to... I think this is incorrect. I think we might want... I don't think we want to set... Okay, let's see if I can fix this. I shouldn't have just copied that code exactly, since that's a totally different kind of thing. So do we get any kind of autocomplete? No, we don't. Cool. If I come back over here... You hover over this. Surface material override 0. Yeah. Right. Standard material 3D. I mean, that is the same thing. Dot texture albedo. We're not changing the albedo. We are literally loading in something new. So I think that makes sense. So I think set texture is okay, potentially. Not on a decal, please. Base material 3D. Is that what I want? Let's say yes. Set texture. Where are you? Texture parameter. Texture. Wait, why does it say? It is 2D. I mean, I guess it is 2D, actually. Wait, where is set texture? I see. Oh, okay. I see. Do I see? I'm a little confused. Just a little bit. Oh, there it is. It's right down there. I missed it. Parameter texture. Sets the texture for the slot specified by parameter. Why does that need a second? What do you want me to say? Just texture 2D? Just say texture 2D? Are you sure? That's all I gotta say? Are you quite sure? Why do I feel like this isn't gonna work? And what did we do for this one? We just said the word texture, which is the texture. Oh, so the first argument is standard material 3D, I think. Because that's the parameter. Texture albedo. But that's saying, what that's saying is this. I don't want to change this. I want to change that. So I think, I'm not really sure how to do that. Let's look at, let's just go down the line here. Mesh. Or let me search surface material, get importer mesh. This is tough. This is a little tougher than I wanted it to be. I'm being honest with you. I mean, it's not even okay. All right, taking to the Googs. All right, Googs, what you got for me? Surface material override /0 mesh texture. Someone's done it. Right. Yes. Right. Yes. Well, not even. Is that what I want to do? How old is this? 1 year. Surface override. Color texture. So that is what we want to do. Really? So if I come in here and I change this to denim. Oh, that's not even an option. No, I don't. So that isn't what I want to change. No. I want to change this. I want to load something new in there. Where else have we done this? You know where I've done this? Maybe. Is with the old damage, limb damage stuff. Maybe. Which is on the body part script.
So we create a standard material 3D new in this case. We just set albedo. Oh, that's boring. No. That's not what I want. Mesh dot material over. That's all I gotta do? Okay. Dot material override. So I was setting the wrong thing. Default material is standard material 3D new. Now this is different because we're creating a new one instead of using an existing resource. That makes it a bit different than that. So let me look up that. Material override. Oh, so that's a different place. That's fine. I mean, we can do it there too if that's easier. Whatever. I don't need it to be surface material override. Whatever works. Totally fine with that. Unless I end up wanting to put a shader there. Wait, do we put a shader there? Hold on. Actually, that might not be acceptable. This was a little more complicated. That's okay. I think when we hover... Well, that's actually only for obstacles. I don't think humans have a shader that changes their appearance yet. But what if I did want that? That would be an overlay, not an override. So don't worry about it. No, you're good. Carry on. The material override for the whole geometry. Yeah. And that's looking for a material. But if I want that to be a resource... Material is a base resource used for coloring and shading geometry. All materials inherent from it, and also all visuals to carry a material. A few flags and parameters are shared between all material types. You can inherit from material to create your own custom material type. Yeah. Creates a placeholder version of this resource. I have no idea what I'm doing. So we definitely don't want this. We would want to say material override. And we do need to specify 0 here somehow. I'm not sure how to do that. On the human, if we look at its geometry material override, it doesn't give me those options though. That's the problem. That's just gonna color the whole leg. There's no nuance to that. So that doesn't help. It has to be this. It must be this. That's the only way. Alright, let's keep searching. Dang. So, because this is not what I'm trying to attack. Oh dear. This might be harder than I thought it was gonna be. Or just something that I am not super familiar with yet. I mean, I know already that this is answering a question that I don't exactly have. I think I just have to experiment. Get the surface material override. So tell me what this... Okay, how about this? Tell me what this is before we start getting into all this mess. And we don't even have to have it be a bunch of times or anything. Well, it would be faster. Okay, we're gonna comment that out.
I'm gonna do it on... Let's do the menu alien, since that's right in the main menu. Wherever that lives. Where does that live? Alien for menu.gd. Okay, here. So in the ready function, every alien, I want it to report to me. Let's open up the scene as well. I want it to report to me its meshes surface material override and see if I can like fetch those in a way that makes sense. Just as an experiment to understand better what's going on. So I'm gonna drag this in here. And I just want it to print what that is. Tell me what that is. Just so I can see what it reports. Now what I expect is it's gonna be whatever, if I hover over that, whatever that says. That's what I would hope. Or an error. Alien menu skin.tres. So it's saying standard material 3D. And then an ID number. An RID probably. So it is standard material 3D. Not exactly what I was hoping for. Because I'm not really sure how I would add that to an array in particular. But it might still be the same thing. Alright, so let's see if we can mess with setting it to something else. Set texture. Let's get a variable for whatever this is. Let's try to make its skin the same color as its mouth. Something kind of ridiculous there. Variable mouth. Is set to that. If I mean, I know this isn't gonna work, but. And then this is looking for like something. I mean, but it's not a texture 2D. Like, there's no way this makes any sense. There's no way this makes any sense. I guarantee you, this is not gonna work. But I don't care. I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna see what error we get. All right. I know that that's ridiculous. I know. I know. I'm leaning into it. I'm leaning into the chaos of it. Because it'll be helpful to see at what point we get an error. Invalid type and function set texture in base standard material 3D cannot convert argument 1 from string to integer. It wants to be an integer. So, I mean, I guess that's that RID that it's looking for. All right. Tell me this. I assume that's an RID. Well, whenever we say get, well, look at what that does. So when we do get on a... what? A mesh? So let's actually just look for mesh instance 3D. It's very weird that it's like just get. Just, you know, get. Get property. So this is looking for property. Returns the variant value of the given property. Okay. So the property we're looking for is surface material override. Surface material override returns a standard material 3D. Standard material 3D's properties are inherited from base material 3D. Uses separate textures for ambient occlusion, roughness, blah, blah, blah. Well, this is not a lot of information. I kind of thought there'd be a little more here. It says it's a resource, ref counted. Okay, let me look up this. How to... Godot change load custom standard material 3D resource or something like that. How do I load custom resource types from T-Res? Okay. I'll take it. That was some loading. Oh god. Preload as tile definition. Preload. So if I preload a T-Res as something that's set to a standard material 3D and then I weave it in, maybe that would work. Okay. Alright, I'll try that. So for mouth, I want this to be a standard material 3D. Cannot assign a value of type string to variable mouth with specified type. Understood. Now, what if we say preload that as now the set texture is where we're going to have a problem here, because that's where I don't know what to do next. I wonder, what if I search this? Does this yield anything in the world that helps me? Get material from surface material override. You need to use get surface material over 0 to get the material. Yeah. Right, now what? Okay, that's cool. But I want to change it. Okay, but what? That's not the main thing. Material get surface override material 0. Set surface override material 0 material. What is this? Why didn't... Is that real? How old is this? 2023? It's not that old. Set surface override material. Yeah, that sounds like what I want. Blend shape ID. Oh, that's different. Surface. Material. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes. What is that? Yeah. That's what I want right there. What in the world? Where was that? Okay, hold on. Slow down. Speed up. Sort it out. So let's not get anything. Set surface override material. 0. And then set this to mouth, which does have to be a material. Which we did attempt to like set that as a material. I'm not sure what it's looking for with material. I probably should figure that out. But let's see what that does. I could have sworn I was searching for override material when I was looking in the docs, but I guess I don't know. I don't know. Dude, this kind of thing always takes me so long to figure out the right syntax. No errors. Hey! Alright. Oh my gosh. Woo! That was effortful. That was very effortful. Okay. Great. Red aliens, which is awesome. Not what I meant to do yet. Okay. So. Victory. So now, this code. I need to borrow this. Go back to the human and set it up correctly. Bring all this back in. And so for the clothing top, we need this. We do want that to be a string. So this is, well, no. We want this to be a standard material, 3D. Preload. And then that's the pick random right there. I still don't even know if I need to do that as thing, but we're doing it. Preloaded path must be a constant string. Oh. Okay. Alright. Wow. How dare you? Seriously? Can I say... Okay. So can I say pick random here? Clothing top string. Variable clothing top. And then can I make this the standard material? Or does that... I don't think I can make it a constant down here. It's probably not gonna work. Do I have to preload it though? Like, can I just say... Dang. Okay. Alright. Okay. Wow. Wow. I hate you for that. I hate you for that. Are you kidding me? Okay. So I think we have to go to the array and set up an array of standard material 3Ds. Or maybe this makes sense as a dictionary. How am I gonna do this without having a friggin' mess of declarations? GDScript array dictionary of preloaded materials is literally type that. Six months ago. Oh, this is something else. Preload sprite textures from a dictionary. Sure. 2019. Yikes. I wasn't even born in 2019. Sprite node that will want a different sprite based on a string variable. To that end, I want to link from the string to the textures using a dictionary. Yes. The values I placed in the dictionary are strings that are the resource paths to the textures I want to use. But then I learned that these are only strings and I can't use sprite set texture dictionary key. How would I spell this to preload all the textures in the dictionary at the start and then pull them out of the dictionary when I need them? Yes. Load or preload will return texture. Yeah, but that has to be constant. That's the problem. I use a singleton that loads all the necessary textures on start. So I have an array dictionary of all the image paths in the ready function. I loop through it to load them all and build a dictionary of the actual textures. Then I have a function that serves these textures when needed. After retrieving the path as a string, you can do sprite texture load path string. Yeah, but this can't be a variable. Can I do it with load? Will it not yell at me if I do it as load? Fine with me. I don't need no preload. Okay. Oh, thank God. All right. Cool. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm not gonna bother with this. Screw the preload. I don't care. I may regret that. I may regret that. I may want the preload at some point. But these are very simple materials for now. Unless I don't want it to be a simple material. But I doubt very highly. So this issue would only come up. Actually, this would be every single time. I actually think it could cause. This could cause a very serious performance issue. Because there might be a level chunk that has 50 people on it. Maybe. I don't know, maybe. That already is going to cause a problem. But then if it's also loading a texture at that same moment 50 different times, not only one texture, but multiple of them, or material, that's going to add up. So I think you would want to preload it elsewhere. I think as long as you like come back to your globals. Come back to your globals over here. And need to load all the textures at the start. Oh yeah, you're gonna get stutters, right? Like, they're very simple textures, but it's still gonna be a lot of them. So I mean, if I onready clothing, and I might want its own singleton, I don't know. This is gonna be a lot. Because onready is like the same as preloading. I mean, it'll be fine. Onready, not exactly the same, but I think it'll be fine. Clothing, top, green. Oh my God. And we want this to be a standard material. I don't even know it's gonna let me do this. Standard material 3D. Then we copy this. Preload that as standard material 3D. Oh, I forgot to say variable. It's not mad at me. because I put that string in there. So now, in this array, can I say clothing top green? Is that allowed? I don't know. Clothing top white. Whatever, is that WHT? Yes. Oh, that wasn't clothes. That was, no, it is clothes. Okay. Clothes white 1. Clothing top white. When I have 2 lists, one with the paths and an empty one you load those paths into via a function that runs on ready. It's a good idea. I like that idea. Variable clothing tops paths. It's an excellent idea. I like that idea very much. That probably wouldn't be better as a dictionary, right? So then, okay, right. So how do I do that? How do I load those paths into a function that runs on ready? I guess I do like a for loop, is like what you're saying? Oh. Intriguing. And then that would do this in the context of a for loop. And it just loads it instead of preload. Yeah, I like that. And so this is an empty array. I mean, it would still... I'd still need to be able to... Well, we don't. It doesn't matter what they're named. Because it just needs to pick a random one. The names don't matter. Okay. This is very intriguing, Pressifier. Alright, so then in the ready function, we want to say load clothing. Two inputs, pass, destination, then for loop over the pass and append to the destination array. It's genius. I love it. Func load clothing. And then in here, we want to say for material in... I mean, we might want to say top material, because, I mean, there's probably going to be others that I put in here, too. For every top, we can just say top. For every top in... What did I call it? Clothing tops paths. In clothing tops paths, you should use inputs so that you can reuse this function for all the clothes. You mean like parameters? What do you mean? I was still thinking I would, but... That sounds smart. I just gotta figure out how to understand what you're saying. So, we want to load... For everything in path... Wait, how do I even say this? Load clothing path array, destination array. Whoa. I see, that would be up here. Path array, destination array. And we'd have like a separate one. So in this case, clothing tops paths, clothing tops. Dang, Pressifier, that's at least 2 credits. My gosh. for every path in path array, I say paths array. For every path in paths array, woo, thank you, Pressifier, oh my gosh. For every path in paths array, load the path as a standard material 3D and then remind myself how append works. Append the value, and we have to put that like at the end. Yeah. So we would say destination array append. Well, then we need to assign this. Assign a variable called loaded material. Yeah. Standard material 3D. Destination array dot append loaded material. Like this. For every path in paths array, create a loaded material variable which loads the path as a standard material 3D, and then append that to the loaded material array. And then, if I've done that correctly, which I may or may not have, and then on the abductee script, none of that. Well, kind of, but not really. What did I call them again? Globals. Clothing tops. Yeah, so it's still called clothing tops. Back on the abductee. Variable. I mean, we can say clothing top. Looks good so far. Let's go. Clothing top, which is a standard material 3D, equals globals clothing tops pick random. And then in here, we don't need to set this variable, but we do need to say human arm left set surface material 0 to clothing top. And then we just do that all down the line for each one. I gotta spell this right, though. So grab this, replace it there. Same thing, except the last one needs to just be 1 instead of 0. Perhaps? Maybe? Wow. Dang, Pressifier, that problem solving, that idea. On point. Pressifier, what do we say? Clothing, human customization? I don't even know. I mean, definitely a Godot consultant credit. You've certainly Godotedly consulted me. Or been, no, that's not what that means. On point if it works. It's true, but like, it's still, the ideas that you've given me can at least evolve into something much better than where I was going with it. So that requires credit as far as I'm concerned. This is a brand new credit. NPC randomization. Yeah. Alright. 2 credits given. Here we go. So where we'd start to see the errors, if there were some, is right after this loads. Because right now where it's loading here, it's loading all the humans. So the humans are loaded in. We have no errors that I can see. Nothing out of the ordinary. Oh, come on! Okay, alright. So a couple things I want to note. Number one, the game did freeze. But look what I see in the distance. I see green ones and I see white ones. So something worked. Something worked. Okay. What didn't work? Can I call method set surface override on a null value? Surface override material on a null value. What? What? You what? What do you mean? I think we have some very other problem here. So the human arm left is a null value. So what are you trying to call it on, pray tell? Let's go look at the information here. Human arm left, null, null. So what is the, but what is it? What are you doing this on? Self. Is type 0, which is a cow. No, not on a cow. I knew I was gonna need that is type. The cows are technically gonna go away, but it's probably for the best if we do give it a type anyway. So we're gonna say if is, how do you do this again? Is type, oh gosh, freaking enum references. How do you freaking do that? Let me go back to the body part script. This is so fixable. I always forget. This is so annoying to set. Is part set to body part is parts. Ugh, I hate that. Alright, back to the abductee. I wish enums were easier to reference than this. If is type is types dot human. So only in that situation do we run that function. Don't worry about it if it's not a human, please. And thank you. Carry on. I love that problem. That problem is so fixable. I saw green and white, baby. We gonna have human variety in no time at all. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. That's awesome. Wow. I'm so lucky you're here, Pressapire. Like, would I have gotten it working? Yeah. But you know what it would have been? A lot messier. And you would have come through later someday, maybe. Or someone else had been like, you know, you could have just done it like this and this. And they'd be like, no, it's too late now. I'm not going to fix it. Invalid call, non-existent function, set service, override. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. That was because last time when the game froze, it happened while I was pressing WASD. So it dropped a letter in there. All right. Do it again. Do it again. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Keep me on the edge of my seat here, man. Now, I guess the next thing I'd want to do is add in a little bit more variety. A few different clothing colors. Accomplishments all around today. Nice, nice. Guys, accomplishments all around. Yes. Happens way too often, right? It's like you can't always make it the most ideal the first time. But like, if I'm in the process of creating something and someone has a more ideal way, I'll do it. I'll do it. Now, you know, earlier when MD Sutter was like talking about like less than or equal to 0 or something, I was a little more resistant because my brain was hurt by thinking about it. But then when it was like is empty, I'm like, okay, yeah, that actually I can understand that, and that is better. Okay. At last, we have green shirts. Okay, we have some oddity here. It seems like on the white one, I forgot to apply it to one of the arms. But some are green and some are white. And then if we come through here, once again, it'll shuffle it. So different ones will have different colors. Now, I don't know what happened to that other part of the arm. Not sure what's going on there. But this is a success. What's going on with the arm there? What's your deal? That's arm left, that's arm right. So the right arm material, I mean, if I change, is there, I'm very confused. I'm very confused. Yay! Can't complain, can't complain. Thank you, thank you. So do I have it typed? Oh, maybe I have it typed wrong. I bet I do. I do! Done. All right, that's fixed. Actually, I should be able to just save it and run it around again, and it'll change. I actually forgot to... I copied and pasted one of these paths without updating the side. There we go. Yeah, different shirts. Now, like I said, I want to evolve this to actually be able to also determine, should it be long sleeve or short sleeve? Is it a tank top? You know, and shuffle between those three. I'm not going to worry about that complexity right now. But what I can do right now is test the thing I was going to test. The whole reason why I set that up, which was to try to determine... what's going on with grabbing? We got something else going on here. It's not detecting my grabs. Well, that's new. You what? Wait. Uh-oh. That's not related to anything that I did here. Right? How could this be? What? What made that happen? What in the actual world? Okay. Clearly there was something that I just like changed. Maybe on a whim somewhere. Then I was like, "Oh, I should change this cuz there's no reason for this to be here." Turned out there was. Okay, what? Dude, I can't even test the thing I was gonna test. Alright. And then the realities of programming smack me in the face again. I love it. I'm here for it. Bring it on. What's the challenge now? So in the abductee script, things that I've done since the last commit. All I did was added a new function called human variety. I don't see how that would have any bearing on this. Now for the harder part on my end, rigging this character. Ooh, that could be fun or stressful. Depending on different things. Good luck to you. You got this. Rigging is something I'm always like daunted by, and then I get in it and I'm like, that wasn't that bad. But then, you know, it depends. Like, are we talking about just rigging it, or are we talking about rigging it and then finding out that it works good and then making changes because it turns out it doesn't work good? like, yeah, it's easy to like maybe put an armature in and get it painted and everything. But then it's like, wait, that doesn't look right. Uh-oh. Now I have to make a lot of changes. So actually, I do feel your pain a lot. I still know you got this. So let me just make sure it wasn't anything else that I adjusted. You immediately, maybe that's true. I finally get it working, and it's like, well, that wasn't so bad, right?
I didn't remove anything from the global stuff. Camera script. I removed a print statement, but that doesn't matter. Oh, man. Okay, so let's look back on a previous commit. What might have changed that mattered? On the abductee script, all I did was refactor the collision stuff. We just said that it can see the ground. That's fine. We can say it doesn't see the player. That's no big deal. Oh, these are some changes. These are some changes. That's a lot of changes. What's going on there? What you doing here? What's all this? Go on. If it's in group abductee. Oh, we say don't check if it's in the group abductee. But this is for, this isn't for grabbing. That's for dropping. So I would think that that probably doesn't do anything. Here we updated from abductee. I mean, I feel like things were working fine. I tested all this stuff. Oh, that's something I changed right there. I did change that, and it didn't show any problems at the time. But maybe it's a different time. This was something that I changed, and I couldn't sense that it made a difference. Maybe I just didn't know better. I don't think it does. Man, what has broken? Oh no, it's still not clicking. What? Dude, come on. I was almost done. Oh, man. Accidental debug situation. What? This is weird. I mean, at this point, I feel like I should start reverting a commit. We got a situation! Yes. Certainly. I am so disappointed. I was like really happy. And now the happiness is gone. Alright, so we need to get some arms. It allowed me to do the first thing. That, no problem. But now I can't. Wait, now I can't. Why did it work that time? Okay, grab is good now. It wasn't that one change. Alien game, how could you? I'm confused. Is it really that one change? I mean, that is something that I changed. Thinking to myself, I'm sure there's a reason I did that. I don't know what the reason is, but I'm gonna change it back because it seems wrong. That is what that was. And I think maybe I found out. But then again, wasn't I just experiencing that lock again? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's some other bug I didn't even know about that only shows up under very, very specific conditions. That's why I like to play the game over and over and over again. Okay. Come on. Give me the good news. Alright, gobble. Got us some arms. I can grab. Okay. Alright. Very good. So I think that might have been the problem. Alright. So now, assuming that that was the fix, now I am going to test the thing that I did the human variety for in the first place, which is seeing whether it's swapping positions of the same person when I click a different one. What? Did it change its Oh, guys, we're not done yet. I'm not done yet. Wait a second. Because when it spawns one, so see that one has a white shirt? Look what happens when I click it. It spawns one with a green shirt. It doesn't know what to change the new one's shirt to. Right. Oh, nope, we're not ready yet. One more step then. Grabbed humans know what clothes to have. It sounds so funny. Oh, I've been grabbed by an alien. Did you pack my favorite button down? No? Oh, dang. I'm about to get probed and I'm not even dressed for the occasion. I'm sorry, I don't like how that came out. Alright, so, for real though, I want to go to the raycast script. Grabbed humans know what clothes to have. Yeah, that's what I know. I know. It might be a brand new one for all we know. There's only one way to find out. There's only one way to find out. Dude, don't search that on screen. Grabbed humans know what clothes to have. Has that ever been uttered in the history of the internet? The answer is no. Brand new sentence created. We have unlocked SEO. All right. On the camera, the raycast script, that's where the humans get spawned when you grab one. Right here. Instantiates a new one. So we need it to check what clothes the thing that it's replacing had, so it too can have those clothes. Those are the best types of patch notes. Stuff like grabbed humans know what clothes to have. The chickens are no longer angry. Flushing the toilet no longer deletes your save. That one is amazing. That's too much flushing. Too much flushing. Little treasures to stumble on if somebody ever goes through someone's old commits. So we want to make sure meet new, it's available is true. I'm also gonna want, this is gonna be kind of tricky. This is potentially gonna be a lot of code. The website Library of Babel has already written every combination of every word that will ever be written. Oh yeah. Yeah, but like nobody actually said it. You know? Alright, I've heard of those things. And there's like websites that generate every possible image that could ever exist as well. Which is nuts. Yeah, you're right. Those are there. Those are there. But number one, not indexed on Google, which is a win. Number two, nobody really actually said it. Yeah, it's theoretical. But that's actually really cool. It is really cool that there's a way to do that. It's actually awesome. It's like horrifying. It's like actually horrifying. Wow. I forgot that I ever thought about that, and I kind of am mad that I ever had to think about that again. Like the image one is especially nuts. Like crimes that haven't been committed. There's a crime scene photo of a crime that hasn't been committed, and that photo already exists. Like what? What? It's like it's a little upsetting. It raises some questions. It's the same website. Oh, okay.
Library of Babel is a good inspiration source for your game. Nice. How do we even... Well, all you gotta do is say... don't say all you gotta do. Meet new... Well, but those variables aren't global variables. Eesh. Yeah, this is actually gonna take a little bit of effort. Because I created all those variables for each... Well, you could do the human variety function and maybe call it with parameters. Nah. It's a little tricky. There's ways to do this, probably. If you have this be a global variable that gets updated every time this function runs, script-wide global, then it could go find what the original's clothing top was. There's some different ways to approach this, that's for sure. I mean, look, I'm gonna say this is a tomorrow task. I think that's what I'm gonna do, because this is a really good like thing to start off a stream and a work session with. Like it's concrete, it's clear. We've already gotten some victories here. The game is in a functional state as it is, and it just feels like it's a decent starting point. So I think I'm gonna do this one tomorrow. Big love and shout out to everybody who came through today and supported the stream. Let's go look at all the people who supported. Let's go see who they are. And thank you everybody who is a member right now and a patron and all of that. Y'all are so amazing. I appreciate y'all very, very much. This has been quite a successful, yes, this is do time. You know it. Woo, it works. Woo, it works. I mean, come on. So many victories today. I mean, look at all these GitHub commits. Besides the one that I still have to make, which I'll make after the stream ends. We got tightened up grabbing. Dunk doesn't appear if there are no arms on grab. What? Oh yeah, if you're headless. We got like head stuff set up. We got chomping heads. Abductees are held on a toggle. Interact zone dropping applies a dropping group. We made a dropping group that didn't exist before. Head doesn't contort bad. I love that. Look at all these commits. There's so many commits today. I love it. Precipier helped me set something cool up. Y'all are just the best. Dungeon Martian helped me. Yo, there's so many people. MD Sutter, my goodness. The length that all of this work would take if I didn't have your help is, you know, not even worth worrying about, because y'all are here helping, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that a frick ton. All right, let's look it over. What are the awesome things that happen? So the head now attacks things on its own. That was removed for a little bit, but now it's back. We can attack with our head. I love it. It's hilarious. And then we got also clothing that is different for different humans. The arrow doesn't appear anymore unless a human is actually interactable, so we're not hovering over arrows that don't need to be there. I have to actually be in the section for that to work. I love it. When we grab a human, if we don't have arms, it just chows it down with a whole animation and everything. It looks great. Kind of decided on like where arm positions are gonna go with the human and stuff. The collision area for what decides whether or not something gets absorbed into the dunk is moved. It no longer is based on the human, it's now based on the cursor, and I think it feels pretty darn good. Probably something else that I don't remember. Oh, the toggle, the grab toggle. I only clicked that one time. And it just keeps it held. I think it feels better. We got a drop, so if I grab something and I click it again, it's gonna drop down to the ground, and it knows that it's supposed to be checked as something that's interactable, just like a bunch of grab feel stuff. It feels better. There's still more to do, and I'm gonna come back tomorrow and I'm gonna do all that stuff. So I very much look forward to it, because it's nice to have like a clear vision of what I'm working on tomorrow. I think that's great. Big shout out to the people who supported the stream today. Who do we got? I see we got Josh up on here. I'm a little confused. Sometimes it says that someone's a new member when they were already a member, but I'm glad you're a member, Josh. I'm delighted that you are. StuLab gave a gift membership. Let's go, StuLab, with the gift membership, and Nepal with the $2. Thank you for the $2. It means so very much. I didn't love this one, but I meant to. So don't ignore the heart. I meant it for everybody. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, great progress, right? Like what? The hand grabbing looks so much better than last week. Thank you. I appreciate that specific call out. Thank you so much. That means a lot. I appreciate it. Maybe it just shows like the last member. I don't know. It's kind of weird. All right, y'all. So I'll be back tomorrow. If you're watching this, by the way, and you haven't pressed that like button or the thumbs up button, whatever you want to call it, if you haven't pressed it yet, I hope you'll consider pressing it. It means more people will see this after the stream ends, so thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. If you're watching this and the live stream is over, I got something for you. You can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. You can tap or click in the bottom right to see the next live devlog that I'm gonna do. And tomorrow, I hope I see you there. I hope I see y'all there. All right, y'all. Good night.